check, mic check, 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 test, test, mic check, check, check one, check, mic test, 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 mic check, test, 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 test one, check, mic check, 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 mic check, test one, check, check, mic check, 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 test one, test, 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 mic check. Mic check, 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 test, 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 mic check, check, mic check, 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 this one, check,
Good morning. I request everybody to please have your seats, and we'll be starting shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, a very good morning to you all. We stand at the threshold of a digital revolution, and today, Indian Institute of Management, Udaipur, welcomes you to the India Digital Conclave, a defining milestone in our collective journey towards navigating the ever-evolving digital landscape. This conclave transcends the ordinary. It's a meticulously curated platform by IIM Udaipur, offering unparalleled insights into the forefront of digital transformation. As industries embrace technology's transformative power, the demand for a thought leadership platform in the digital realm intensifies. Set against the vibrant background of Bengaluru, this event brings together industry stalwarts, thought leaders, and digital enthusiasts to collectively explore, envision, and shape the future of this transformation. Throughout the day, you'll be able to delve into a variety of sessions, engaging in lively discussions, and immersing yourself in insightful dialogues led by key figures in the digital domain. From intriguing keynote address to practical research sessions that forecast the trajectory of digital evolution, and specific discussions centered around digital disruption, India's emergence on the global tech stage, and digital solutions at scale, tackling India's challenges. The event promises a comprehensive exploration of the transformative power inherent in digital technologies. As we gather for the first edition of the India Digital Conclave today, it is an honor to have with us our director, Professor Ashok Banerjee. His wisdom and foresight have played a pivotal role in steering our institution towards excellence. And today, we have the privilege of hearing his thoughts on the confluence of digital innovation, education, and the future of our nation. Without further ado, I invite Professor Banerjee to the stage. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our director.
Thank you, Kaushika, and good morning to all of you. Nice to see a full house on a Friday morning. This is our first event at Bengaluru. When we were conceptualizing the idea of holding some event on digital, we couldn't think of any other city. In July 2011, IIM Udaipur started its journey with the flagship MBA program. So we have finished our first decade, and now we are in the second decade. And over the last 10 years or so, we have launched several programs: General Management program, program on supply chain, MBA on Digital Enterprise and Management, and a PhD. In this decade, thanks to the enabling provisions in the National Education Policy, we have recently launched an online MBA program. It's a full degree program delivered online called EMBA for the working executives. Now, in all these programs, full-time, online, PhD, there are three themes which run, as horizontal themes. One is sustainability. So whether somebody is doing a 2-year MBA program or a 1-year on supply chain or digital, we introduce sustainability in many courses. It comes as a theme, not as a vertical. Second is entrepreneurship. So we tell our students that even if you are joining a corporate, you must develop an entrepreneurial mindset. And third is digital. So digital runs as a theme across programs. So when somebody is teaching marketing, they have to talk about digital in product management, for example. Somebody takes supply chain, how digital has helped supply chain, and so on. And we thought that any initiative we take, it must have societal impact in 3 ways. First is impact in knowledge. So our faculty should work in that area, publish serious papers. Second is in the curriculum. So in digital, therefore, we have an MBA on Digital Enterprise and Management, and our graduates are working in IT as well as other operating companies. And third is impacting the practice. So this event is a platform we have created where people from the industry and academia can come and exchange their ideas and learn from each other. I think it's a need of the hour to have more dialogue between academic institutions and the industry, which is somewhat missing in India. There has been much deeper connection between industry and the technology institutions like IITs, but the business schools, there is immense scope for more cooperation. And we thought this platform would provide that opportunity. Now, without wasting any more time, our keynote speaker, chief guest is here. So again, I welcome all of you, and let us start the event. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, sir, so much for initiating the discussions today. I would like to welcome Professor Veda on stage to hand over the bouquet to our chief guest, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Morning, sir. Welcome to the conclave. We are very happy to have you here today. Mr. Kant is a distinguished governance reformer and a stalwart in the realm of public policy, and has served as India's G20 Sherpa. In our presidency as the G20 Sherpa, he has navigated the complex geopolitical waters, steering the G20 consensus towards a pivotal New Delhi's leaders' declaration. Beyond his G20 responsibilities, Mr. Kant has an illustrious career that spans across key positions in the governance. This includes the Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog, leadership as the Secretary in the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, and the CEO of Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor Development Corporation. A thought leader in every sense, Mr. Kant has spearheaded initiatives like the God's Own Country, Incredible India, Startup India, Make in India, and the Aspirational Districts Program in to his contributions in the global forums. This includes being a member of the Economic Forum and the International Transport Forum as well. A prolific author, his books including Made in India, Incredible India 2.0, and Branding India, An Incredible Story, has played a crucial role in shaping India's narrative in Indian and the global stage. Mr. Kant stands as an unwavering beacon of leadership, innovation, and transformative change. He is a recipient of prestigious Sir Edmund Hillary Fellowship, a Sheving Scholar, and a One Globe Award for Leadership in transforming governance in the 21st century. His journey is a testament to the power of visionary leadership, public policy, and shaping the future of nation and the globe. He is a luminary leader, and today I have the singular privilege to invite him on stage for his keynote address at the IDC 2024. Welcome, sir.
Professor Ashok Banerjee, the director of IIM Udaipur, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly delighted that IIM Udaipur has decided to do this digital conclave in Bangalore, which is really the heart of digital disruption in India and of technological innovation, and work with a number of private sector enterprises, startups, etc. And I think the objective should be to learn from what is happening in different parts of India and to try and take this innovation to other parts of India and spread it, the kind of culture and the ecosystem which Bangalore has built up, if we can build it up in many other cities of India, it'll have far-reaching impact on growth and prosperity and job creation. And I think to that extent, IIM Udaipur's foray into Bangalore is a very unique initiative. And much like what IIM Udaipur is doing here, there's much what IIM Bangalore can do by going to Udaipur and learning what has happened in the world of travel and tourism in Rajasthan. And therefore, I've been a long-term believer in cooperative and competitive federalism. And there's learning from each other, competing with each other. Indian states, that's the only way in a large country like India, which is bigger than 24 countries of Europe, we can grow and prosper. And I've seen this in both the ease of doing business ranking. I've seen this both in aspirational district program, that cooperation and competition really helps to grow and expand. So Mr. Banerjee had actually asked me to speak on digital public infrastructure. And I'll try and dwell upon that because this is something unique that India has built up. If you look at the last few years in the world, the world has faced several challenges. There's been COVID, there's been pandemic, there's a slowdown of global growth. 1/3 of the world is in recession. Germany has just got into a technical recession. 75 countries of the world are facing a global debt crisis. There is a challenge of climate action and of climate finance. If we are not able to achieve 1.5 degrees centigrade, the Earth may survive. By 2050, the Earth may survive, but we as human beings will all go extinct. And therefore, also if you look at SDGs, only 12% of the SDGs, which was meant to be achieved by 2030, are on track. The world, instead of progressing, has actually regressed in matters of learning outcomes, health outcomes, nutritional standards, many of these SDGs. But in all this, there's one silver lining, and that's one silver lining is the emergence of digital public infrastructure to transform lives of citizens. And this, to my mind, is a key transformation that has taken place in the world. If you look at economic development in the world, it normally is about improving lives of citizens. It's about leading to growth, which can create prosperity, and it leads to creation. Normally, economic development has always been driven by technology, and it leads to creation of new institutions. And the normal circle is that this transformation of lives and citizens and new institution is a process of over about 50 years. It takes you 50 years to transform lives of citizens, create new technologies, and develop them. What has happened in the world in the last 2 decades, actually, is that most technological innovation in the world has been driven by big tech. In the case of USA and Europe, it has been driven by Google, it has been driven by Meta, Apple, Amazon. And they had access to citizens' data and they drove innovation. And most of what has happened in the world has been driven by these people because they controlled digital advertising, they controlled commerce, they controlled messaging, they controlled cloud, they controlled mobile operating systems, and that is how all this has happened in the western part of the world. In China, this has happened because of Tencent and Alibaba. And they also had access to citizens' data at very large scale. India's experience has been very different. India has created very effective and inclusive DPI. And what India did was that it created a public interest layer. It created the public interest layer, which was open source, open API, open standard, and was globally interoperable. And India is the only country which created that public interest layer, and on top of which they allowed private sector to innovate and compete. So India saw that in the field of payment, you had Phone Pay competing with Google Pay, you had WhatsApp competing with, WhatsApp competing with Paytm, and you have different apps competing in the marketplace on top of the public. I would call it not a public sector layer, but a public interest layer, which is open source, open API, and which is interoperable and has open standards. And therefore, it allows the private sector to constantly innovate on top of that. Now, what India has done is to create over 1.4 billion identities. No country in the world has been able to do this, to create an identity for every single citizen of India. And this identity was then backed by, if you look at India's example, India actually led to India's experience was that it created, along with this identity, several other things like digital signature. It created the DigiLocker. It created your ability to then, between 2015 and 2017, India opened about 500 million bank accounts. So on a war footing, between 2015 and 17, we created 500 million bank accounts. Every second bank account opened in the world during that period was opened in India. 55% of the bank accounts were opened in India. Indian women had only 18% of the bank accounts were owned by Indian women. The Indian women bank accounts have gone up to 86% now. So all women have bank accounts now, majority of them. And then we linked up both the digital identity and the mobile number of the beneficiary with the bank account. And because we linked that up, it enabled us to do fast payments, and we were able to then peer-to-peer transfers from mobile to mobile. I can be transferring money from my mobile to his money, but money is going from my bank account to his bank account, and we could transfer money. So what India did today was to create really the identity, the digital payment, and thirdly, what it did was that unlike in the western part of the world and in China, it created a trusted data sharing, which was very important. So India created a techno-economic framework through the digital, what is known as DEPA, Digital Empowerment Protection Architecture. And the digital protection empowerment architecture is about citizens owning their data. The data is owned by the citizens. He gives consent, which is technically given on the mobile itself. So if you do not want to give consent, you need not give it. If you want to give it, you give the consent. The data is owned by the citizens. It's not owned by the big tech. So what India created was a powerful, by putting together identity, digital payment, a trusted data sharing all together, India created a powerful India stack, and this helped us to shorten the learning curve. And this helped us, the adoption curve was very quick, and according to the Bank of Indian Settlement, the Bank of International Settlement, BIS, actually what India achieved in a period of 9 years would have actually normally taken India 50 years to achieve. So India technologically leapfrogged in many ways. And a good example of that would be that in fast payments, real-time fast payments on mobile, India does about 46% of the real-time payment in the world. 46% of the real-time payment in the world. During 23, it did close to about 120 billion real-time fast payments. China, India was number 1 in the world with 46% real-time payment. China was number 2 with just 25 billion real-time payment. So the difference you can see between China and India on this. India does more real-time fast payments than USA and Europe put together. So the scale of transformation in India was enormous. This transformation because of our ability to use our digital identity, use our mobile. So, when I was a young officer in Kerala, I was working with traditional fishermen. My job was to transform lives of traditional fishermen. I could give them outboard motors. They could go much further into the sea. I could give them crafts. They could give them new fishing nets, new fiberglass crafts, etc. They raised their production. But fishermen were prone to drinking. And therefore, it was very important that we open their bank account, put money into their bank account. But opening their bank account, know your customer, was a nightmare. It used to take 5-6 months of paperwork to be able to do this. Today in India, we open our bank account using our biometric in less than a minute. That has been the scale of transformation that has taken place in India. But with payment was one part of what we did. From payment, there were a number of startups because we created the back end of identity, of bank account, of linking up mobiles, etc. You had a number of startups. If you look at Lending Card, MobiKwik, Pine Lab, what did they do? They started looking at payment history and then started providing credit, which is not asset-based. So then credit started flowing to citizens who were using payment history, and on the basis of that, credit started flowing. And then you had another set of startups which looked at this, and then they said, because you could then look at identity of citizens in a minute, they said we will take stock market and wealth creation into tier 2, tier 3 cities and into rural areas. So today, Zerodha, Grow, Upstock, all of them control about close to 30% of your stock market. The growth has all been in tier 2, tier 3 cities, rural areas, because they took wealth creation stock markets into tier 2, tier 3 cities, and actually in the process you had vast number of Indians getting into the process of wealth creation and becoming a party into the stock market as well. And then you had another set of startups like Digit and Acco. Because they in the field of insurance, started giving insurance all on the go on mobile. And this enabled them to provide insurance to a vast number of citizens. When I was a young officer, insurance was working with LIC, taking insurance through paperwork used to take months together. Here they provide insurance in less than a minute. So you are able to do a digital transaction in 30 seconds. You're able to get an insurance policy in a minute. And that is something which, and so from identity to bank accounts, to linking the bank accounts, to do credit, to do wealth creation, to do credit, all this has been possible, and India has thrown up a vast number of young startups which have used this big infrastructure which India created to be able to drive this in the future. And this has been possible, and these startups, when we started the startup movement in 2016, there were only about 156 startups in India. Today, there are 110,000 startups. There are over 110 unicorns, 115 unicorns in India. This has been possible because of the infrastructure and the ecosystem that India created. And because India created this huge infrastructure, this tremendous infrastructure, all these startups are actually assets which India has created. And because as a consequence of this today, we saw that a new company like Jio could come and do acquisition of over 400 million customers in less than about 10 months' time. 400 million customers in less than 10 months' time. It was possible in India because the cost of acquisition of a customer had fallen very sharply. The cost of acquisition used to be about $150 per customer, which had fallen down to less than $1 per customer, simply because of the use of biometric, and that's why you saw a huge revolution in India in terms of acquisition of new customers. That was the significant disruption that took place in India as a consequence of this. And India has now, with over 1 billion mobile phones, you are number one. India is number one in smartphone data. We are number one in terms of smartphones. We are number one in terms of smartphone data consumer. We are number one in terms of being the fintech adopter. We are the second highest internet user. Every 3 seconds we have a new internet user. We have the cheapest mobile data in the world, almost 1/11 the cost of what United States of America does, 1/6 the cost of UK. And as I said, we have 1 billion plus smartphone user, and we have the largest startup system in the world. We have the third best ecosystem, but we are, in terms of the number of startups, we have a vast number of startups. So this approach was very different from what the world has taken. And as I said, it was open source, open protocol, it was open standards, it was interoperable, it was open API. And I think it's important to understand the difference between the big tech model and this, because in the world today, there are 4 billion people who do not have a digital identity. 1.4 billion people do not even have a bank account. 133 countries in the world do not do, actually, there is no such thing, in addition to not having bank accounts, 133 countries in the world do not even have a concept of DPI in the world. So the challenge really is that if you want to technologically leapfrog, how do you do this? And how do you transform lives of citizens, of billions of people who are going to move from poverty to middle class in Africa, in countries of the global south, etc., without creating a digital divide between them? And to us, the model was very clear that what India could do was very different during the COVID period. And during the COVID period, India was far ahead of the curve. Because it had created this infrastructure, we could provide 2.2 billion COVID vaccination. In Germany, it took them 18 months to ensure that everybody had an identity, and in United States, it took them, the first amount of money they were putting into the bank accounts of citizens, it took them 9 million accounts. Money transfer actually came back because it did not reach, they could not track the citizens. So 9 million people, the money came back. But look at what India did because of this. We transferred close to about 3.9 billion into 318 million beneficiaries. Within 2 weeks, money went straight into their bank accounts. We were able to put money, 500 rupees, into the accounts of 191 million women beneficiaries. And we, through the PM Kisan Yojana, we were putting money into the accounts of about 80 million farmers. We gave about 1.8 billion straight into the bank accounts of farmers, directly into the bank accounts. And today, the government saves, when again I was a young officer, we used to send money from government of India to the government of states, to districts. And one of our prime ministers said that actually only 15% of that money reaches the actual beneficiary. Today, in over 670 schemes of the government of India, we are putting money straight into the bank account of the beneficiary, not a single paisa of leakage. So we save about 33 billion rupees simply by putting money straight into the bank account of the beneficiaries because of this efficient system. And we are able to ensure that there are no leakages in the system. And that is, to my mind, transformational. Now, one of the challenges before us when we started our G20 was that the world had seen the big tech model, the world had seen the China model. We had done a model which was very different, but the world had not realized the significance and importance of digital public infrastructure, of what we had achieved through not merely Aadhaar, but what we had achieved through CoWIN, what we had achieved through Diksha and Swayam in education, what we had achieved through our FASTags, what we had achieved through DigiLocker. All this, the world had not seen and heard about it. So one of our key jobs during G20 last year was to, in every single G20 meeting, and G20 we took 220 meetings across the length and breadth of India, we decided that we showcase the power of digital public infrastructure to every single visitor. So World Bank, IMF, UNDP, they all realized the power of DPI and the power to transform the lives of citizens using DPI. And they then became, the World Bank, IMF, UNDP today have become the biggest brand owners of DPI. So it's been driven by India, but if you look at it today, the World Bank report, the IMF report, the UNDP, they're all saying that this is the transformational and this is the way the world has to be transformed if you want to do growth, transform lives of citizens, exactly like how India was able to achieve 50 years of growth in 9 years' time. How can you do this? And that is the way you will need to transform lives of citizens in many of the emerging markets of the world and the global south. And how do you do this? And a great example of that is what IIIT Bangalore here has done through MOSIP. And MOSIP is a great example of the modular open source identity platform. And several countries, I think about almost 13, 14 countries, starting from Sri Lanka to Sierra Leone, have adopted it. And there you can modify Aadhaar to suit your country requirement. You are able to then complementary link up digital products like DigiLocker, eKYC, do the digital signature. And I think it'll be very good if IIM Udaipur works in very close partnership with IIIT Bangalore, because this MOSIP is a path-breaking initiative. And therefore, my view is that what India has done is transformational. What India has done is path-breaking. And during the G20 period, we were able to not merely evangelize it, not merely make UN, World Bank, etc. The definition of digital public infrastructure was accepted by everyone. The framework of digital public infrastructure was accepted, and the world realized that this is the way to move forward. Now, in addition to our own startup movement, it's important to say that there are very many things which Government of India is doing. First of which is the OCEN movement, which is the Open Credit Enablement Network, which will enable us to shift from traditional. One of the challenges of MSMEs in India is their inability to get credit. And what it will shift is that make a shift from traditional asset-based lending to a very dynamic cash flow-based model, which will allow you to look at your previous transactions, which will allow you to look at your transport bills, which will allow you to look at GST payments, your tax payments, etc. And on the basis of this dynamic cash flow-based model, banks will be able to then lend you credit. And secondly is the open network for digital commerce, which is the ONDC. And the challenge is that the e-commerce market is again going to grow and expand in a very big way. It should not get monopolized by one or two players. It needs to be democratized. There are only 15,000 retailers. We have over 120 million retailers. But actually, if you look at the big e-commerce companies, you'll only find 15,000 to 20,000 retailers there. So 120 million retailers actually are doing physical sale in rural areas, but are not able to sell through e-commerce. Now, how do you find a platform for 120 million retailers where you are able to put buyers and sellers together? So you are going to have, soon you will have 250 million sellers. You will have 250 million buyers. India will have an e-commerce market in the next 2 to 3 years of 250 million buyers. They'll be buying only from 15,000 retailers. The challenge is that you bring in about close to about 120 million retailers, every small little retailer, every household which is able to do unique handicraft, is able to do unique handlooms, etc., all on the retail platform through the open network for digital commerce, where you will allow seamless transactions between the buyer and seller. So the challenge is that how do you ensure a combination of accessible credit through OCEN, ensure that you are able to do ease of transaction by UPI, and do market expansion by ONDC. So once OCEN takes off in a very big way in the coming years, and ONDC has already taken off in many big ways, and many user cases have been developed. It will grow and expand. You will have many more retailers entering the market. You will have cash flow based lending. You will have ease of transaction of UPI, and that, to my mind, will be really transformational. You know, the world is going open source. I mean, if you look at Google's whole AlphaFold, this entire proteins work which they had done, they made it open source, which will enable people to do provide personalized protein care for every citizens. So what you've done is, by Google, by doing that, has actually done about almost 25, 30 years of work has been made open source for everyone to do research on. So learning from India's example, people are realizing that the future is all open source, it's open API. And I think the next big step will be, to my mind, will be how do you link the digital public infrastructure which India has built up in terms of your credit, in terms of your ability to, what we are doing through payment, credit, wealth creation, insurance, education, Diksha, Swayam, DigiLocker, all the DPIs that India has built up. How do you how do you link it up with AI and generative AI? And a great example of that is artificial intelligence powered the Bhashni app. The Bhashni app is the language lab, because India has so many different languages, over 1,400 different languages. We have all these 21 accepted languages, but you have official languages, but you have many other languages. And Bhashni is able to help citizens access digital services in close to about 121 Indian languages. And if AI is projected, artificial intelligence is projected to add about 967 billion to India's economy by 2035. The AI will be a very powerful force, because no country has the ability to provide data to this large extent which India has. So if the world has to find solutions to many of the challenges of cancer, as we were discussing, of epilepsy, of many of the challenges of health, etc., no other country will have the ability to provide data to such a large extent, and which India is able to provide. And therefore, if India is able to find solutions to many of the challenges facing the world, if India is able to provide answers to them, actually India will not be providing a solution to the 1.4 billion people of India, but India will be providing a solution for the next 4 to 5 billion people who will be moving from poverty to middle class in the next decade and a half. And therefore, the market for India for many of these things is not just the 1.4 billion people of India, it's the 5 billion people of the world, if we are able to provide solutions at scale. And what DPI has demonstrated is India's great ability to provide solutions at population scale. And if we are able to provide answers to population scale, we'll be really providing a solution to many of the challenges confronting humanity in the next decade and a half. And that will be great technological leapfrogging. And integration of AI and DPI will help India leapfrog. Bhashni really helps promote digital inclusion across India's very diverse linguistic landscape. Bhashni uses open source data sets in local languages. It fosters the development of AI tools. India has a very huge linguistic diversity, and if sitting in a rural village like Kifre in Nagaland, if someone is able to use his local language and particularly voice, is able to access all the central government and the state schemes. Imagine they are able to, through voice, are able to access all the central government state schemes. They are able to fill up all forms through voice, and are able to get the benefits of all central and state schemes through the use of AI, all beneficiary. You don't even have to do writing, just through voice. That is what Bhashni is doing today. It is able to provide access to citizens across India to all central government schemes, and soon it will integrate with all the state schemes, all through voice. And that kind of integration will happen now with AI and DPI as we grow along. So what India has really demonstrated is that despite many challenges which the world is confronted with, India has found a unique silver lining, which is the digital public infrastructure. We were able to build a definition, lay the framework of it, and our belief is that there has to be a public interest layer. You must be able to allow private sector to innovate and compete on top of that. It must all be open source, must be interoperable. And what we've demonstrated is the innovation and technological disruption to population scale, which nobody else in the world has been able to do. We've also ensured that data remains with the citizen, is not monopolized by the big tech, and this is the way the world will move forward in terms of growth and prosperity for citizens in the years to come. So you have 4 billion people without identity. You have 133 countries without a payment mechanism. You have 1.4 billion people without a bank account. That is the transformation which India must lead. India must lead to transform the lives of citizens across the world, and that cannot be done without partnership of IIM, Udaipur, MOSIP, many other academic institutions of India. That is the challenge before academic institutions of India. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for your insights, and especially calling out how competitive and collaborative federalism helps in growing and expanding. The emergence of digital public infra and how it is bringing economic development and transformation in India, and also it resulting in how we can leapfrog forward and be the players on the global stage while providing solutions at scale. Thank you so much. I would now request Professor Banerjee to please present the memento. Do we have any questions before we do that? Do we have any questions for Mr. Amitabh Kant from the audience? Could you please pass on the mic?
Sir, thank you for the inspiring talk. I am Gopalan. I head the AI Center of Excellence in Intel India. I had one question on the lines of, you spoke about the digital payment infrastructure, how it is facilitating e-commerce and payment and insurance. On the medical side, if you look at it, I see a huge growth in the medtech startups. Are you also seeing a similar infrastructure need in this space so that we can facilitate more and more growth of medtech startups in India?
Sorry, I deliberately, I don't want to get into many other areas. But one of the two key things that have happened in recent times is the huge disruption that has happened, huge ability to provide, improve learning outcomes through education, that is the use of Diksha and Swayam. So I've been to far-flung villages in Northeast, in Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, where, Diksha has the best classes, course content. You are able to access that through your mobile, put it on the big screen, go through those best tutorials in local language. And therefore, my belief is, this Pratham report has just come out yesterday. Many of you would have read it, that learning outcomes, while we've been able to provide education to everyone, our learning outcomes need a huge improvement. Because a class 10th student is not able to solve class 3rd and 4th maths. If you're not able to solve it in class 3, class 4, you keep passing, getting into class 5, class 6. You will not be able to do it on a later date. But I think, to my mind, the answer really lies in good technology now. Our ability to be able to track every single citizen, every single student, say what is his learning outcome, ensure that students are then able, teachers are then able to provide extra classes, ensure that they are able to improve their learning outcomes, and then leapfrog. And AI enables you to do that. Actually, several startups are attempting to do that. And that'll help us to leapfrog. And I think the other big thing is health. And I think the National Health Authority, which is running the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which has provided insurance to 500 million Indians. And 500 million Indians is almost twice the population of United States. So we provide insurance which is cashless and paperless, which is totally digital. You can be living in Bihar, you can travel to Kerala, and you can move from Kerala to Tamil Nadu carrying your insurance. That is working on this digital health identity, providing an identity to every pharmacy, to every doctor, to every hospital. It's a process, much like what we did, the process that we went through in Aadhaar, the process that we went through in opening bank accounts. That's the process we are going through right now. But once having done it, India will be the first country to have a health identity for its citizens. You will be able to then provide medicine digitally to everyone. You will have the medical history of every citizen. You will be able to then need not go and get every time go to the hospital and get a fresh checkup done. So there'll be massive digital transformation. But that process is right now on. That process is going on right now.
Good morning, sir. My name is Lokesh, and I am leading product management design in one of the companies here in Bangalore, in FinTech. Sir, my question to you is, if you could go back in time and when this whole thing was being conceptualized, and I'm from product company, so I think like a product person. If you had to look at that point in time when this whole thing was being painted and you have been associated with this right from the start, what was going on in your head at that time and the whole core team as you were looking forward of this entire vision that was being painted? Did you imagine all these perspectives that we are seeing now? Because it's so magical the way we are looking at it and the impact it is creating, the whole DPI and the entire infrastructure that was being visualized at that time. If you could give us some insights on that point in time, what was happening and how you as a core team members were visualizing this.
So, it's been through several challenges. And when the process of digital identity was being worked on, there were very many challenges. Actually, the identity itself, both within the government, there were several challenges because the Home Ministry then said that you don't need separate identity. You have a census which is done every year. You should not waste expenditure on this. This went into protracted difference of opinion. But eventually the government gave clearance and Nandan built up the identity bit of it. The digital identity and the architecture for that, the technological architecture for that was built up by him. But then, you know, you can build anything, but if you do not give it a drive and the push and that credit for that, really, when we talk about 133 countries not having it, it will require a lot of governance will. And you remember the demonetization happened, and one of the things the Prime Minister really pushed for was the digital payments. And that required between that period, 2015 to 2017, he'd opened up bank accounts. So there's a massive drive to open bank accounts for every Indian. And people said that there will be bank accounts without any money. Today, the average money in these bank accounts was over ₹100,000. So bank accounts was driven as a big movement. Then there was another movement to link up identity with bank accounts. There was another movement to link up mobile with the bank account. And then after the demonetization happened, the PM made us in Niti Aayog, I was CEO Niti Aayog, do 100 digital melas in 100 days. So we got RBI, look at the system. The regulator, RBI, the regulated, that is NPCI and all these payment apps, and all the banks worked with us. And we provided, many benefits to citizens who did digital payments, and we actually protested at that time that you can't have 100 digital melas in 100 days. PM just said, no, nothing doing, it has to be done. And looking back, if he hadn't got us to do that, it wouldn't have happened. But that enabled us to drive the digital payments. And look at where we are. 46% of the real-time payments in the world, 120 billion real-time transactions. It's happened. And then, because you had created all this architecture, then we drove the startup movement in 2016. So many of these startups are assets. They became unicorns because of this infrastructure that India has built up. Lending card, MobiKwik, Zerodha, Jio's ability to get 400 million customer would not have happened if we did not have biometric. All this has happened because of DigiLocker, because of digital sign, because of your biometric system, all this infrastructure which India has built up to technologically leapfrog. And that's why we were able to take stock markets to tier 2, tier 3 cities through private sector. So it's a very unique collaboration between the regulator, the regulated, young startups which are all national assets. If this infrastructure didn't exist, you would not have had so many unicorns in India. No other country has been able to do this. And then there was a very huge, by human rights expert, there was a huge onslaught in the Supreme Court. They disputed this identity. They said it's invasion of privacy. It went right up to the Supreme Court. And a protracted war was fought in Supreme Court, and the government won the battle, saying that it's for the benefit of the citizens. And the Supreme Court said that as long as it's for the benefit of citizens, you can do digital transactions, and you can have digital identity of citizens. And this is the history. This is the curve. And that is why the Bank of International Settlement said, after a very detailed study, that what India achieved in 9 years would have normally taken India 50 years to achieve. So you have technologically leapfrogged. And that is what you need to do in many other areas.
Could you please pass on another mic if you have?
My name is Satish. I lead sustainability at Genpact. So like I was saying, it was fascinating and a moment of pride, really, to think about the India stack and how it has created an economic engine, right? The question that I want to ask is, you touched upon climate change and how it is truly existential. How are we thinking about using digital infrastructure to address that, not just for India, but really, show the direction for the rest of the world? Things like carbon markets. How do you create that kind of a system or a platform so that it becomes a lot more democratized in terms of action?
So, I'm a great believer in technological disruption. That's the only way India can be the first country in the world to industrialize and urbanize without carbonizing. And while our total usage of carbon space is very little, India must take the lead. And like we've done it, 185 gigawatt of renewable. India has huge possibilities, and nobody else, no other country in the world has the climatic conditions which India has. Only Saudi Arabia has a similar climatic condition to produce renewable at the lowest cost. But even if we were to do all our electricity through renewables, that will be only 20% of your energy. The balance 80% of your energy is all through fossil fuel, that is refinery, steel, cement, fertilizer, long distance transport, where we use imported fossil fuel or coal. That cannot be replaced by electricity. And therefore, if you have to, what the Prime Minister said is that India must become an exporter of energy by time it becomes 100 in 2047. And that means that you have to replace fossil fuel by clean energy. And the answer to that lies in using renewables to crack water and produce green hydrogen. So India has the opportunity to become, again, like we've leapfrogged in DPI, to leapfrog in climate change and be the cheapest cost producer of green hydrogen in the world, like we've done in DPI. We've done open source innovation at the lowest cost. And in green hydrogen, the cost is $4.5 per kilogram right now. The challenge is to bring it down to $1 per kilogram by 2030. So if India is able to do that, only size and scale can enable you to do that. If India is, and the climatic condition, you don't need that extent of subsidization which United States is providing because your weather conditions are much better. And if you are able to do that, you will become a champion. You need to do many other things like ensure that, India goes 100% EV in two-wheelers, three-wheelers by 2030, which is doable to my mind, which you are able to run. We do not do urbanization on the basis of cars, like United States has done. It has 1,200 cars per 1,000 people. We have only 21 cars per 1,000 people, so there are no legacy issues. We can actually leapfrog into public transport. So if you have electric buses, that is the way forward to my mind. But all this has to be driven by, to a great extent, by market. Government policies, but market. And market would require what you're saying, carbon markets, that penalize those who produce carbon, who carbonize the world. So people do not realize, but 1% of the companies in the world actually are responsible for 40% of CO2 emissions. And they are not penalized by stock markets. So you need to penalize them. All these carbon companies are not penalized. So you need to penalize them, and therefore a very effective carbon market has to be put. It has to be put out in public domain. People must know who's throwing out CO2 greenhouse gas emissions. The citizens must punish them, and actually that is the way forward to my mind. And therefore an efficient trading system around carbons is an absolute necessity, not only for India but for the world.
I'm Meenu Shekhar, a business writer. Mr. Kant, we've spoken about the position of strength that India has in terms of the DPI and the potential to leapfrog and provide solutions for the world if you're able to integrate it with the AI. What are the key challenges that you see in this integrating DPI with AI, and what are some of the ways of overcoming these challenges that you may have identified?
So I think one of the key challenges to have skilled manpower, and our curriculums in most of our triple IITs and IITs and our engineering institutions need to be restructured, redesigned for that. There's a huge shortage of product developers, there's a huge shortage of designers, there's a huge shortage of what is now known as the prompt engineer who's able to do large language modeling. There is a huge shortage in all these areas. And there is a shortage of AI machine learners, there's a shortage of AI engineers in India. So if this is the area of the future, I think all our engineering institutes must redesign their courses for producing large number of skilled manpower. Startups are facing a huge shortage of good product developers today. And there are, a company like Google today has about 40,000 engineers in these fields. We do not have that kind of engineers for that field. And therefore, you need new product developers, you need AI engineers, you need machine learners, you need prompt engineers, all that, because startups are suffering from that. There's a huge vacuum. And therefore, our curriculum must be restructured and redesigned for that. Those are the new jobs of tomorrow. India will be providing 30% of the jobs for the world by in another 15 years. And therefore, we need to redesign ourselves for that new world of tomorrow.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure there are loads and loads of questions that most of us have, and we can continue.
So that's an important question, and therefore, both in Aadhaar and through the Ministry of METI and through the Cybersecurity Wing, we are constantly updating our skills. We are constantly ensuring that there is no fraud or there's no leakage. There's on the payment side, NPCI and RBI are constantly abreast of this. There are challenges. There will be challenges, but we've managed to constantly upskill ourselves in this field, and we are very confident that we'll continue to do this.
And the DPDP Act that's coming up, it's already going to support and create a solid framework for that as well. But thank you, sir. Professor Banerjee, I would request you to please present the memento to Mr. Khan. Our next session is a compelling exploration at the intersection of research and the digital realm. In this panel discussion on research at the intersection of digital, we will delve into the symbiotic relationship between research and digital innovations, illuminating the path towards an interconnected future. Research, enriched by digital tools, propels us into uncharted territories of knowledge and discovery. It tailors medical treatments, enhances agriculture precision, and refines industries through data analytics. The seamless coalescence of research and digital technologies not only improves future outcomes, but also reshapes the very fabric of how we explore, learn, and innovate. From genomics to astrophysics, The transformative impact of this synergy is evident. Our panelists will unravel the dynamic landscape where research and digital intricately intertwine, steering us towards unprecedented advancements and a future where knowledge and technology converge for the greater good. I now invite Professor Christoph Berner, Professor R. Venkatesh Babu, and Professor Veda to take us through this discussion. Professor Christoph Berner, a renowned researcher and leader in epilepsy studies, his primary focus revolves around comprehending the complexities inherent in constructing an epileptic brain, particularly emphasizing on temporal lobe epilepsy. Professor Berner, dedication to advancing epilepsy research has garnered significant recognition. In 2007, he received the prestigious Michael Prize for Outstanding Contributions to Epilepsy Research, followed by the Felix Innovation Prize in 2013 for developing an organic transistor that revolutionized the brain activity recording. Currently, serving as the editor-in-chief of eNeuro, the open-access neuroscience journal of the Society of Neuroscience, he has also contributed as a reviewing editor for Science and the Journal of Neuroscience. The professor's academic journey commenced with an engineering degree from École Centrale, Paris in 1984, followed by a PhD in neuroscience at Paris 6th University in 1990. His postdoctoral training was at the University of Southampton, United Kingdom, and a sabbatical at the Bayer College of Medicine, Houston, Texas, further enriched his research prowess. Since 2001, Professor Berner has held the position of the group leader and heads the team Physionet at INS. Ex-Marseille University. His research group has actively contributed to shaping the international landscape of epilepsy research. Professor Berner.
Well, first, thank you very much for this very kind invitation to talk about a topic that is dear to me. I'm going to talk about virtual digital brain, and you will see what it is about. What we believe is that the next revolution, especially for the market, with the anticipated maximum growth, is for health, in particular digital health. And that will be my topic today. So it involves information technology and AI and data collection. And Mr. Kant already presented some of the challenges. And I'm really happy that India is taking that kind of direction because they could lead the way as well, as you will see from my presentation. So, sorry. I was asked to be called only in an emergency. Well, that's my doctor telling me that based on the information sent by my watch yesterday, I have now the high probability to develop Alzheimer in 10 years. That's not good news. And again, but he says that now there's a preventive treatment and personalized treatment that would delay the appearance of the disease. Okay. That's better news. Well, of course, this is science fiction, but this may happen in the next 10, 20 years. This is where the EU is investing a huge amount of money. Their priority for health is what we call 3P medicine. P for personalized, P for predictive, and P for preventive. Now, of course, the most efficient way to treat a disease is to treat it before it happens. And then you save a lot of money and lots of suffering for the patient and for the family. Now you may ask yourself, why do we have diseases? That's a main issue. For example, the most 3 frequent brain disorders are migraine, followed by epilepsy, and then Alzheimer's disease. Now, in the US only, there are 15 million people with epilepsy. 5 million are drug resistant. That produces a lot of suffering for themselves and for the family. Now, do you know how much a drug-resistant patient costs to society globally? $500,000 per year. Times 5 million, I'll let you process the number. Now, if we could find a solution that would generate a huge amount of savings for the society, that money that could be used for something else. Alzheimer's disease is anticipated to reach 12 million patients over 65 in the US in 2050. So it's going to be a major problem. So most of these diseases occur during aging. So why do they occur during aging? Well, it's like a car. If you keep your car during a very long time, it's going to wear out. There will be leaks and things will start to dysfunction. For the brain, it's the same thing. During aging, it wears out, and as it wears out, we will develop diseases. But not all of us will develop diseases. It's not like all of us will develop epilepsy or Alzheimer's disease or Parkinson's disease. So why he is going to develop a disease and I'm not going to develop a disease? That's also a major question. But my mother was telling me nature is well made. Everything is optimized through the evolution. Well, I was asking, if it's so well conceived, why do we develop diseases? We should not develop diseases when we are aging. Well, to answer this question, I'm going to show you a picture of my family of a long time ago. So that's my family a long time ago. Several millions of years, and now it disappeared for some reason. Okay, it's back. So at that time, the life expectancy was around 30, 40 years, no more. Until the Middle Ages, it didn't change. So for millions of years, the environmental pressure selected humanity for their genes so that they would be fit around 20 years old and the most apt to reproduce around 20 years old. That's where we were strongest and able to survive. So there was no need to select genes so that we would age in a healthy way, because we were dying before getting old. So that's why we were not optimized to age in a healthy fashion. Now, another interesting example comes from this genetic background that is different from any of us. We all have different genetic backgrounds. There is a gene which variant is carried by a large portion of the human population. Now, if you carry this variant, you have between 2 and 4 times increase the chance to develop Alzheimer's disease. Now, that's a bad thing. So why do we have in our genome, in some individual, this variant that increases our chance to develop Alzheimer's disease? Well, again, the answer is in evolution. For people living in rainforest conditions, this variant provides a boost to the immune system, because in these conditions, you don't have access to fresh water. You have to drink the water that is contaminated by bacteria and many other nasty things. So this variant was beneficial for this population to survive in a kind of hostile environment. Now, we moved away as humankind, most of us, from these conditions, but we carried this variant. Now, it turns out that this variant, during aging, is not beneficial at all. It's detrimental. But at that time, there was no need to grow old because we were dying before developing Alzheimer's disease. All right, so now that you understand where this is coming from, the next question would be, can we predict that a disease is going to happen? Well, predictions do work for weather, for example. So how did we manage to predict the weather in the next couple of days? Well, first, we started to build a computer model and introduce some variables and measure stuff. And based on history also, we could test the model, say, okay, these were the conditions 3 days ago, and we know what the conditions were 2 days ago. Let's run a prediction using the data 3 days ago and see whether we can predict what really happened 2 days ago. Then we would refine the model. And that's how we managed to build the computer model. But the computer model needs to be fed with a lot of data. It doesn't work if you're using only the temperature that is in Bangalore to predict the weather that will be in Delhi in 2 days. You have to collect data all over the planet, in fact. So you need to collect wind conditions, temperature conditions, water conditions everywhere in the world, and you have a huge model, zillions of equations, and then you can manage to predict the weather. Can we do that for humans? Can we collect data along the lifetime of an individual and use this data to construct a model that will guarantee or tell you, like I told you with my cell phone, that I have a high probability in 10 years to develop a disease, and it's now the time to intervene. That would require collecting a huge amount of data, and I think that Mr. Kant alluded to that. If you can do that in health technology in India, that's already a major step forward, collecting the data. Then you build a model, and you use information technology to make sense of it, and artificial intelligence. Now, how can we do that? Let's imagine that we can trace the life of an individual on a map. We are all different because we carry different genetic backgrounds. And we all start the same way when we are born. And we place individuals on this map, okay? So some people will be born on the map, like close to Bombay, Bangalore, Chennai, etc. Why? Because we carry genetic backgrounds which are different. So we are born in different places. So we all start the same way, but we all finish the same way. We all die. So people told me in Bangalore that Delhi is death, so I put death in Delhi. The idea is that once you know where you start, then you can trace a trajectory until your death. Okay? So let's say that we measure a huge amount of data that could be the heart rate across along the life of an individual, the glucose level, the hormone level, whatever parameter that you can measure, e.g., you do fMRI from time to time, PET scans. You can imagine any type of variable that is related to your health, and in fact it's already started with my watch and my phone, already measuring constantly some health variables. Now with these variables, we will be able to trace a trajectory. So let's say that you were born in Chennai, okay, you go to your death, but based on your lifestyle and your life experience, you will go to Delhi via Hyderabad. Someone also close to you, genetically speaking, starts from the same place, but because we have different life experiences, we'll end up in Delhi via a totally different path. It's compound. Okay, now let's imagine that we measure that in millions and millions of people across along the life of an individual. So we will trace trajectories from birth to death of these individuals. Okay? So that's the data collection. But at the same time, we have the history of these people. And we will know if and when they develop diseases. Can be cancer. In my case, I'm interested in brain disorders. When we have enough of this data, we will be able to put on the map where the regions where you develop Alzheimer and epilepsy are. And now that becomes fantastic, because if you start from Chennai again, and you see this individual, when it gets old, it will enter the epilepsy zone. Now, if you take more individuals and you see them reaching, what is this city, Nagpur, you know that when they are here, there is a likelihood that they will enter the epilepsy in a few years. And that's the predictive factor. With the same kind of idea, this other individual has a trajectory that will lead to Alzheimer. So if you go through Varangu, at some point, you still don't have the disease, but you're on the path to have the disease. And that's what is the principle of predictive medicine. You predict the occurrence of the disease because we know, via the data acquisition that we already have, that the trajectory will lead you to the disease. How do you prevent it? This we do not know how to do right now, but the idea is that if you're in Nagpur, and we know that you're going to enter the epilepsy in a few years, the idea is to treat you and to take you through another route and maybe go through Udaipur or Jaipur, where it's safe. You will end up dead, but in good health. So that's the idea of predictive medicine and preventive medicine. Can it be done? Well, for the past 20, 30 years now, several European countries have started to collect data from patients. Not from patients, from normal individuals. There are thousands and thousands of people, so not the size of India, but it's already something, cohorts, we call them, of people who are followed at regular intervals, collecting many parameters like EEG, MRI, so pictures of the brain, and other factors, taking blood samples to do blood analysis. And we are building these trajectories. Some of these people will develop, because that's what they are interested in, Alzheimer's disease. And the idea is to identify the factors that predict the apparition of Alzheimer's disease, as I showed you. So this is the beginning of drawing this map. Well, it's not only in Europe and in the US, but also here in India. There is this initiative where they're trying to do the same thing, following, I think, 1,000 of people during their life and collecting data to predict also the occurrence of diseases. So this can be done. Of course, it has some challenges because you have to collect a huge amount of data. You have then to build the model that will make these predictions. It will take time. So it's not an endeavor that will allow us to predict diseases in 10 years or 20 years because we have to build a model. It will take time because all these cohorts which are being constructed need to be followed until these people develop diseases. That's only when we can try to find ways to predict. So it's really for the next generations that we are working. Okay, so now, does it work? So this is what we have been trying to do in our institute. Predictive and preventive. It's not even preventive, it's curative medicine. And this is the digital twin I wanted to talk about. So 30% of the patients, 1/3 of the patients are drug resistant, as I said. Now, this is a huge amount of patients all over the world. Now, for these third of patients, the only hope is neurosurgery. And neurosurgery means that you have to identify the regions of the brain which generate seizures, and you remove it surgically. And then you can hope to cure the patient from their epilepsy. Neurosurgery fails in 60% of the cases. Why? Because it's very difficult to identify which regions to remove. Now, how can we improve the success of neurosurgery? So what we do, and this is the work of Victor Girsa, the head of the institute, and Fabrice Bartholomé team in our hospital, we scan patients and we get a picture of their brain, the anatomical picture of the brain, and we have a procedure that allows us to understand how the brain regions are connected to each other. Now, this anatomical information allows us to create a brain avatar. So in silico, we reproduce the structure of the brain of the patient. Typical example of personalized medicine. Then there are complex mathematical models that enable us to generate activity in the brain of this patient in silico. We can generate seizures and in silico and see how they propagate into the brain. Now, the neurosurgeon has only one possibility to make neurosurgery, to remove, and that's it. Now, in silico, you can remove any regions you want and any combination of regions. And you can test in silico which is the best choice to cure the patient. And you can provide this information to the clinician. So we virtualize patients, we make predictions of which regions need to be removed by recording also electrical activity in the brain. And this information is transmitted to the clinicians, and they decide or not to use this information. And that led to the first successful clinical trial that translated high-level simulations of whole brain dynamics with complex artificial intelligence tools in a clinical trial. So we mixed the most complex physical tools and mathematical tools with neuroscience data and clinical data, and that led to this multi-center clinical trial. Patients were virtualized in many cities in France, constituting a database which was stored in Marseille. All the brains were virtualized in Marseille. There was a data analysis done, and extracting from these in silico experiments a prediction that was given to the clinicians. Now, neurosurgeons could use it or not. And now this clinical trial has ended at the end of last year. We have to wait another 12 months to be sure that the patients are cured. And at the end, we will see whether it has been beneficial to patients, which means that we have increased the success rate of neurosurgery. So now this is a first example for brain health that of a successful transfer of personalized, predictive, and preventive medicine. So this shows you that it can be done with information technology and AI at the scale of epilepsy. And of course, maybe you know this big company, Dassault Systèmes, is associated to this clinical trial because they are really invested in health technology. And Europe is investing a lot on this. eBrains is a European infrastructure for digital neuroscience. You may have heard of the Human Brain Project, which was financed with €1 billion. And at the end of HBP, because of its success, Europe decided to further finance this infrastructure that is called eBrains. So eBrains, it's right now just science. It's the collection of brain data, and you can feed to the platform brain data. You can have brain atlases, and especially you can use simulation and modeling tools, and you have access to supercomputers to model brain activity. And that's the infrastructure that can be used to make predictive medicine a reality. What I was telling you about, collecting data, we could feed the models with this data that we collect and start to make predictions for the occurrence of neurological disorders. This requires all the labs to collaborate together at the European level, but also at international level. So eBrains, it's designed to accelerate collaborations in terms of brain research and to generate and store data and knowledge, to provide atlases, because you need atlases to understand the brain, simulation tools, and brain-inspired technologies. And of course, the end is the medical data analytics that can be used to make this predictive medicine a reality for the future. So as you can see, this will open a huge market for information technology because we will need companies to collect this information and to process it. And also artificial intelligence tools to make sense of this huge amount of data that a human brain cannot process, but AI can process. So the future could look like this. When you are born, we start to collect a lot of data of individuals, and this data is fed to this model, and we can monitor the trajectory of each individual along their life. And at some point, we make some predictions. Oh, there is a high risk now that you will develop a lung cancer, so we should take proactive action and try to prevent the cancer to occur. Or there is a high chance for you to develop Parkinson's, so let's try to act before Parkinson's disease is occurring. So this requires, of course, IT and AI. So this is the end of my talk, but I told you that the future of medicine is 3P. Again, predictive, personalized, and preventive. But I forgot to mention the 4th P, which is the most important one. It's participative. And that's exactly, I was happy to hear that from Mr. Kant. This kind of approach can only be successful if individuals remain masters of their data. They must provide approval of the use of their data. They must agree with the possibility to receive that kind of predictive information. If we are not masters of the data that we provide, it's going to be very bad for humankind. And again, I'm happy that Mr. Khan mentioned that we must remain proprietary and decision makers at the individual stage. So this medicine must be participative. Thank you. Causal factors? I don't think there is any causality in here to be found. We are just working with correlations. So we are collecting the data, and then we see there is a correlation with changes in the data set to the occurrence of a disease. But cause, we cannot provide evidence that there is a cause in the change in a parameter. We can do that if we do research afterwards. That becomes a hypothesis, but it needs to be tested scientifically. But the data set can provide hypothesis, and that's very important because, as I said, we may be able to do predictive medicine soon, but preventive, that's another story. That would require even more years. But the data set can provide hypothesis and to look for new treatments. Yes. Of course. Well, as I said, based on our life experience, we are going to take a different trajectory, even if we start from the same spot, like twins. Twins are identical, but they can have totally different life experience that will lead them to develop different diseases. One may develop a disease and not the other one, a twin. And what makes the difference is epigenetic modifications during the lifetime of an individual. So yes, epigenetics is at the core of the trajectory. And modifying epigenetic factors may move the trajectory away from the danger zone.
Morning, this is Amit Harlalka from the Tata Digital team. My question is related to the first part of what you said, right? About the move from sort of reactive to preventive healthcare. And if we look at the actors in the ecosystem, there is, healthcare practitioners, there are researchers like yourselves, there are insurance companies, and there are individuals, right? In the journey of moving to preventive healthcare, which of these actors need to sort of take the lead, if there was one, to make sure that the transformations happens fast? Because like even today, if at least in India, if we work with doctors, there is very little focus on preventive and there is only reactive. So in your mind, what is the time duration and who has to act first to accelerate?
Well, that's a very good question. So we cannot start to be preventive in an efficient manner if we are not able first to look at the trajectory. Once we know the trajectory, we can start to make hypotheses and that research to move away from this trajectory. But this must be done with the pharmaceutical industry because they have interest in that to sell drugs that will prevent people to develop diseases. Maybe it's a much bigger market than trying to cure patients. So this is a second phase, not the first phase. Right now, when we talk about preventive medicine, it's not really preventive. We think that we can predict what's going to happen. There's a high risk, but we don't know how to do it really. Until we have a model, whatever it is, we cannot act on that in an efficient manner.
One last question before we...
Slide. Sorry, is this, can you hear me okay? I wanted to understand what, I know human brain is very complex, but why so many institutions are working on the same atlas, creation? I know IIT Chennai is doing, ISC is trying to get into it, yourself. Cambridge is working on it. So what is the idea? Why can't it be all kind of open source and something that everyone can benefit from?
You want the diplomatic question or the real answer?
The real answer would be great.
Well, human ego. Everyone wants to be the first.
More papers.
My view is that this is a total waste of money and resources. If there is a kind of global world project, then the resources would not be wasted reproducing the same thing over and over again. So if the EU, the US, China, India, Russia, Japan, all these big projects going on in the world were coordinating, we would save a lot of time and money. But that's not the idea. Everyone wants to be the first, and everyone wants to control it.
Thank you, Professor Christoph. And I would request Professor Veda to please hand over the memento to Professor Christoph. Our next speaker is Professor R. Venkatesh Babu. He is a professor and chair at the Department of Computational and Data Science at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He received his doctoral degree from the Department of Electrical Engineering, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore again. He held postdoctoral positions at NTNU, Norway, IRISA, Rennes, France, and NTU, Singapore. He is the head of Vision and AI Lab at IISc. His research interests include computer vision and machine learning. He is a recipient of the SERB Star in 2020 and the Satish Dhawan Young Engineers Award in 2019. He has published over 200 papers in prestigious journals and refereed international conferences. He's also an associate editor for IEEE Trans, image processing, partner recognition, and area editor for CVIU journals. Professor Venkatesh serves as an area chair for several conferences worldwide. Professor Venkatesh.
Good morning, everyone. Let me thank Professor Veda for inviting me to give a talk at this conclave. Thanks a lot, ma'am. So in this talk, I thought of covering what is the good thing and the bad things that are happening because of the advancement of deep learning that's happening over the past 10 years or so, right? So this is how I organized. I don't know how far I can go in this. I just want to say what is the major difficulty in processing the visual signals, and then how we were doing 10 years before and how we started doing things in the past 10 years, okay? And what are the impacts of this so-called deep learning or artificial intelligence, whatever we call, right? And how good they are they robust or not? These are the things that we wanted to cover in this talk. So why computer vision itself is a hot problem, right? So that is because of the visual sensor. Whenever we look at things, the image is falling in your retina and then it is being processed by your brain. And almost 70% of your brain neurons are used for visual sensor alone. So that shows the complexity of this particular problem, right? Whereas for other modalities, the amount of neurons that are used are much, much lesser, right? So now, as a computer vision researcher, all our objective is to how to make my machine to understand things, whatever I see, like human, whether the machines can understand or not. So this is where I wanted to point out how difficult it is. So whatever we are seeing in the screen, we have no issues in understanding, right? If I ask you what is shown in the screen, immediately you will say, oh, there is apple, green apple, it's very, very fresh. All those properties come out. Whereas what the machine sees is something like this. It is nothing but the chunk of numbers in a matrix form. Especially there are 3 matrices, R, G, and B. Now the problem is, this is what the machine is seeing. Now we have to write an algorithm on top of this particular matrix and then find out what is inside this, right? So this shows how difficult the problem is, okay, going from here to there, okay? So all these things are very easily done by our brain without even realizing, right? So it is doing an amazing job, okay? We never thanked our brain for doing such things. If you are a vision researcher, then you will know how brain is so sophisticated compared to all the supercomputers that we have today. And this is what we were doing before 2012. Not only in vision, you take any modalities, text, audio, whatever it is. First thing what you do is extract the features from the given image or the text or whatever it is, and then go to the machine learning algorithms to find out some classes, all those things, right? So this is what is the classical way of doing computer vision or audio processing, whatever it is. But each one is a specialized module. So the feature extraction is done by the special, those who know this particular subject, image processing or speech processing, all those things. Whereas machine learning classifiers are done by mostly the machine learning experts, okay? They never talk to each other, okay? There was a big gap between these two, okay? So that's why we could not get the required accuracies, or we could not reach better accuracies during that time. So what deep learning has done is, okay, we don't want 2 different modules, okay, make it a single one. So, okay, the responsibility is given to the machine to extract all the features because they know better than human beings what are the good features for getting better results. So this was what we had. There are 2 design sets. It's a max and match of way of doing research. We never gained so much of accuracy in this particular paradigm. Whereas in deep, in 2012, when Alex published AlexNet came out in Europe 2012, then they showed a huge improvement in accuracy just by asking the machine to extract the features, okay? So this made our life easier because we need not use our brain for extracting the features, right? Machine can do everything. All we need to do is just coding, okay? So that's why there is a huge participation from computer science background, right? So it almost 10-fold increase in participation, more than that I would say. That's why we are seeing a very rapid growth in this particular domain. And what is deep learning? These are nothing new actually. This is a simple regular machine learning algorithm, except that it is scaled up. You have more layers. The technique itself is much more older, more than 30 years old. And what changed now, there are two things. One is the amount of data that we have today, which was not there 30 years before. We hardly had digital mobile phones, right? Smartphones, digital cameras, these were not there at the time. Internet was not there. Whereas the huge amount of data that is available today over the internet, in our hands, everywhere, right? That is one reason. The other one is the compute power, okay? We never had GPUs 20 years back, right? So these are very recent ones. So GPUs can do things very quickly parallelizable, and you can crunch the data very quickly. So these two, compute power, that is advancement in the compute power as well as the amount of data that we have, that is what changed now. Technology-wise, there is very, very superficial change that happened over machine learning. Still, we are using the same backpropagation algorithm which was there 35 years before. And if you look at this, the data becomes the major fuel here in the deep learning. Okay? Without data, this whole model is useless, right? So if you are developing a deep model, how the model comes out, maximum responsibility goes to the deep, that is the data, okay? So again, data collection is very crucial, and it's art to collect the data. If your data is bad, you are going to end up with a bad model. So never blame the model itself. It is the data that is giving the good model or bad model, right? Also, if you look at this, the features are extracted, which is very similar to the features that are extracted in our brain, visual pathways, okay? Initially, you extract simple features, and then as you go further, you get a higher, better features, complex features before recognition. So this is shown in the deep models also. So it is an end-to-end paradigm, nothing. So if you have a data, the input and the output, we can always fit a deep model to achieve the output, okay? So data becomes the kingmaker. That is the most important thing in deep learning. That's why if you look at all the corporate, the corporate strength is their data, right? They never release their data because of various reasons, okay? Whether it's a brain data or autonomous driving data, each one is kind of their treasure. They just never wanted to release because they paid huge amount of money to create the data. Okay, so I want to see, okay, what are the positive things that happened after this deep learning era? Everything started with the AlexNet, where he has shown this classification that has happened over the ImageNet kind of a data set, over 1,000 classes. He showed there is suddenly he reduced the error rate by 10%, which was unheard of before. So everybody turned towards this particular approach and then showed there is something in this. So this is the first time the vision people started looking at machine learning. Very kind of paid serious attention to machine learning also. And after that, if you see the errors are reduced further and further, now we have less than 3% error rate. Now we are not worried about the error rates at all. All these are only deep models. So there are no classical algorithms that came after this. The other one is, this is a face recognition algorithm in 2014, which came out from Facebook. We gave all our faces to Facebook. They have millions of faces. They can process this and create a beautiful model, which is working better than the human being, okay? But they never release the data publicly, okay? And this is another work from 2014. This is an object detection framework, which was introduced in the first time in the deep learning framework. think the entire system went down. This works? Yeah. Okay, yeah, thanks. Right. So, yeah, this is the first object detection algorithm which was developed and showed again a huge performance improvement. And I would say this is the first starting point for the autonomous driving vehicles. If we can accurately detect all the objects in front of you, why don't you keep the camera in your car and then drive the vehicle automatically? Okay? And after this, there was so much of improvement happened over these things. Now we are in a position that we can detect the objects in real time very accurately and drive the vehicle. And segmentation is another thing which is one of the most complex problems in computer vision, because you have to classify each pixel into one of these classes. This segmentation appears in various modalities, even medical imaging or even autonomous driving, wherever you go. And now we almost solved the problem. Recently there was a kind of an algorithm developed by Facebook and segment anything everywhere, though it almost segments anything and everything. Okay. And again, this is another nice thing happened where vision and language community came together and then they wanted to describe the image. Okay? So you can train a model. All you need is the image and the description. One end image, another end description. You can fit the model. And then whenever you give an image, it gives you a nice description like this. And also there is another work which is visual question and answering. Giving an image, you can ask many questions. Even in ChatGPT-4, you can upload an image and ask some questions about the image. It gives you reasonable answers. Okay? And this is something like a dense cap, where you want to describe each part of the image, not only the global image, right? So again, there is one thing what we should remember is there is huge amount of data annotation effort that has gone into creating such data sets. And this is like human pose estimation. You can see how robust it is. And even with so many people occluding each other, you could very reliably detect the human pose. So nowadays we are in a position to reliably detect even the 3D pose from a 2D image. And again, for the human beings, you can even put a mesh and create a 3D model from a 2D image on videos. And in this work, yeah, from a single image, detecting depth is one of the major challenges, whereas even that can be addressed using a data-driven framework. Just by giving an RGB image, you can also get the depth map, how far away each object is from the camera. And style transfer is another one, where you have many apps where you can change the style of your photograph and then use it. These are one of the cool applications that came along. And cycle GAN is another thing, important work where the generative models can generate structurally intact, right? But semantically different outputs, right? So maybe a horse can be changed into a zebra. So it is exactly mimicking the same structure. So this is also very useful in augmenting your data for various scenarios. For example, if I take a daylight kind of autonomous driving scenario, can I convert that to a night scene, basically? So that also you can do. It will be a very good augmentation which you can use it for training your model. And these deep models are very much even used in medicine and healthcare. In the previous talk we saw. Also, it is kind of doing wonders in the gaming scenario. It is always, the machines are the one always winning the human beings here. And this is from NVIDIA, where they developed a generative model which can give you a very realistic human faces. This is called StyleGAN 2. If you look at this face, we cannot say whether it's an artificially created face or real face. Okay? So this is the all technology. Yeah, this is where actually the problem of deep fakes, all those things come into picture. It is getting really hard for us to detect whether it's a real image or a fake image. Okay? And it is going to be a major problem in the future. Right. So again, you can also kind of make the celebrity say what you want to say, what pose he has to do, all those, you can animate the person just by taking one RGB image of the person. Okay? It is very difficult again to detect whether it is synthesized video or the actual video. And neural radiance filter is some of the recent developments where you capture the entire 3D scene in a simple neural network. And this is a generative model, DALI 2, where you can just give the textual description and get the images that you want, right? So you can see these are some of the examples on this. Whereas the stable diffusion is the actually openly available, where you can download this model and then play with it. Whereas DALI is from OpenAI, which is not open, it is always closed. It's not available for others. So this is one of my favorite images where you can keep the person's identity intact and then ask him to change the style, okay? And this is the DALI 3, which is the recent one. They assure you that all your prompts are taken care. There was complaint that not all prompts are taken care, not all prompts are given equal importance, whereas they make sure that all these prompts, you can give a huge description and then create one nice image which takes care of all your prompts. So this is another work from China where Cog Video, so you can give it the textual description and then create a video, right? So basically, yeah, we are in a position where you can give the script and then generate a movie, basically, okay? So that will be the ultimate thing in this direction. And again, now, people started generating 3D models, basically. They never used the 3D information for training this data. All these are only 2D information. And you are able to generate the 3D views of these objects, okay? And there are so many approaches they came out in the very short span of within 1 year or so. And there was a bigger issue to embed the meaningful text in your generative model. Even that is solved now, okay? So any text from Alibaba recently came out. You just give the text description in the code that will be embedded in your image as it is, okay? With appropriate style, right? You can look at this cake, the font chosen, and then it nicely merges with the image and creates a very realistic image, right? And yeah, in our lab also we were trying out whether we can create some kind of a virtual impossible images. For example, we took Einstein's photo and then we wanted to put Einstein in a very different background, different getup, all those things. So these are some of the, so basically we converted the picture into one text, the word basically. So basically SKS is a dummy word that is used. So that SKS captures the person and you can embed this SKS anywhere in your text and then create this. So that's what it is. SKS person sitting on the park on the bench. You can put any person as SKS and then create whatever scene you want. So this is another example. We even tried out with Shah Rukh Khan here, okay. So mostly you get the celebrity faces very well because they are well represented in internet, okay. Especially the Hollywood celebrities are much better represented than Indian ones. And yeah, you can also compose a scene by putting two celebrities in various kind of backgrounds, right? So this is one of the impossible images because their lifespan, they never, one was alive, both were alive together. But you can put them together and then create a nice scene like this. Yeah, this is where actually we are getting into this deepfake kind of a thing. Now we are in a position to create what we want to create by giving the person's images, right? So there is a very thin boundary whether we are still in the legitimate regime or you are violating that and going towards deepfakes, right? And yeah, this is another work where you can even change the attribute of the person by looking at the manifold. So these models that are generated with huge amount of data, they have a very nice manifold. You can go into the manifold and manipulate the manifolds in such a way that you can change the attribute of the person without changing his identity. So maybe this video can be kind of give you a better idea about what you have done here. So basically, you find the direction for each of these attributes. Smile is one of the attributes. You can increase the smile, decrease the smile. You can increase the age of the person, decrease the age of the person, change the pose, hairstyle, all those things you can do. All you need to do is to find the correct direction in which these attributes are arranged. You can put the spectacles, and in fact, you can change the style of the spectacle in various ways. Even for the out-of distribution, even if it is trained on human beings, even this works very well for the paintings as well. You can give the painting image and then you can change the appearance as you wish. It works really well even there. So this was the work presented in 2022. And yeah, so there are many, many applications that were developed in deep learning framework, taking all those things, audio, NLP, which I didn't cover, robotics. There are so many things that happen. Okay. And the last one I want to show is the autonomous driving, which is actually happening, right? So you go to San Francisco, you can take an autonomous vehicle and then wherever you want to go, can go. So this is the development that we have for the past 10 years. This is what happened within the short span of time. Right? This is because of the huge amount of research effort from a huge amount of researchers throughout the world. Now telling all the good things, whatever we have seen, now we are asking the question, how good these models are, okay? How they are comparable to brain, right? How robust they are. Okay, so these are the news items that we keep getting once in a while, right? So the autonomous driving vehicle met with an accident. So why these things are happening, okay? What happened to the model trained with a huge amount of data, right? So all these things happen because the model that you are having is actually bound by the amount of data that it has seen. So it cannot go beyond the data and then see anything, right? And it is impossible to capture the 100% scenario using the data, right? So that is the reason for all these mishappenings that are happening. Also, there are a lot of issues with the deep models. For example, this is the work which proved, whatever you just randomly change the labels, okay? Make the banana as the dog as a banana, but your deep model is ready to accept whatever you are saying, right? Like a stupid student, okay? And it always gives you 100% training accuracy. Even with the shuffle data, whatever you train, 100% shuffling you do, exactly it will give you the correct label for the trained data. But if you give the actual data which is not shuffled, the performance falls with the amount of corruption. So that shows you can make the model to whatever you want to do, right? So that's where if somebody is poisoning the data, right? And it easily accepts the poison and misbehaves, basically. And this is also easily explained because if you have some amount of data, you can always fit a model to this given data, but it will never know what will happen beyond this range of the data. So that's where all these adversarial things are going on, all these accidents that happen because of this is not part of your training, okay? Because you cannot capture all the situations just by using your data. And this is another example. If you look at this image, we have no idea what is there in the image, right? But if you ask this deep model, it will clearly say, oh, there is a dog. We'll be wondering where the dog is, actually. But how we created this image is actually we took a dog image and shuffled them and then created that image, right? So what the model sees is the patch-wise importance. Basically, it looks as there are many patches that gives the evidence for the dog, and it says of the dog. Whereas our human brain says, this is not at all an image. There is nothing meaningful in this. So there's one major change that you can look at that. Whereas this is very simple for us to recognize here. This is a car image or a sports car, or something you can say, right? Even you can say what brand it is. But if I ask a model, it says it's a toaster. Okay? It's such a simple image, why it should say as a toaster, okay? All we did is actually we added a little bit of noise. The noise is amplified to show here. It's a very small amount of noise that you add to this image, and the sports car becomes a toaster, right? So this shows the perception of machines are very, very different from human beings. Okay? It can easily attack these models just by injecting a little bit of noise. You can easily derail them. And yeah, this is another example where the school bus becomes ostrich, right? We will never imagine these kind of things that it can say. And not only this, you can make the model to say what you want to say also. So it's called the targeted attack. So all these things started with the Goodfellow's work in 2014. They already found, okay, even adding a mild perturbation derails your deep model, right? And even if you make the model, and the model is getting fooled with 100% confidence, basically your confidence level also goes up when it makes a mistake. That's another worrying thing. And think of the situation where the signboards are being read by the cars wrongly, right? So you get into a lot of accidents, right? Also, one more thing is you can ask, if you have access to the model only, you can attack, right? If I protect my model, you may not be able to attack. But that's not the case. You can get your attack from your own model and transfer this attack to any other model, it still works. It may not be attacking 90% of the time, but it at least attacks by 40 to 50% of the time. Even that's a very huge amount. So this is what I explained. The transferability is nothing but you create your own attack with your own model, with your own data, and transfer this attack to any other remote model, it's still, you can attack those models. So there is something called a physical attack where you can prepare a sticker kind of a thing and then put it in image. So this sticker is actually generated for a toaster. So whenever you put the sticker anywhere, it is recognized as a toaster. It won't recognize the actual object. Okay? And we also tried, instead of putting a sticker in the middle of the image, we just took the 5 lines around the boundary of the image and then just modify those boundaries. It's called adversarial frame. Interior of the image is not touched. There is no noise added. Just by adding this frame, you can make your model fail very easily. Again, this shows how the machines are perceiving things. It's very, very different from human. We will never ever make a mistake in recognizing these images. And not only all models can be easily fooled by just doing this, okay? No exceptions. And also you can make the model to say what you want to say. For example, for each soccer ball, I will create one frame. Whenever you put this frame, it will always say soccer ball, okay? So this is what is a targeted attack, okay? So you can make the model to say what you want to say. And again, this is another nice example from CMU where you can print a spectacle in such a way that you can claim as though you are somebody else. So this is very dangerous because you can wear the spectacle and gain the access to any other place, right? And similarly, you can change the stop time sign to a speed limit or something like this just by putting some stickers. It's not only for the classification models, even for any deep model you take, whatever is there, all these can be attacked. This is one example for the segmentation. So you can see the left top and bottom images are, the bottom one is the attacked image, but we hardly perceive any attack, but you can see the output of the model is very, very different from which does not even correlate with the input side. So crafting the adversarial attack is a very, very simple one. I will just quickly say it's basically a loss surface where we are training the model to reduce the cost. What we are going to do is we are going to increase the cost, that's all. The model itself is intact. What are the pixels that can be added to this model to increase the loss, basically? So if you take this noise delta and then add it to any image, then it is going to derail your model. Okay? Crafting is very easy. The attack is very easy. Within one step, you can create this attack and feed this to a machine learning model, and it will give you a wrong output. Okay? So these are some of the bad sides of the model. I have covered both the positive as well as the negative side. Basically, this is just the introduction to my lab, where we are research students, PhD students, a couple of them we are working with and publishing top venues. And these are past students. Without their effort, I'm not here to present all these things. Yeah? All of them contributed to our research in our lab. So these are current students working in different areas of machine learning, how to make the machine learning more practical. Right? And so these are some of the topics here. Before closing it, I would say I want to just show this slide where we are as a country. We are standing in the global AI research. This is the recent ICCV International Conference on Computer Vision, which happened in Paris. You can see these are the accepted paper list for various countries. You can see the first one is China. You have 850 papers from China, and so many things. After that, you can find where the India is, right? So we have 16 papers. It's less than 1% representation. So we need more people to come to research, and we should increase the amount of impact in the global venues. This is not only for this conference. Any top tier conference you take, this is our situation. So though we are having so many startups, we are talking about AI, we are doing very less in the research front. Okay? So in order to increase the visibility, we need all the good students from the colleges to get into research rather than entering the IT industry. Right? So with this I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Babu. So while Professor Bernard had taken us to the mysteries of brain, uncovering how the brain is functioning so that we can use them in a preventive kind of, in the health technologies and so forth, Professor Babu was able to take us through how we are using missions to understand the biological intelligence that we are naturally bestowed with. Thank you so much. I'll probably start with one question for you. So we have all these tools. You also mentioned about the positives and the negatives of artificial intelligence, and especially you spoke about many challenges such as the deep fake and the issues of not having enough data across various domains which may have problems in the machine learning ability. I wanted to just understand what are all the technological innovations happening that can help overcome some of these things as well.
So as I told you, the data is the main fuel for all these deep models, and data generation is very expensive, as I told, right? So that's why all the rich countries, they are having more and more data, whereas the poor countries, they hardly have any data. So that is even being reflected by all our generative models as a bias. If you take any generative models and then ask something, it is going to give output which is compatible with the countries that are rich, that are having more internet traffic, more data. Okay? It hardly represents the third world countries because they don't have that much of data, that much of internet presence. Okay? So this is a huge problem, okay? And the model always overfits to the data, right? So there is some approach called domain adaptation. How, if the model is generated in one kind of data, how this can be transferred to another domain, right? This is called the domain adaptation. So we are also working in this area. Domain adaptation is one thing which can transfer the developed model using another data to, for example, European data to Indian data. You collect very little bit of Indian data and then fine-tune, adjust the model in such a way that the whole training is used for fine-tuning for your region, right? So this is one of the important areas where things are going well. So domain adaptation is the one thing that we rely on here, where you can use the current minimal amount of data to adapt your model to the situation.
Thank you so much, Professor Babu. There was a question.
Yeah, sure.
You scared me to death. So first I have a comment. I think that the future Nobel Prize is the person who will be able to make a self-driving car in Bangalore's traffic.
Exactly, yeah.
That seems like an impossible task to do. It's all purely random. So my question is, based on what you said, and well, you can, of course, kind of hijack the system, and if you introduce noise, you have misclassification. But can it be done also, is a naive question, in naturalistic conditions? Let's say that somebody is crossing on a pedestrian area, a car is coming with the detector, but the person is carrying something, I mean, maybe a costume or some colors that would generate this noise that you inject to fool the system, but that would be a natural occurrence, and then the classifier would de-identify that as a person and make maybe something that does not exist, and the car would go through and bump over the pedestrian. Can this happen?
Yes, of course, it can happen. Okay, what we showed is with the signboard actually. Basically, even the person wearing a dress which is adversarially printed, right, can easily fool the model, right? So I don't know who will take that risk, but yeah, it will happen. Yes, you can always print adversarial dress and then wear it, and then go. Also, if we also don't know, some weird patterns can trigger these things also, unknowingly, right? So that's why these accidents happen, because these scenarios were not encountered in the data, training data. So that is why you get into these accidents. So as I told you, you cannot cover the 100% of through the data, because the anomalies are always there. It always keeps happening. In that situation, the model completely fails.
Oh, Professor.
Yes.
I'm faculty at IIM Udaipur. Have some interest in research in AI. So I was just curious, is there only one model like that gives out the output, or we can have a assembly of models that predict and then may select the majority decision that's been taken? Because obviously one of the model may get fooled by adversarial information in a GAN. Can we have like several models for the same task and then see what output comes out from that, and then select the best performing?
Yeah, what you are asking is already there in practice. They are called ensemble models, right? So there are multiple models that is giving you an output. But the research folks, we always believe in worst case performance, right? You expose all your ensemble model, even if you have 10 or 100 models, right? Give the entire model to me, I will generate an attack which attacks all the 100 models, right?
Right.
So this is where the transparent way of attacking that we wanted. We want to see the worst case performance of the model, right?
Right.
So if you expose all the ensemble model, again I can attack those models equally like any single model. Okay. You cannot prevent it.
It's going to be the part of our future life.
Yes, so robustness is making the model robust is really, really hard. We are very, very far from making our model robust.
Right.
It is going to be there for next few decades.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further questions? If you could take over the tea break. Thank you.
Hey, can I ask one quick? Sorry.
Okay.
So, Professor, I had specific question on CycleGAN, which I will ask you offline, outside. But your thoughts on why research interest in India is so limited among youngsters who just graduate and then want to. What kind of help do you think government can bring to the table, and why is institution like IIC not able to tap into that to influence better research, interests?
Yeah, this is a very interesting and important question actually. Whenever I go to give a talk in an institute, I would always ask the faculty, send one student per class to research. All others can go to IT industry, right? If you stop having good talents for IT industry, all of them come to research, then we will be very beneficial. Even sitting in IISc, we are finding it very hard to get a reasonable research student. All this is because of students are not exposed to what is research at their bachelor's life, right? And they wanted to, all they know is getting into the IT industry and kind of, I know what happens after that, right?
Maybe collaboration with the industry is where...
So all those who wanted to do research, they are keen on flying to US or Europe kind of place and then do research. And we are left with very few students here in India, right? Okay, so I would blame only the IT industry, which is going to all the institutes and picking up all good students. I would say leave the good students, pick them. For them, even average students are more than enough. Just take them. Leave others for research. That is the only way, I would say.
Thank you so much. Now I would request Professor Veda to please hand over the memento to Professor Babu. Now we'll break for tea and meet again here at 11:40, please. Thank you.
Check.
Hello, requesting everybody to please get seated so that we can reconvene the sessions. Hello. I'm sorry to just barge in here in the coffee area. Please, if we could have everybody back and take their seats. Sorry, I knew. It's your birthday.
Very well conducted, Yoshika. Very nice.
We are reconvening the session, so requesting everybody to please return, take your seats, get comfortable. Could you please just, yeah, thank you. Sir, could you please just take a seat back? Sorry for just in the conversation. Mr. Rajesh, could you just take a seat back? If all of you could please take a seat back, please. Thank you. If you could also please take a seat back. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning once again. I request everyone to please be seated. We will get started with the next panel discussions. Hi, everyone. Good morning once again. Digital disruption and India's rise in the global tech stage. India has emerged as a powerhouse of innovation and disrupting traditional models and leaving a mark in the global stage. From startups that challenge the status quo and established giants that are pushing the boundaries of what is possible in today's world. The narrative of India is remarkable, and it is only going forward. One noteworthy example, which we have already discussed, is the UPI payment systems, which has changed the financial sector altogether, bringing financial inclusion and changing the financial landscape, not just within the country, but abroad as well. It's a beacon of hope and inspiration to all the countries in the global landscape who looks forward to the financial inclusion that India has brought to practice. We embark on this discussion today of digital disruption, India's rise to global tech in the global tech stage. We discuss the numerous examples, examine the ideas, and the nation's influence in shaping the narrative that is today and in future to come. I invite Mr. Rajesh Nambia to moderate this session on the stage, please. With over 3 decades of experience in enterprise technologies and delivery, Mr. Nambiar has worked with some of the largest IT sector providers in the world and driving digital transformations and building a thriving business. Currently, he is the chairman and managing director of Cognizant India and a part of the Cognizant's Global Executive Council. Mr. Nambiar serves as chairperson of NASSCOM. He also chairs the Cognizant Foundation in India and serves on the global board of US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today.
Thank you.
I would like now to invite all the esteemed panelists for the discussion. Mr. Ajay Vick, Country Managing Director at Accenture India. Daisy Chittalapalli, President, Cisco India and SAARC.
Okay.
Ram Kumar Narayanan, Executive Vice President Technology and Services for FIS across India and Philippines. Thank you so much for joining in today. Mr. Nambia, over to you.
Thank you. I hope this mic works. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I know that this very interesting crowd. I just kind of been watching this since morning. I think very participatory panel audience. So I'm hoping that we also have a fantastic panel here. I mean I know most of them really well. So I know that we're going to have a good discussion. But I think the topic is very interesting, right? And there is no better time than to talk about the rise of India as a country around the global tech stage. So I know that we didn't introduce the panelists fully. So what I'll do is I know they didn't want to get into, they told me they don't want to introduce themselves, but I'm going to ask them just say a couple of lines about themselves very quickly. So we'll start with Ajay. Yeah.
So Ajay Vij, Country Managing Director for Accenture. This morning, Rajesh started with the question, how long I've been in Bangalore, so good 24 years now. Literally seen the tech wave happen over here, and so very excited about it.
Thank you,
Ajay Vij.
Thank you, appreciate it, yeah. Daisy?
Good morning, and thank you for being here. Thank you for having us here. Daisy Chittalapalli, President, Cisco India and SAARC. Been in the tech industry since the mid-90s. In my 20th year at Cisco, Bangalorean at heart, been here since 97, have lived here the longest of anywhere I've lived in the country.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ram Kumar Narayanan, it's my 35th year in the tech industry. Split across multiple roles. I've done both consumer internet and enterprise software. But somewhere along the way, I've been tagged as this person who runs GCCs. I'm on my 5th one in the last 18 years. But that aside, I think one of my passions has been about how do we grow the product ecosystem in India. Until recently, I was chairing the NASSCOM's Product Council, followed by the Deep Tech Council. So an area of passion for me personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. No, I really appreciate that you've taken the time. I know that all of you have an extremely busy schedule. This morning when we were talking about, I'm the only one from Delhi, so they're all from Bangalore. So we're talking about, is the Bangalore traffic worse than the Delhi pollution, right? I don't know which is worse or which is better. We should probably do a quick voting. They all feel that Delhi pollution is worse than the Bangalore traffic. I don't know. It's up to you to decide which is worse. But anyway, coming back to the topic, I think as you probably noticed last few days, there's a lot of discussion on Davos. Previously, there was a lot of, when people go to Davos, they have to really sell India as a concept and as a destination and so on and so forth. But today, the discussion has changed fully. I think in this particular Davos, the participation from India and the fact that India has really kind of achieved the status. So the whole topic about how the raising position of India across the global tech stage especially is no longer a point of debate, but the debate should be, for example, there was one particular topic in Davos which said, I think, can India seize the moment? I wrote down the topic. But then the first answer I think one of the ministers gave was that, why are you even asking the question? India's already seized the moment. Yeah? I don't know if it's that true or not, but we will debate all of that. 25% of the new startup founded in India were in deep tech. So I think technology forms a very, very important part of what we're going to talk about today, and that is actually going to give rise to India. I think we probably missed the core infrastructure battle at some point in time, but I think we are now actually far ahead on the digital infrastructure. That's what we're going to talk about. This morning you heard Amitabh Khan talking about the whole DPI, digital public infrastructure, and how it has done really, really well. With all of that, 7%, give or take a few percentage point here and there, that's the growth rate of India today. Right? This year we will do, whatever, 7.1, 7.2, if we are able to get that fastest growing economy in the world. A lot of optimism around India as a country and what we could do. All of that is going well. So I want to see if we could structure our discussion with our esteemed panelists here in about 3 different buckets. Why are we doing that? Because we strongly believe that there are a few influencing factors which is actually making India what it is and the growth of what we are doing, what we are seeing in India. The first one is actually, in some sense, what we call it this post-pandemic era. After the whole COVID situation that we had, there is an irreversible acceleration of digital adoption, if you may. That's irreversible because if you saw, even in a payment system, for example, before COVID and after COVID, you see that there's a massive transformation, if you may, in how we handle payments. So that's irreversible in some sense. So that has actually played a huge role. And then, of course, the second one is emergence of AI, emergence of generative AI to very specifically. All of that is going to make a big difference. Now, this being the backdrop, we thought we should discuss 3 different areas, and hopefully we'll have time to get through this. First is around innovation in general, innovation in India amongst the technology companies, innovation in academia, the universities that some of you probably represent, in startup ecosystem, in government, and so on and so forth. I think we spoke enough about what government does around the innovation, but we'll dwell a little more about what corporate should do and what the university should do, startups should do, and so on and so forth. Second is around digital integration of whatever we do in digital technology, integration of that into core industries, whether it is a pharmaceutical company, whether it's a manufacturing company, and so on and so forth. How do we really integrate them into those companies? The third is, of course, talent. We can't talk any of these things without talking about India's digital talent that matters, talent that we're going to be growing in the next few years. You heard, again, in the previous speakers talk about talent being a very critical component of how we would develop this whole ecosystem. So with that, let me turn it out to my panelists now. Right? We'll start with this innovation as a broad topic, and I know that all 3 of you are involved in some kind of form or fashion. I like the way that we have a services firm represented, we have a product firm, and Ram is everything, right? So Ram has represented GCCs, product firms, a whole lot of other things, and he's also been chairing deep tech. NASSCOM's deep tech till recently. So it comes with a lot of point of view on what innovation should do. So, but let me start with Daisy, though. See, when you look at the active pillars of digital in the country today, we talked about tech companies doing innovation, governments, startup, probably to some extent even academia and then universities. Now, we talked a lot about DPI and the digital public infrastructure. I don't think any other country has built it in such a very elegant form, the whole DPI, and then on top of that we're doing UPIs and so on and so forth. Can we systematically take this and extend it beyond what we've been able to do? Maybe you can take an example of, even in a product innovation ecosystem, how does this fit into it, and what are your thoughts on how can we do this better as we move forward?
So I think we are all very proud of the digital public infrastructure in this country, right? So maybe, because I'll stick with the UPI example because I think it's a recurrent theme since morning in this conference. So you look at, and you draw the parallels to the product innovation world, Rajesh, because we are very good at services innovation. I don't think we need to explain ourselves on the global stage with respect to services innovation and our competence to provide services to the rest of the world. But I think product innovation and becoming a leader in products worldwide is still a journey. I would say we are at the beginning of that journey. So you look at the product ecosystem, or any brand or company who is successful in the product space. Really, there are three things that differentiate them. One is innovation. Yes, you've got to have technology innovation for sure, but then you've also got the ability to scale, right? Build technology that solves a problem that has applicability in multiple markets and therefore is scalable. And then the last piece is sustainability. And sustainability historically meant governance, but today, if you have to have a global brand for anything, you've also got to take care of the societal and environmental elements of how you build your product. So there are three pieces to this. And if I look at what DPI or UPI as an example has done, it has addressed this conversation about innovation. There's no question about it. It has addressed the innovation thing. Is it scalable? Yes, it is. Is it sustainable? Now with the conversation around DPI for climate finance that the government is talking about, the sustainability element of these large-scale platforms also have to be good for the planet. That conversation is a thing. But again, if I were to be the devil's advocate on UPI, right? What UPI has done is it has, of course, brought in financial inclusion. It has brought in transparency. It has, organized or formalized our cash economy. It has created transparency and efficiencies by taking out middlemen and layers that were not required. So it's done all that. But it's still being run as a pro bono environment, right? It is still the monetization piece, which is what makes really successful businesses. I would say it is still to be answered, right? Because if you look at NPCI, which is doing 73% of the 11 billion transactions or so that is happening in the country today, NPCI is a not-for-profit company. If you look at the banks that are carrying bulk of this load, and who are running the operations of making this possible, they are doing it pro bono. But the hope is that the activation of the informal economy and the entrepreneurship that it will spur grassroots up will ultimately keep India at that sustained 7%. But this is a luxury that product companies will not have. So product companies have to get to this monetization far earlier, right? Now, the first time that we're talking about value addition to the economy is when ONDC, so Aadhaar completely pro bono, UPI, some ecosystems that are monetizing it created on top. ONDC sitting on top will finally add $60 to $80 billion by 2030 to the Indian economy. But I think product companies have got to figure out this model much, much faster. And for this room, really, historically, we have had a very uneasy relationship between pure R&D, academia, and industry. And monetization of IP is also a very uneasy conversation. We've got to break this. Okay, that's one big shift, I would say, for this room as a call to action. I think this uneasiness in our monetization of IP, we've got to figure out if we've got to build strong product companies from India. I think the second thing which we should, this concept of reciprocal innovation, of peer ecosystems and peers which come together, and even competitors which come together for reciprocity and create IP for jointly and individually in that process. I think that is still to take. The good news is at least the academia is taking a much stronger interest in getting closer to industry and focusing on monetization of IP. This conference is perhaps a good example of the kind of activities that are happening in that space. IIT Madras is doing a really good thing, right? They have an incubator with 350 startups, well-funded, 150 patents filed. We are always in the paper space in India. I think we have to get to the patent space, and from the patent space, the ultimate goal is monetization of
of those patents. So that's one piece. But the second one, this conversation about reciprocal innovation, I still find there's a lot of hesitance. You know, it's very normal that companies, I give a Cisco example. We very often collaborate with people with whom we have overlapping competitive areas, because in these spaces we collaborate, we create markets. So that's reciprocal innovation, I think, is still a new conversation in India. I think that also has to happen. And for DPI to become a model, I would say serious thought process about how DPI becomes not taxpayer money funded, but sustainably funded. When you and me start paying for the digital transaction and the repercussions of that, I think we still need to test that. But if we can test that monetization, then that can become a model.
No, I couldn't disagree with any of what you said. I think monetization sometimes is seen as a bad thing. And I'm sure even our panel is called corporate panel, because corporate is seen as the bad people who monetize all the innovation, which the other people do, and so on and so forth. But I think without monetization, it's not sustainable over a period of time. I mean, you can only do so many things. And that leads to my question for Ram. Ram and I, and with a few others, we spoke about some of this at one point in time. And he brought in this beautiful concept of how India as a country, we consume a lot of innovation from West here, and then the flow is always from West to East, and it's hardly from East to West. I mean, we don't create something here and then take it to the world, and so on and so forth. I think we should do both. I mean, create something here, use it here, and adopt it here, and for the domestic market, and so on and so forth, but also take it to the world, at least to the global south and whatnot. So I just very curious to understand a little more, Ram, as to what you were sort of giving up the idea.
Thank you, Rajesh. See, the thing is, the way I look at this is, I don't disagree with Daisy's perspective of sustainability of technology and innovation. But I would also say that there are certain rails that have to be built with public-private or public partnership, right? I mean, the government building it is not a bad thing. If you look back at the US, the big kicker came when DARPA and a lot of these got funded in the 40s and 50s. And that gave rise to a whole host of things that we have all benefited from, right? If you think about the semiconductor revolution, if you think about space, space technologies that had a positive effect on the rest of society. So government creating that initial impetus is actually needed, right, for it to catalyze. I think where we are today, and this is where I start to get excited about deep tech, is the fact that for the first time, you have a set of areas where India can actually has the opportunity to take a lead. A lot of the other stuff we were behind. Even today, this whole semiconductor discussion we're having about setting up fabs. See, these are manufacturing, okay? I mean, these are like assembling iPhones. I mean, I'm sorry to say this, but the way I look at this is until you get into the supply chain of semiconductors, from the design to, research to design to manufacturing to productization, we are still going to this concept of West to East. I mean, at the end of the day, you may do manufacturing and all, and hope that it has a trickle-back effect on the design and the other phases that need to come. And there are some structural issues. There are some things, which will take a very long time, if at all, to gestate. But if you look at opportunities in healthcare, if you look at health tech, and I'm very specific to technology applications, in health, agriculture, climate tech, see, these are areas where India is going to face a massive amount of problem, right? You know that. And where there are problems, one of the definitions of innovation that I've heard and I actually subscribe to is the fact that it starts with problem definition. I think, Daisy, you also touched upon the fact that if you're able to frame the problem in a way in which it can be solved potentially, or at least research through conversion to IP, and I agree with this point about IP. If you don't generate fundamental intellectual property, you're always going to be a taker and not a producer, right? I mean, technology, that's a given. I mentioned to you, and we all straddle this fence, right? We all, work for global companies, so we have seen what the effect of these things are. But we are also here, and we also, kind of chomp at the bit saying, how do we catalyze this larger ecosystem to think differently? We did this with services, IT services, and there's a lot of this debate that happens, IT services, or, are they just producing, just using talent to service? And I know two gentlemen here who are in the middle of this. But, so what? IT services has produced more revenue for India than, as they say, Saudi has done exporting oil. Okay? There's nothing to scoff at. And it has created a whole set of jobs and pulled people up from one level of their socioeconomic segment to another socioeconomic segment. We have to celebrate this. But having said that, that doesn't take away from the fact that there are other areas that we need to develop. We are not a consumption country. I mean, how much ever we talk about digital disruption, if you look at the percentage spent on technology, many of you represent various kinds of companies as well, it doesn't exist. Our research to academia, academic research to productization conversion is probably abysmally low. I'm sorry to say this because I've been digging deep into this for a very long time. If you look at the number of professors in many of our top tier institutions who have a mindset to convert research into product areas or potential areas of solutions that can not only start here but go take on the world, it's very small still. There are structural issues. When I talk to some of the IIT professors, they say, we have policies. That doesn't allow us to do this. It's unlike the US, where a professor can create a company and straddle two fences of being a professor and a technologist and an entrepreneur. We have to fix some of these things. These are not unfixable. Nothing is ever written in stone, right? The question is, how does a room like this actually take on this challenge and convert? So a few of us can keep talking about it. We can catalyze, across our communities in NASSCOM, we have 1,000+ people who are passionate about this and are working towards it. But we can't make it all happen. There has to be a grassroots movement. This is where I think, to me, DPI is a fantastic example of a government-created or rails on which people are starting to build. And as even UPI, as it goes global, right? I mean, Google and NPCI have announced recently, I saw an announcement that said Google is going to take UPI to the global market, right? So there's, these things will happen. But I totally agree with the fact that we have to create fundamental IP. We have a lot of problems around which that IP can be built. We have to have a mindset of productization. And that means that it's not just about engineers or scientists. We need, and this is a business school conference, I would challenge the business schools in India to say, how are we going to create people who can fundamentally think through new business models, product management, product marketing. There's a whole, sales. We have a sales leader here, a couple of sales leaders. They are fantastic in the work that they do. But are we creating global sales leaders from here who can take on these companies, take them global? And global, I'm not talking about just selling to mid-market, right? I'm not talking about selling to SMEs. That's what a lot of Indian SaaS companies have been doing. I'm talking about taking on the top 500 enterprises and be able to drive enterprise sales from India. That kind of ambition, if you don't have at the business school levels, it doesn't matter, right? It will stay behind. We will still produce some products and IP and then depend on building out some of these scale roles from outside India. They just don't exist. I've been trying to catalyze product management ecosystem in India for the last 18 years. I'm a product manager by background, and I will unabashedly say so. It doesn't exist, right? So I would put this as a challenge to this group here and to, I hope you amplify this in other places. How are we going to make this happen? And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Rama. I think you covered a very broad spectrum. And I think that kind of nicely leads into my question for Ajay. I think, Ajay, I know Accenture is involved with the universities in multiple ways. There's a university relationship, both from the hiring point of view, working with them, creating IP, etc. But the challenge which both of them articulated, creation of IP, creation of intellectual property, creation of patents, also commercialization in some extent, combined with what the universities are trying to do, the whole academia is trying to do. Do you have any thoughts around how could they actually do this effectively, partnering with companies like Accenture or the likes of Accenture? I don't want to name individual companies. I think, so how do you see that going forward?
No, absolutely. And building on what just got said. So it's very clear that our journey in services industries, and you'll agree, in the last 20 years has been not just because we have lots of talent. It's the quality of talent that's really played a role, right? What started maybe as a testing the waters with cost arbitrage, then the next challenge that came up was, can you industrialize it at this level? The third challenge was, what's your differentiator, right? Everybody is able to give you numbers. Where are you going to go? And that's where innovation really started coming into play. And today, most of the large companies, believe you me, are the innovation engine for the global organization, correct? And even talking GCCs, I think initially it was just having an outpost in India or Philippines because everybody was doing it. Today, the scenario is that R&D is happening out of here. How does it continue like that? Coming to your question specifically, yes, it is imperative that the organizational leadership enables that, first of all, right? Without that, nothing will be successful. So it needs to begin from top and cascade down that we believe that these service centers are our future. This is where global leadership is going to come from. This is where global thinking is going to come from. And I think Gen AI will be a good example of that, right? While it's an innovation, the incubation of use cases should really happen out of places like India. If not, I think we'll lose the battle on that. So we really need to do that. Now, we cannot do it alone. If an organization believes that no matter how much money they spend on R&D, the cycle's going to be long, the journey is going to take time, I don't think we can do it alone. And that's where the ecosystem comes into play, right? One could be startups, right? There are many thousands of startups. There are good examples of unicorns. How do we bring them together with us, even in our sales pitches today, right? That if we get this startup into the deal along with us, we'll move faster, there's more agility there, we could combine it with our products and it could work better. So the whole thing on open innovation and opening it up makes great sense and should be more and more. Second, government, of course, you said. Without that, scale comes from there. Anything to be tested will need to come from the government or through the government. And those partnerships will really help a lot. Academia, yes, of course, your innovation hubs, your whole thinking around it. But more importantly, it's about talent again, right? How can you build that mindset, that persona in the talent at that early age to say, it's good to be thinking out of the box. It's good to be taking risks. Yes, the ecosystem will change. In the past, we didn't have the DNA of risk-taking. It's changed a lot. In the past, bureaucracy was a hurdle. It's changed a lot. Today, in fact, it's encouraging us rather than anything else. So that partnership of organizations, academia, and the government is the secret as we go forward into this. Totally. And then, yes, of course, the leadership mindset, right? If that's not going to take us, we won't go anywhere.
I couldn't agree more, Ajay. Before we leave the innovation topic and move to our next two things, I just have one quick closing comment. I want Daisy to comment on this. You earlier spoke about commercialization or creation of IP, and all of that is so critical from whether it is corporate and government point of view. Do you say the same thing with academy as well? And if so, what would be the suggestion that you could give to the academia saying, how could they commercialize? How could they create IPs and patents?
So I think Ram alluded to the regulatory environment, but we do see a really good example, and that's why I called out IIT Chennai and their research park effort that they're doing, right? If you look at just fundamentally how it has been set up, it hasn't been set up as a grant. Typically the industry and academia partnership is we will have scholarships or grants and then we'll keep a distance from it. But the way that the research park has been set up in IIT Chennai is it is like it is set up as an enterprise.
Correct.
Borrowing capital, grounds up, borrowing capital, etc. So there is I'm not saying other academic institutions have to do it that way, but there is an example of an institute which has already taken, set a path forward, which is different from all the policies and regulations which seem to be constraining other environments. And what they are doing is really inviting industry partners, anybody, including us, to come take a look at the startups they are incubating. And then, all of us have access to both Indian companies as well as the multinational global companies who operate here. We all have significant corporate development investment funds at our disposal. We are looking to take positions in some of these spaces, either as a investor, maybe, ultimately at some stage at a buyout, maybe a go-to-market partnership. Yep. So all these three possibilities are there. So there is no dearth of the industry's appetite to participate financially and also then bring in professional management, professional mentorship, subject matter expertise, and all of that, to Ajay's point, locally available at the size at which the tech companies are in India today, and the talent that they have access to, not just their own, but the ecosystem that they can coral around themselves as well.
Totally agree.
So,
thank you for that. Yeah. No, so now you know where to go to if you want money. Daisy is the person you should go to. She has a big purse. She'll open it up for all of you. Yeah? But before I go to my next topic, I want to see if there's one or two quick questions from the audience, and then we're still not done. But yes, one question from there. Yeah. Tata Digital is...
yes, this is Amit Dalka from Tata Digital. Since you mentioned talent availability and Ram also mentioned about design, right? If you look at the consumer app product ecosystem versus the enterprise or SaaS ecosystem, right? And incidentally, I've had the vantage point of working on both of these spaces. In the consumer ecosystem, I see that, or rather we see that our design, product, talent, the outcomes, the outputs, the maturity is at the level of where it is globally, right? But if you look at some of our SaaS products, right? I mean, there are one or two exceptions, but at scale, our SaaS products compared to global SaaS products, which are best in class like a Salesforce, or even average global SaaS products, the UX and the product is there is a perception that it is perhaps not at par. So why, is there a reason why this panel believes, or Ram, you believe that there is this disparity between the maturity of product and design thinking on our consumer ecosystem versus the enterprise ecosystem?
Yeah. So, can I take this?
Yes, please.
So I think some of my early comments kind of speaks to it. UX cannot fix the lack of understanding of a customer at depth and their problem statements and what they're doing in the comparative. You need, in any product organization, you need a set of roles that need to come together to actually produce that product in a way in which it's acceptable to the customer and it actually meets certain kinds of criteria and bar, right? That requires people who are product marketers who really understand the inbound requirements coming from these customers. What's the real pain point? What do we need to solve for? What does that look like as it moves forward? You need product managers who can then translate that requirements coming into something that is digestible by the rest of the folks who are going to work on this. Design needs to have a seat at the table when this discussion is happening, because they need to hear the exact same reasons as to why we need to go build this in a way in which we need to meet the demands of the customer, right? If you do it on a throw it over the wall basis, in a lot of ways, Indian product companies start with an engineering mindset. Nothing wrong with it, but you can't build something and then say, okay, how am I going to put the right, kind of layer on it to actually take it to market? So there's a fundamental understanding that needs to come. Some of it is a challenge because you're not in the same market. You don't have the same, sensitivity to the customer if you're trying to sell it to other markets. But having said that, I mean, we consume US-built products. This is the point I was making earlier, west to east. Either we live with it or it is built in a way in which it is fundamentally solving a need which exists in other places as well, right? And then, of course, it has the flexibility for customizations and those kinds of things. That is the kind of mindset we need to get to. And that cannot be done by just having engineers or just having design folks or, and missing all of the other ingredients that need to come in, right? And then, I bring back the fact that it is a team game. All of these people need to have a seat at the table to have a product, including the salespeople, including the, everything, marketers, all of that, in order for us to build these successfully at scale. Other part of this is, these needs exist in India too. Why aren't we willing to pay for these things here? That is the biggest problem. Is, Indian SMEs who probably have, maybe, we can argue the maturity levels of adoption and all that. But at the end of the day, the problem is the same. You're still running a business. We don't seem to appreciate the fact that, these are problems that people have. I mean, I'm talking about from a customer lens perspective. And be willing to pay for these products for the value they're bringing. This is not about beating down price. Unfortunately, most, we'd say we are a value-driven market, which just means that I'll pay you 1/10 of what you deserve. Right? I mean, as global salespeople of selling global products here, I've heard this from my sales counterparts in India that say, look, for every dollar I can generate in India, it's easier for me to generate 10 outside India. The same product will, you'll have a $100 million deal somewhere, you'll do a $10 million deal here. Okay? So I think as a country, we also have to start realizing that these are value drivers for us, and it'll actually catalyze the next wave of growth for our businesses, which pulls up the rest of socioeconomic segments along with it. So I think this is a, this is an interlinked problem. Sorry, it's a long answer to your short question.
No, I think it perfectly leads up to our topic as well, right? Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to, I'm going to belabor the point a little bit, but in India, our innovation, a lot of, you said 25% tech startups, and frankly, they occupy the general imagination of the country in terms of innovation. But a lot of the reasons why companies survive are the boring things, right? How good are their salespeople? How good are their marketing people? How good are their customer service people? And the amount of money you plunge into keeping this product up to speed and scale as you go along, right? It's not a new philosophy. If you look at some of the most innovative companies in tech, which actually gave things to the world, Sun Microsystems comes to mind. I had a very, early in my career, one of the most innovative companies gave Java to the world, gave NFS to the world. Every other company that exists today has made money off those technologies, but the company that innovated and gave the world those technologies died.
Interesting.
Right? Yeah. So it's not just innovation that will keep, it's not just innovation that, and there are many such examples, right? In many areas, not just in tech. So the boring pieces of running a business and the professionalism required around them, governance, I will call it governance, and so that's why I said sustainability, right? And of which, let's start with governance. And governance is an area in the context of Indian brands that we have a long, long way to go.
I thought we should just move on. Great point. But I think when you look at the same thing that you just now said in terms of how do companies create technology and how do they monetize it, etc. Also, we should look at the digital integration in core industries. So that's what we want to talk about, maybe a couple more minutes and then we move to talent. When you look at digital integration in core industries, today, every company is a tech company. It wasn't the case 5 years ago or even 10 years ago, right? It's very, the examples from the past, whether it is Uber or Airbnb, etc. They're predominantly serving a different need, but inherently they're very core, at the core they were actually technology companies, right? So when technology started as an enabler for the industry, core industries, if you really see, now most of the companies, technology is no longer an enabler, but technology is the core for many of these companies. You take up a Tesla, is it an automobile company or a technology company, right? So all of that is a serious debate and discussion in terms of do they create those capabilities within the company because it's core, it's no longer outsource it, but you create it because it's core, it's no longer something which is on the periphery. Olden days when you had IT as the information, people confuse between information technology, IT and then digital. Because digital is what you do for your company as a core. So my question to Ajay is that, do you see more of this? You also deal with organizations within India, even though not a very large piece of your business, Ajay, but there is some element of that. But then we also see some failures, if you may, right? Just to give you a counterpoint of view, when you look at things like GE Digital, for example, I don't know what they were trying to do, but this was an attempt, in some sense, to create the digital as a core for GE, and then you saw that GM is struggling in some sense to create something similar to what probably Tesla did, and so on and so forth. So, any opinion from your end, Ajay, on how do these industries how do they balance between in-house tech innovations, in-house core development of technology, relying on partners, be it for technology, be it for products, be it for services? Any thoughts on some of this?
Yeah, sure. So some part in fact, she mentioned about insourcing it or working with partners and let them do something that's going legacy and you look forward. But let me go back to your first statement. I think 10 years ago, we announced that every business will become a digital business. Very true. 5 years ago, we also announced that every business is a technology business and every CEO needs to be a technology CEO. Correct? Otherwise, you're not thinking. And today, I think a survey from 2023 says that a good 90% of CEOs have brought business disruption coming from technology to number one. Right? There were other factors that were there prior to this. Today, it's business disruption. Obviously, a lot more motivated by what we expect from Gen AI. And it's going to lead to looking at things differently. And let me give you another anecdotal thing, very recent. So every year we launch our tech trends in the beginning of the year. Paul Doughty, our CEO, he works on it for months together. Beginning of the year, it gets launched. This is the first time I saw the softer aspect to technology trends. In the sense that we always said human-centered, metaverse, or in the space of life sciences. This time it says human by design, right? So technology and human being are going to integrate so well that it's going to become intuitive, right? Now it's up to us after that, how do we take it as an ally? Or do we look at, yes, it will need to be responsible, there'll need to be responsible usage. So bringing all this to the space that you just spoke about. Controversial statement, will it take away some tasks? Yes, it will. My guess is anything between 30 to 40, 45% of current tasks, especially that happen in India, whether in factories or in services or in products, it just might take away. And I think that's the opportunity that's sitting over here in core industries. How do we utilize that time or productivity that gets created out of it? Goes back to leadership mindset, goes back to a long-term strategy, or mid to long-term. I won't say you can't look at 10 years at this stage. A mid to long-term strategy to say, how are we going to face this disruption that is coming in the market? How do I continue with the innovation, invest in R&D at this stage so that we can continue to make it happen? And then, of course, working with the ecosystem. Correct? If you take that out, again, one company cannot do it alone. To be agile, to be real, to remain relevant, you will need to work with partners. You need to actually proactively create an ecosystem of partners. I'll give you a very different example. When the services industry or the technology industry came to India, there was nothing that was there in the periphery, correct? Whether even the quality of buildings or the way the whole infrastructure around it, from what it was then to what we brought it here, is the creation of the industry, right? So similarly, even in the core industries, I think every leader needs to look at it. What does he or she as a leader need to develop along with it? Right? Bring it all together. The increased productivity that will come through Gen AI will actually give us more time and the ability to do it, and that's what I think as leaders we need to bring together.
No, I think that already we are into this talent as a topic. So I'll have a follow-up question for you, Ajay, as well. No, look, this industry is $245 billion industry. When you look at the industry from India serving globally. Now, there's obviously a lot of debate around what Gen AI, AI in general, but Gen AI in particular, will do to this workforce. I mean, and to add to the fuel, or if you may, in the last few quarters, for the very first time, many of the global corporations, the India-based companies and all of that, started reducing headcount, which is not a phenomenon which we saw in the past. Now, my question to maybe all three of you at some stage would be, we've always said, at least in our industry, we've always said that Gen AI will replace people who do not use Gen AI, or AI will replace people who do not use AI, which may be true, maybe not. And we also say that, look, AI might replace some tasks, as Ajay put it, but it will create more jobs eventually, right? Maybe, if you're doing the same thing over and over again, and the same discussion went on with automation in the past. I mean, we've been talking about it for quite some time. Now, my question to you, Ajay, maybe we'll begin with you and see maybe the others who want to comment as well. And then you said it that it's not going to have that impact. But what will it do? I mean, what will Gen AI will do to a workforce which is as large as 200,000, 300,000 people all of us probably have in nations and countries? What happens to these?
So let's look at it a little larger. What will it do to work? What will it do to the workforce? And what will it do to the worker? Right? These are the three aspects. And unless you define the first one, and don't just look at it as another technology coming in, it is how it is going to do complete enterprise reinvention. Right? So that's the work component I read. Once you've re-looked at that, break down the processes, new processes, some tasks get taken away. As a result, what are the new tasks, or what is the augmentation that will really happen is super important at this stage. Once you've got that clarified as a leader of the organization, as a strategy, then comes your second component of what does it mean for the workforce? Does it have a long runway with you? Do you need to upskill them? Do you need to reskill them? Worst case, do you need to change them? Correct? And that's naturally bound to happen. And once you've really decided that that's the path you're on, how are you going to work with the worker? Right? How do you really meet their aspirations? How's the new hybrid virtual post-pandemic world going to give you advantages? What are the sources that we've not looked in the past are now today available to you? How do you really bring that collective power of everything together is the true test of generative intelligence coming into play.
Perfect. Yeah.
And especially certainly in services industry, but any industry. You know, I remember once early days talking to my real estate friends, and they say, hey, the broker is never going to go away. Correct? You know, we all know how we deal with real estate.
As long as they have a separate role to play at this point.
Correct. Same thing in hotels. You'll always come to the hotel. How can service go away in a hotel? Guess what? There's a huge technology, and the pandemic just completely changed the way you and I order food or eat food, right? So things have changed. So let's take it in that. But yeah, look at the work, look at the workforce, look at the worker.
No, I think I just also want to get Daisy's and Ram's opinion on this, but from a little different point of view, right? I mean, the same thing about all of that, but the quality of work, which especially now I'm talking about the India centers of large corporations, Cisco India, or Ram, you have done all of this and many other things as well. So when you look at all of that, do you see the nature of work, to Ajay's point, the work and workforce and all of that, does it change? Is it getting better or it is getting worse? I mean, is there an AI influence on it? I mean, are people happy doing what they're doing? Or are they saying, no, I used to do much more intellectual work at some point in time. Now I'm doing a lot more dumbed-down version of the same work that I'm doing. Or people are doing in Silicon Valley, they're doing better work, but in Bangalore they're not. I'm not suggesting they are, but I just wanted your opinion. Maybe we'll start with Daisy very quickly and then go to Ram. Yeah.
So there is no lag or quality difference in the work that happens between India and the rest of the world. I think that debate is long behind us, right? We are able to do globally high quality work at very cost competitive, at the best cost economics. And like Ram said at the beginning, we should be very proud of that. There's nothing to be, keep beating saying that we are a low cost destination. We're not.
Yeah.
It has to be finally work at the best quality, because we are all developing products which have to work and serve countries all over. I think to your topic about, is of shrinkage in the headcount, and I do want to address that from a tech landscape and maybe from an India landscape as well. Every time a disruptive technology comes along, the dynamics between human and technologies will get redefined. And AI is definitely disruptive. So again, we have this period of, so the tech companies, you continue to see this. First there'll be a shrink, and there will be a refit. And every time any company does a technology transition in its space, and AI is broader, applicable in every industry and in every company, you will find a kitting or rejigging of the talent, of the kind of talent you want. And the World Economic Forum report in 23 has called it out. I think they've done an assessment. 85% of the companies are saying there will be new kinds of jobs. There will be new jobs, there will be new kinds of jobs. So the adjustment period, right? You will look at all your people, to the point Ajay is making. Do they have the necessary talent? And will they fit the new world that is coming at us? And you'll rejig. So this shrinking and expansion continues to happen. The only reason in Gen AI it's getting the global audience is because it's happening at scale across all industries at this point. I think this room will adapt very well to that change, and the tech companies will adapt very well to the change. From an Indian landscape point of view, though, the worry is that we've got 60% of our people in agriculture, and who only give 16% of the GDP. Our effort as a country was to move them from there to, maybe lower automation tasks or lower, what do you call, blue-collar tasks, right? Factories, lower service-level jobs, etc. That is a space where I think we and many countries will get challenged. The folks who go to IIM Udaipur and go to IITs and who go to everywhere else, they will figure it out, how to work with AI and how to learn with AI. The tech industry will. But the question in front of countries like India is, we were planning to bump people who were doing manual labor to semi-skilled blue-collar labor. What happens to them if those tasks get automated? That question, I think, is very much still open. And to the question, I think the focus for institutions, and since we are in an academic forum, what spelled success for the workforce earlier was largely IQ. Whether we want to talk about it or not, or whether we agree or not, this is a STEM industry.
Yes.
Right? People's IQ typically dictated what success would be. With AI, the difference is what we considered soft skills: creativity, problem solving, critical thinking, leadership. These things will differentiate, not just the ones who learn to work with AI or not learn to work with AI, but people for whom soft skills are becoming hard skills now, and that will be the differentiation. So how do we bring this awareness, and how do we, one of the things that I keep saying is separates Indian professionals from Western professionals is how amazingly good communicators they are. Right? They can say the same thing far more punchier than we'll say the same things. We'll have a lot more data points, but they can just punch it home. I'm saying on an average, I'm generalizing a little bit, but on an average, right? So these things, which are soft skills, will become hard skills. And therefore, for institutions which are very STEM, management focused, organizational design, structure, finance focused, how do you bring people, EQ, emotional intelligence? How do you teach students these things from school and upwards will become important.
In the interest of time, Ram, hold your thoughts for a second. I just want to see if there are one or two more questions that we could answer. Yeah. Srijit, in the back. If you could give a mic.
So thank you, Daisy. You raised a very valid point. My name is Srijit, IBM. We are seeing deficiency in 3 pools of skills. One is skills which we discussed with the IIC prof around research, where you have to, for example, you have to fine-tune the models. The second is design and deployment, where you have to go and, for example, prompt engineering skills falls in that category. And the third category is where somebody has to go from a business side and assess, identify what are the right use cases for the research and the deployment design team to go create. In all these 3 areas, we are seeing a significant gap. Would love to understand from this esteemed panel is, particularly for IIM Udaipur and institutions in large, what are the top 2 or 3 things they need to do differently, including curriculum change, specific actions, which we can then help IIM Udaipur and the other institutes to be ready for this upcoming gap in skills in these 3 areas?
Would like to take it, Ram? Would you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. I can take a stab and then others can add. So, great question. I think I mentioned a little bit of this in my opening remarks. First of all, I think, let me speak from a business school lens, and I went to business school almost a quarter century ago. But here are the things I learned when I went to my business school. I went, not in here, but in the US. There are a few things that actually helped. One was the fundamentals of business. There's no taking away from the core classes that people have to take in some of the fundamentals of business that needs to happen. But how do you rapidly convert that into application is very critical as well. And depending on your choice, you want to go into a specific functional area, let's say product management or marketing or whatever. How do you bring that knowledge of understanding? See, one of the biggest problems is problem framing exercise. Ability to understand, analyze a vast amount of information that's out there, but be able to synthesize a few things that somebody can latch onto their head. They may be the wrong thing, so you need to learn the ability to test that, the ability to test rapidly, fail rapidly, or pivot, right? We hear all this terminology, but you don't teach them in an academic level, right? When they're going through some of these fundamental learnings. So I would say that, one, you have to up-level some of the curriculum to include some elements of this. Examples of how you pivot, how do you analyze data, how do you build a point of view? See, one of the things I still keep coming back to is people need to have the ability to rapidly create a point of view and then test it over time. Those are the kinds of skills that is going to be valuable in the future, because technology trends will keep changing, right? I mean, Gen AI is a flavor of the day. Tomorrow it will be something else. And like clockwork, it shows up. I mean, look back in history. Something or the other keeps coming up. So don't get caught up in the technology of the day. Learn those fundamental skills, creating points of view, ability to test, ability to work with people. How do you manage by influence? See, I think these are skills that will stand the test of time from a human perspective. Technology will come and go and add nuances to it.
Absolutely. We'll take one more question on the audience.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Aniket. I'm from a small startup called Grivind, which is focusing on eco-friendly and upcycled and recycled products. Happy to hear the word sustainability since beginning, and it makes me more happier. And we started from Mr. Khan saying about sustainability goals, climate change. In fact, we also talked about Bangalore and Delhi, the traffic and all. We spoke more about artificial intelligence. I wanted to get your view, and particularly Ajay mentioned about metaverse. So I really want to understand, because that may solve a kind of problem of transport, getting frustrated and all. So do you see metaverse going taking a leap forward and changing the way we do these conferences and all? Just wanted to take your view.
Ajay, do you want to address the metaverse question?
Not the statement I used in the morning. No, as they say, the king is dead, long live the king. So metaverse is still there, it's not going away, right? So it might not be the flavor of the month, as we say, Gen I is taking over. It's still there, and I'll convert your question to more in the virtual world. Is sustainability a role to play? Yes, it certainly is. But it's an evolving space right now. First of all, one size doesn't fit all. We do the mistake of saying, hey, the hybrid for everybody, 2 days a week or 5 days a week. Each of us is facing our own challenges on that, right? And even within each organization, there will be several personas that will get created to say, come twice a month, it's fine, it's good carbon saving. It could be 5 days a month because the client needs it, or the project is under stress, or it needs daily, interaction with your colleagues or with the technology. So that's how it's going to evolve in my view. Again, it's a evolutionary stage. We will get to it, and this is not such a big problem in my mind, right? Now, with that said, putting all this together, is it...
Keep going.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think the overall result lies in the balance of things that we produce. Okay, where do we want to head as an organization? What's the kind of virtual hybrid modeling that will come into play a role over here? And how do we need, again, I keep going back to partners, how we bring the partners. And in this case, how do we spread ourselves? Right, today in this metaverse world, I think the biggest outcome that's come as good for us is just spreading in our case, our people, right? Literally giving them the flexibility, going to where they are so that that whole commute thing gets sorted out. The challenge lies in the experience that they get, correct? You can be one person sitting out of Indore and the other 5 sitting out of Bangalore. There needs to be inclusion for that person as well. Right, and that's the thing we are trying to see. 4 of us listening. By the way, if this was online, you can imagine what the 20 people online would be feeling right now, right? So we need to get those systems in place so that everybody is omni-connected. Everybody feels that technology is there to enable all this for us. So yeah, it's an evolving phase right now, but we are all thinking about it. Every organization.
There's a new complication: deep fakes.
Yeah, I know.
It's not a laughable matter, right? I mean, we were all working towards hybrid work, but there's a new problem. There's a new problem on the horizon, so.
Yeah, and it's a big one. Yeah, it's a big one. Anyway, I think every good thing should come to an end. So I think we have run out of time. So first of all, I want to thank the panelists. But look, I think a few things came out quite clearly, and I'm not trying to summarize all the discussion, but I felt that around innovation, I think the whole topic of commercialization and how do we really build those IPs and patents, which will eventually lead to somewhere where we can monetize it. And also in terms of what do you really want to invent. I mean, it's not whether it is the core innovation or it is a applied innovation. I mean, we've got examples of where, if you look at Gen AI overall, you may not necessarily want to look into the algorithmic frontiers, but maybe look into data-centric assets and so on and so forth, where, I think one of the previous speakers who were on the deep learning was talking about how data is so critical. And we as a country, we produce more data than anybody else in the world. So maybe that is a sweet spot for us for innovation. We talked about the digital adoption of core industries, need to build those core digital capabilities for these industries. And the third was around talent. I think we had spent a lot of time around talent, deeper understanding of the technology for business graduates, and maybe commercial awareness for the technology graduates and so on and so forth is going to be very, very important. And I think some of them mentioned about the whole learnability as a capability, right? Today it is AI, tomorrow it could be something else. So how do you make sure that you're able to quickly, make sure that you're pivoting into what is needed, what is required for the hour and so on and so forth. So with that, I just want to thank the panelists. I think it's a great conversation. Really enjoyed the conversation. So thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thanks. Thanks, Rajesh.
Thank you. Thanks for the chair.
For a couple of minutes, please. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to extend my warm thanks for a very fun and insightful discussion. And I'd like to invite on stage Professor Shankar Prakash to present the memento to our esteemed panelists. Mr. Navia.
moving on to our next session and discussion on the panel is digital solutions at scale, addressing India's challenges. Now, in a country as diverse and dynamic as India, digital solutions have emerged as powerful tools to address a wide array of challenges across sectors. From healthcare to education, and from governance to sustainable development, the impact of scalable digital solutions is reshaping the narrative of progress. As we delve into our discussion today on digital solutions at scale addressing India's challenges, there are examples across industries exemplifying the transformative potential of scalable digital solutions in revolutionizing our approach to complex challenges. I invite our esteemed panelists as we navigate through the strategies, innovations, and collaborative efforts contributing to this transformative journey. The moderator for this panel is Mr. Pranay Shule. Mr. Shule is the founder and CEO of Quicker, an alumnus of IIT Delhi and IIM Calcutta. He is a luminary in Indian entrepreneurship, renowned for his innovative mindset and strategic leadership. His journey from a small town boy to a renowned entrepreneur is a powerful inspiration, particularly to those embarking on their entrepreneurial paths in challenging environments. His contributions extend beyond individual enterprises, impacting the broader narrative of entrepreneurship in India. Extending the invites to our panelists, Mr. Manik Nandi, National Head Customer Excellence at Altigreen Propulsion Labs, Mr. Nanal Bhasin, Chief of Corporate Business and Key Initiatives, NPCI, Ms. Ramya Venkataraman, Founder and CEO of Center for Teacher Accreditation, which is CENTA Private Limited, and Mr. Tulasi Raj Ravila, Director Operations of Aravind Eye Care Systems. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Shule, over to you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I think we'll have an icebreaker question, and I'll start with you. Maybe, what is your most embarrassing moment in life so far? Just kidding. Just to, we are the only people standing between everybody and the lunch, so we'll try to do justice to the cause as quickly as we can. But looking forward to our conversation today. I think we can start by each of you giving a little bit of introduction about your company or your workspace and how digital is playing a role there, and then we can have rounds of questions. So
I'll go first. Not most embarrassing, but yeah. My name is Manik Nandi. I have over 26 years in the automotive space, so quite different from what we have gone through since morning. And I am from Altigreen Propulsion Labs. We are a very small startup which works in three-wheeler electric vehicles, right? Both commercial and passenger segment. And although it's an automotive industry startup, but digital is at the core of every three-wheeler product that we have. And our company was envisaged just to eliminate pollution from road transport. And those are the facets that maybe I would like to speak more of during the day. That's a brief background from where I come and what I do. Thanks.
Thank you. Nalan?
I represent an organization called NPCI. Maybe that doesn't need an introduction, but I spent about 25 years in telecom and payments. I look after the business and our relationships with most of the digital organizations out there. I think a lot of conversations have happened already on UPI and likewise, so hopefully I can clear some of the concerns and doubts that were raised in the previous group. So happy to
welcome. Ramya?
I'm Ramya Venkataraman, founder and CEO of CENTA Private Limited. We are a large professional platform for teachers, probably the world's largest, serving about 1.5 million teachers from across the globe on their professional needs, certification, upskilling, career mobility. And yeah, I think resonated a lot with some of the things in the previous panel that technology is not often the starting point. There is a problem which is the starting point, and technology can enable that solution. And we'll talk more about that problem, etc., as we go along.
Great. Mr. Tulsiraj?
So did you want us to talk about an embarrassing moment?
But if you would like, we can.
Okay, yeah. So I'm from the Arvind Eye Care system, wherein we do a lot of work in our own backyard, in Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, and fringes of Andhra. But we also do work pan-India and across several countries in a way of promoting best practices and having others do more effective work. So in this context, one embarrassing moment, I learned a little bit of broken Hindi in my school days. And one of these moments of helping others took me to Madhya Pradesh. Somehow got into the context of then Minister Arjun Singh's his son's constituency, and they were trying to put up a hospital there. So he wanted me to come and see the area, and I went there, and I didn't know what I was getting into. I was taken into a building, and then I found a lot of farmers sitting there. And then Arjun Singh's son, whose name I forget now, he kind of said something to the effect that so Tulsiraj will tell us about how he's going to provide eye care to all. And I had to talk in Hindi to that group, and that was quite hilarious. And I'm sure it was quite embarrassing and fun for them, yeah.
We'll try to break into Hindi as much as possible in the panel today too. No, so as you can see, we have a great set of panelists here, and our focus is going to be on a problem that we all know about, which is, India is not always like the quickest country to scale your business in, because it has its unique set of challenges and opportunities. Every country does, but I think in India, generally everything good in life takes more time and more money than you think. That saying applies well here. So I think we could start on that note with maybe some of the challenges that, especially in the context of, well, let's start with the core challenges as you have scaled your businesses over time. We have a fairly varied set of industries. It'll be nice to see, in many cases, I think, like in the case of NPCI, I think in many ways it's actually a shining example of how fast things can scale in India, and it's all thanks to the thinking that probably was done right early on when the whole organization was launched. But yeah, so we'll start with you, so please tell us, Manak, as you initial challenges, what's been the journey in the company, and then slowly we'll come to the solutions.
So EV space is quite exciting, as we all know, but most of the development work that happens in EV is actually EU or China-centric, right? But in India, we operate on a completely different context, whether it is the temperature that we operate in, or the road condition, or the average speeds at which the vehicles operate. So EVs should be designed at the optimum level for our country. And that's why Altigreen, we chose the path that we will develop everything for India in India. And that's why we have more than 29 patents across 60 countries. And the purpose is that we will make things which are relevant to us. And in this whole process, what we understood is that scalability becomes simpler if it is something which we can do for us ourselves. So for example, in the year 22, all our vehicles covered 4 million kilometers in the year. But in 23, we covered 33 million kilometers, which if I roughly translate, is like giving 27 Cubbon Park years, because we are in Bangalore, as a gift, in terms of saving carbon dioxide coming out into the atmosphere. So the whole idea is that once we have developed product which means or which is relevant to our own people, scalability becomes simpler because we make these things here, we have every control on the supply chain, and then we can roll it out at a much faster pace. So whether it is EV industry or the digital transformation.
Sorry to interrupt. Give us some specific examples where, like you had to Indianize something which has been done in different ways outside.
Okay, so for example, the average speed in which a three-wheeler runs on our country is around almost 80% of the time, around 20 kilometers per hour. It will be very, very different in countries where the traffic is not so dense, speeds will be much higher. So you have to actually design the EV in a way that its optimum performance is at those speeds. So it really doesn't make sense to take stuff which are already designed for a different geography and use it here. Another quick example would be operating temperatures or the optimal operating temperature for the cells, lithium-ion cells, right? Our optimum operating temperatures are much higher. So we should look for cells which operate at best in those temperatures. That really increases the efficiency of the product. And such things actually really help us. So we always complain a lot that we have to brake a lot in India, right? And in EVs, we have a concept of regenerative braking. So when you're decelerating, you're actually charging the battery. That's a plus for us. So almost 20% efficiency goes up if you don't brake and actually decelerate, and that increases the range, right? So a problem can be taken up as a benefit in our case if we are doing things which are relevant for us.
Do you also make autos, or is it like commercial?
We only make autos, right?
So then, but braking is one of their core competencies. I don't think they like to decelerate, so another Indian factor there.
So that's one of the challenge we face, because we were very cognizant of the fact that we will start at a segment where adoption to EVs will be the first, right? Three-wheelers, Mr. Kant mentioned it in the morning. Already more than 20% of the three-wheelers sold in India are EVs, right? And we really see that this should ramp up at a very rapid pace as the battery prices fall, right? And the price gap between EV and ICE thins out. So what we see is that these kind of things will rapidly enhance, and it's not something that's going to happen tomorrow. It's happening right now here. And a lot of this work is happening in Bangalore. So that's something we should be very proud of.
Great. And so Nalin will come to you, and we would love to hear, I mean, NPCI, like I was saying, it's actually the work that's happening in that space is like a, shining example to most of the countries in the world, especially the West. But we would love to, depending on, how long you've been involved with the organization, if you could tell us what were the early, because, we started with a population that is mostly, underserved in banking, etc. And to go from there, leapfrog all the way to the other end, what were some of the initial challenges that were faced?
Yeah, so I think, NPCI is a young organization. We were set up roughly in about 2011, 10. The intent of the organization was that prior to that, all of you would have done banking at some point in time. Your debit cards could only be used at your bank ATMs. There was no interoperability. And that was leading to a point where some of our smaller and mid-scale banks were getting disintermediated, because consumers would then be forced to go to banks where debit cards are issued, and then you can only use in those outlets. I think then the intent, and then I'll give it to RBI regulator, which is very forward-looking, to set up an organization which could work in the area of interoperability, that being our primary motto, saying that whatever payment products or even banking products that banks are adopting, or technology that banks are adopting, should be interoperable in nature. They should not become islands of their own. And that was the intent for NPCI to start. So the first thing we solved for was you could use your card in another ATM. That was called NFS, or interoperable switching. And that started the journey. From that journey, of course, we did RuPay cards, we did a lot of other things. Some of you would have experienced IMPS, which is still a very popular service. We did check truncation system, NAT system, so a lot of systems that we built. Eventually, we came to a point saying that all this tech that we are using today is still very dependent on what is built outside, to your point, not built for the country. So whether it is card management systems, ATM systems, you need an AC for an ATM system. I mean, I'm also looking back at my telecom days where sites used to get imported by Ericsson, Nokia, and those BTS systems needed to have air conditioning systems and huts and all of those things. So they were not really designed for the Indian ecosystem. And we said that this needs to change. And like Mr. Khan said in the morning, maybe we were in the right zone. Some things are happening. So Aadhaar happened, PMJDY happened, accounts got opened, they got linked. Most importantly, the digitization, people started having more mobile smartphones, 700, 800 million that people started having. We realized that there is some linkage we can create which doesn't need a card form factor to people. And that's when the thinking started. And in terms of what will work for people are more comfortable using mobile phones. They are used to transferring balances to each other. Why can't they just use the mobile phone to do simple payment transactions? And I think that was the germination of the idea of saying you can have an account and the account can have a payment address, and then you just need apps to discover those payment addresses and then start transacting with each other. The idea was of course, doable, implementable, but we didn't have the belief that we could do it.
Which year is this that you're talking?
2014, 15.
Okay.
And
it's not really like you were saying, it's so recent, you know, so such a massive change in like within less than a decade, I think, yeah.
And with that, I think what happened was a lot of, I mean, we have Mr. Nandan Nilekani's team sitting out here, iSpirit, and few other folks from the industry. We sat down, we said, how can we make it at scale? And that's where I want to actually go back to the group who was sitting here previously. You know, in terms of the fact that we were thinking in terms of a platform, not a product, not an IP that I want to patent. Because we realized that if it has to scale, it has to be shareable. If you want to make it sellable, it is only your product. But if you make it shareable, then it is a platform that can scale. And that's when the idea of having third-party apps came in. PhonePe and GPay got created. And we said that the architecture has to be in such a fashion that it allows everybody to participate without anybody feeling that this is my app and my product or something like that. And the only limitation we had was routers and servers, primarily Cisco, because that would take 6 months. Even today, they take 6 months to deliver. And that's the limitation factor for us. Even today, when new bank has to go live, we have to upgrade our bandwidth. Today, we do about 400 million transactions a day. We are ready to go to 1 billion a day. But we are limited by some of these components which are manufactured outside, and we have to import them. I think that's the only problem statement for scale for us. And we hope that in time to come, some of you will solve for it. I know Tata's will make a start. The digital team is here. And a few other folks will solve for some of these problem statements.
Great, thanks. Coming to you, Ramya. So I think you are in a space where you know, it has massive numbers in our country. CENTA, the way I understand it, it focuses on giving teachers accreditation, which helps them not just in their personal growth, but also, you know, seek better opportunities in India, outside India. You work across countries. So talking from an India-specific point of view, when you started CENTA, what were the initial challenges that you thought that you had not thought about that suddenly came to you that you later ended up solving?
Sure. So let me actually talk about the core challenge we are solving, and I'll address that also in the course of that. Right? So prior to starting CENTA, I was with McKinsey & Company for 15 years, you know, out of campus. And last 5 years of that stint, I built our education and skills practice. And during that time, what I observed was that as a country, we tend to try to solve the supply side problem in education. And it's not just unique to India. It's true in most parts of the world. And we tell teachers, okay, you need to improve your quality by using this particular technology, this particular method, pedagogy, training, etc. But we don't answer the demand side question of what is in it for the teachers. So why should they use all this and improve their practice if their own career is not going to grow as a result of that? And in most other professions, which are also like ancient vocations, we have accepted that they are not vocations, they are professions. Medicine is a profession, law is a profession. But in teaching, we have always been in this mode of saying it's noble, etc., etc. So don't think about your own growth. This is what you need to do for the country, for the world, and so on. And that basically means that you don't end up attracting the right talent to that profession. The people who are there, even for the right reasons, get disillusioned over time without professional growth, right? So this is the core problem we are trying to address. Now, what were some additional challenges to your question, and where did technology come in? I think the first challenge we realized is we used to compare ourselves, even before we started, we used to compare ourselves to a CFA or a GMAT or a JEE and say that we are trying to become that standard which will be used. But the difference is that when you clear a CFA, you're willing to go from Mumbai to Wall Street and work. Whereas as a teacher, you say that, no, if I'm in Indranagar, I will not go to Koramangala. And this problem, therefore, has to be solved millions of times in local areas.
Is it because of the education system, or is it because of their own psyche that they would?
So it is very heavily because of the current population of people who are in teaching, where career growth was not the inherent motivation. And therefore, you're saying, no, I need to be restricted to a certain local area, etc., right? So then when you're trying to create this cycle of teacher to employer in millions of local areas, the first question that comes up is, how do you, if you go about doing it in local areas, it's like completely non-scalable. So how do you use tech to create a brand that is widespread, and where across the board, on one hand, teachers are saying, yes, I want to take this certificate, and on the other side, employers are saying, yes, I want teachers with this certificate. And that's the first thing we set out to do, which is to create that brand. And we did a lot of that initially through what we called the International Teaching Professionals Olympiad, which is a large global competition for teachers, and subsequently built other brand properties. And primarily focused on one testing product called Centa Teaching Quotient, which is like a GMAT score for teachers, etc. And to the earlier conversation about product, yes, I do feel that, particularly in the problem that we are solving, that product enabled by technology played a very important role. And the one other challenge which I'll just mention before stopping is, so on one side then we had this product, we had a certain degree of brand, but then on the other side, the problem that came up was, now how do you keep constantly in touch with teachers, not through employers, but directly? Because we are trying to have teachers and employers as two sides of this platform. So we need to be directly in touch with teachers. And if we need to be directly in touch with teachers, what will they do every day? And which is where, again, tech came in for the community side and the training side. And there we are an open marketplace or platform. So to Nalin's point, on the testing side, we are a product with an IP, it is closely held, nobody else can do it. But on the training side, we are an open marketplace, and we sell products of others, we accredit products of others. We became what is called a certification trademark to do that. So those are the two things, and what we've learned over time, and many other, and I think the last thing now where again technology is coming up as an enabler is career growth. So again, the physical career model remains the dominant model in teaching, but we are increasingly finding very, very interesting online models for additional income, at least supplemental income. And we are starting to serve like a bunch of global entities with hours of teacher time, like teaching as a service, to play on the word.
I think we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that, because I did want to talk about also, how this, technology is influencing specifically teachers' ability to actually work across time zones and so on. So, Mr. Tulsiraj, please tell us the story of Arvind Eye Care, and what were some of the. I guess I have always known Arvind already as like Arvind Eye Care as a big institution. So I'm not sure how far back it was that it just started out. But the way we understand it, half of the patients are actually either given the eye care for free, or almost free. and the remaining are commercially paying. And it has built over time. So just tell us, a little bit about.
Okay. Yeah. It's almost a 5-decade story, so I wouldn't take that long. We started in 1976, very small, in a rented house with a handful of staff, and the founder from day one had sort of a denominator, a community focus, which meant we kept growing. When it comes to the problem that we're trying to solve, or the goal was that everyone in need of eye care should get it. That was the goal. And not that we should give it ourselves, but it's just that people should have access to good and affordable care. That was the large problem. And as with any health care, every one of us will fall ill at some point of time or the other. So literally every human being will require healthcare services throughout.
Can you please move the mic closer there?
Throughout the course of their life. And when it comes to eye care, which is a niche within healthcare, everybody above 45 will require some intervention. Excepting for Manik, all of us are wearing glasses. He's also having one. So that's above 45. I think everyone is a customer for eye care. So we are looking at close to 30% or a third of the population requiring care. And the challenge is eye care tends to be a specialty. So very much limited, access is very much limited to large cities. Most districts have eye care. There are some without any eye care. And even within a district, even in a place like Madurai where we are based, it is only in the Madurai city you'll find the eye care providers. So access is a big issue. Now with the result, possibly if 100 people required eye care, maybe 15-20% of them are accessing it now. So that is a big challenge that we're addressing. The early days, the way it was addressed was by doing eye camps, which many of you would have probably heard about. And in the late 1990s, we did, so we asked the question, if our goal is to give eye care to everyone, is this model achieving it? So the study showed that less than 7% of those who felt the need for eye care are actually accessing the eye camp. So we knew that we don't have a model which would solve the problem. So then we decided that maybe we should do something on the ground which can be permanent in the rural areas. Then all the other challenges came in. Doctors are not going to go there. You can't pay them with that scale of work. Especially not enough doctors. So then the challenge was that can we run it with technicians by giving the same quality of, we didn't want to have an excuse to say that we can't send doctors, so we'll give substandard. But that was not a goal with us. So that's where we explored technology. This was way back in 99, 2000 when the broadband was not there. Then we figured out that if we could have live telemedicine and electronic medical record in the clouds, then maybe we can bridge this quality gap and provide care. And that's what we, so in the early days, we had to build our own, we put up our own towers, we built our own broadband, and we were able to get about 5-6 Mbps speed in those days because internet was not there in the rural areas. And then we built EMR in the cloud, and we were able to kind of link all of that. And that model showed that in about 3 or 4 years' time, about a third of the population had registered with us as unique patients. So we seem to have a model of, and it's very affordable. We could charge what the community we were charging. We still charge 20 rupees consultation, good for 3 visits, which is far less than the bus fare they would have to make to the. So that's the kind of the problem and the solution that we are having put in place.
By the way, on that point, I'm a firm believer that while we have our own challenges in terms of scalability, etc., lack of infrastructure, I think in some ways, because we are a less mature market, there haven't been like, centuries old definitions of how to do everything. And whether we look at it in terms of, your payments example or even eye care, in both these cases, I'm 100% certain if this was the US or some other developed geography, there would be so many constituencies with such fixed rules of doing things, it would be impossible to do these things. India, I think in some ways, in spite of its problems, it's also a forgiving country. It's a country that is more willing to give new things a try. And it's not in an extreme way, it's not a very cynical country. And you don't have to like keep proving yourself for 100 years before you get accepted through regulations and whatnot. Let's move the conversation to now, if you were to, you guys all talked about the challenges and how, technology and using it kind of helped solve those challenges. It would be great if you could talk a little bit in future-wise, what are the most disruptive / interesting / impactful technologies that you see in your space? And we could maybe, Ramya, we could start with you. If you could tell us about, specifically how connectivity and other things are impacting your business, and what are the new avenues that are opening for you as a result of that, whether it's in India or even going outside India?
Sure. So I think 2-3 things that are coming up very interesting. One, technology-wise, it's a more obvious one, that is connectivity. But business-wise, it is very interesting because we are finding that there are more and more entities now ranging from, edtechs is an obvious category, but even schools and even governments which are looking for teachers on a part-time basis and very often online. So it's no longer just about providing a full teacher to an employer, but providing part of a teacher's time or a managed service for teaching. And we've done a bunch of these recently, and seems like a big avenue for us as we are going forward.
What kind of schools? What kind of schools you are talking about?
So actually many regular schools that you would sort of know about, which are saying that I'm struggling to attract a senior secondary physics teacher. So can you give me 1 day a week of an expert's time? And my teacher will be there, but a full-time teacher is there, but can I get a day a week, or can I get a few hours a month of doubt-clearing time from an expert? Internationally, it's even bigger. So when you look at countries like the US and UK, STEM is such an area of shortage in teaching. And STEM is an area where, as we saw in the last panel, India is getting more and more accepted. It's not such a question anymore. So there is a startup in California, for example, it's a Meta-backed startup, which is looking for science teachers from India to do online teaching for their students for a few hours every week. So wide range. And interestingly, governments in India, and governments are opening up a lot. Governments are saying there are, so on one side, governments use our testing with their own teachers in promotion, career growth, all that. And this goes back to your earlier point that, yes, there is willingness to try out these things. There isn't very strong regulatory hurdle. On the other side, governments are saying there are certain roles where I just cannot hire internally because of my limitations. So let me just get somebody part-time on contract for a short period. And so these are the kinds of avenues. But to your original question on tech, so yes, connectivity is one thing. The other side of tech, which is very interesting for us, like for everyone else, is AI. And in our case in particular, I will not get into how AI supports the teacher in the classroom, and there's a lot talked about on that. But on AI,
whether it supports the teacher more or the student more, we have
yeah, whether it supports the teacher, whether it supports the student, whether it should be there, should not be there. So I won't get into that at all. I don't want my child to learn from AI. I'll just say that. But keeping that aside, how it supports a teacher, I think there are a couple of interesting things that we are seeing. One is with respect to teacher testing. So when you look at a practical profession like teaching, of course, a multiple choice based test can cover a certain degree of practicality, but it can never cover the full effect of what is happening in the classroom. So in fact, very long back from IIT, where 30 years back, we were taken to
Just guys at the back, can you please be quiet? Bhai sahab, धीरे बोलिए, मत बोलिए. Thank you.
Sorry. No, so 30 years back from IIT, we were taken to an Indian Railways factory where there was a technology used in driver training and driver testing, where you could see a cow going on the screen when you're driving the engine, etc. And I've always remembered that. And to me now, AI is having that power where, and there are research labs in a few places in the world where a teacher can go into a virtual classroom and teach and be tested on that teaching practice as a physical activity, right? So
I have one kind of takeoff on this. I just wanted to check. So how many of the things that you're talking of are done remotely versus in person?
So most of our work is remote. So our testing is 100% online. We of course do use physical centers in certain cases where invigilation is of like extra importance or employers are particular, but it's 100% tech based. Our training is also 100% online except the internships which are distributed. So typically if there are like people from all over the country or all over the world, then we will tie up with local internships, but the training itself is online. Career, of course, it's solved long back as an online linkage, but now the delivery of that, also the providing the teacher, is becoming more and more tech-enabled.
So a lot of remote. And Nalin, if you were to look at your space, then what would be the most exciting new things or the most threatening new things? You know, obviously we know about cybercrime and all these things, and you know, digital, while it scales well, the fraud there also scales well, so you got to be especially careful. Please talk to us about that a little bit. Can you hear it?
Yeah, now it's good.
Can everybody hear?
Yeah, so I think now, I spoke about it, you know, we're doing about 300 million transactions a day, but the reality of the fact is that we are still 30% digitized in terms of payments. 70%, 60% of payments are still cash-based. Now, these are variety of reasons for that, low value payments, smaller payments that you make, high value payments. Of course, I'm not going into property payments, but I'm just saying that some of the other payments that you can still digitize are yet to be digitized. So from 300 million, we can go about 1 billion, but that is yet to be solved. Now, solving for that problem, Mr. Khan spoke about it. 80% women do have bank accounts, but if we look at data, only 20% women are using payment products because the decision maker is a male member of the family. So we need to solve for that. The inclusion has not happened. There are cautious balances in the market. There is a language barrier. Most of the apps that we run are essentially English or at best Hindi and maybe some other languages. They are, all of us are trying to make it in multiple languages, but they don't really understand in terms of what are they doing. What does it do when a page opens up? Do they have to enter the PIN or they don't have to then enter the PIN? I think those problem statements are still there. Network of all the digitization we keep talking about, network is still a problem in the metro.
No, but in terms of technologies that could further drastically change the landscape, do you think crypto is something that India may experiment with? I think we are not even flirting with it right now as a company, right?
No, I'll come to crypto, but I want to answer for cybercrime. So one is what we need to solve, because you asked me that question. So these are problem statements to be solved. In terms of threats, of course, fraud is a threat. And a country like us, fraud is a very big threat. In fact, 80% of our fraud, actually more than 80% of our fraud, are social engineering frauds. These are not technology frauds, as you may think of them. These are social engineering frauds. The Professor Basu spoke about it. There were so many examples of deepfake today. Now there are deepfake frauds happening. Somebody impersonating my dad and calling me saying I need money, and I will not think about it twice. Maybe I will transfer the money. So I'm just saying that those are the challenges, and I think all we can do in those cases is to get people more aware.
And if we don't have enough fraud, then we have our good Nigerians who are making sure that we get our full of frauds.
But the silver lining in this, something that we track and the world tracks, is something known as fraud to payments ratio. We are the lowest in the world. So despite the fact that we have this challenging equation in the market, we are still, the fraud to sales ratio that we manage is under 1%, under 0.5%. So it's a large I mean, it's well controlled. However, the volume is high because the numbers are high, or the value is high. Now, coming back to, you spoke about crypto. Not the topic that I am an expert in, but I can tell you this. In our world, at least in India, I think somewhere all of you together with banks and fintechs, I think we've solved the problem of payment somewhere, right? I don't think we ever feel the need that I need my money to be available and it is not available. It is available in whatever form you want. We've solved it in terms of credit card now linked to UPI, prepaid cards now linked to UPI. So irrespective of wherever your money is kept, you can link it on a UPI handle and you can start making those payments. Maybe it was a concept that came from outside back again to India, saying that can we do this? And as a regulator, I think RBI is experimenting it in terms of digital money, digital rupee rather, and they are doing some numbers. But really, I mean, it's whether the money is sitting in your account or is sitting as cash in your blockchain wallet. What is the difference that it's making? You can still make that payment anytime you want.
Understood. And Menak, if we were to come to you, then what would be, are there any, I mean, first of all, electric vehicle itself is like a disruptive technology, right? But are there things on the horizon that could change the landscape significantly for EVs?
Yeah, so first of all, because we are in the three-wheeler space, I'd just like to just mention that three-wheeler by itself is a very big segment. You know, I mean, there's an estimate that about 15 million people use a three-wheeler every day, which is kind of double the number of people who use Mumbai local. Right? So people say that people miss three-wheeler only on the day they go on a strike. Right? So it's an established industry. In that industry, when EV has come in, there is a huge change happening. Because what are the biggest challenges that this segment faces? One of them is that if I look from the perspective of finance, right, it's very difficult to finance a three-wheeler because where is the asset, where is the location? These things are very difficult to trace back and try to pinpoint, and that's why the interest rates are high, people don't want to finance, and all these issues are there. What happens with once an EV comes in is that it looks like a three-wheeler, but it's basically a device which sends or generates a huge amount of data. And that data includes where it is located, is it within the geofence, it is outside, is there some problem with the vehicle, many such things, right? So in India right now, a lot of data is getting generated, and that is opening up a lot of avenues where these use cases will come into force. For example, if I'm a financier, I'll have a lot more confidence in financing an EV because I can remotely switch it off at any point in time, right? Yeah. So that gives me the confidence to bring down the interest rate, which really helps a lot of people to go for an EV, right? So these kind of, because of the digitization, the data that we have, these kind of avenues will open up. We will have a huge opportunity in predicting failures and ensuring that we are fixing or getting in touch with the driver owner and ensuring that the vehicle doesn't fail. Because if a three-wheeler fails, it's the loss of one day's revenue for the owner. And it's a huge hit. Right? And there are so many opportunities like this with which we can actually work for the betterment of the three-wheeler user itself. Another very good example comes to mind is we have a lot of people who drive three-wheelers, but how many of them really drive it well is a big question mark. For example, the attrition rates are very, very high, right? So with the kind of data that we get in, we can very clearly say that driver A is doing a very good job. His regen percentage is much higher, his efficiency is much better. And that learning, it's very easy to actually spread it around the entire generation of drivers. And we can actually educate and ensure that a lot of people get advantage of a good driver skill and scale up very fast. So there are immense amount of possibilities in this entire segment as we move forward, right?
And it kind of sounds like these OBD type devices, some equivalent of that in autos, right?
So all EVs have an OBD plus there is a direct connect, and they are actually generating and sending data, I mean, every 2 seconds, 3 seconds, right? And in Altigreen, what we see is that there is immense opportunity for us to utilize this information and generate so many use cases which will actually completely change the entire landscape and make the life of a three-wheeler driver or a user of three-wheeler, transform their lives actually. So we are very much excited going forward.
Understood, understood. And sir, if we could go back to you now, I think yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so to what Manak said, I think across the board, right, data analytics is, while it may be like one wave earlier in tech, I think it remains a powerful engine of business growth. And many of the things you said, I mean, very much resonate in our space as well. So when teacher learning happens in a tech-driven environment, again, the amount of data that gets generated about the teacher, and therefore a product which wants to target a particular segment of teachers, like we have an international university wanting to target science teachers in rural India, a product that wants to target a particular segment, data analytics just plays a huge role in enabling that seamlessly. So I think that's true across segments.
Yeah, and Mr. Tulsiraj, so I was just going to ask you about the use or increasing use of telemedicine. Do you see that more and more in your space, where you touched upon it, but how do you think there is a lot more of telehealth that we can see in the coming years? Especially again, because in India we don't have like so many guide rails that you can't do this, you can't do that. There is insurance companies to answer to and so on.
Yeah, true. I think we have a little bit of an enabling environment because of lack of these very tight regulations. So if I take a broad scope, not just limiting to what we do, I think the tech adoption healthcare is still very, very nascent. There are not many hospitals that are completely gone into digital. They still use digital largely as a support and not as the core, and that's where I think the most benefit comes in. So that will be the first scaling that has to happen. Including in the government. In the government sector, I think predominantly it's not there. It's also kind of tied to the work practice of not documenting the care properly. Many of us have been to the hospitals, will know that the doctor doesn't take down a lot of notes, and whatever they do, they'll give it to you as a prescription. So there's almost, so that's a big transformation that has to happen to harness the full benefit. But parallelly, I think a lot of things are happening around the next level of advancement, use of AI and things like that, and that's got a huge potential.
But can you, in a very basic sense, is a technology there today and in use where you can,
yes,
you can let's say test a person's eye remotely?
Yes, some aspects of it. Like I said, in all our primary eye care centers, which we had set up, we now deploy AI for reading the retinal images, which otherwise would have to be done by a retina specialist. So now we're able to manage all patients with diabetes, the complication in the eye at the primary care level, done by a high school girl. All she has to do is to take the image, upload to the cloud service, and so that we co-developed working with Google, and that's now sort of mainstreamed.
Okay.
Yeah, and then on this, and having demonstrated the power of telemedicine and its coverage and quality, we are now trying to scale that both within us, of course, we are scaled within the country and as well as in other countries. And today, we've had a lot of progress in Bangladesh. Most of the country is now covered through these telemedicine primary eye care networks. And overall, we kept a audacious goal of, can we make this available to 1 billion people in terms of easy access?
Well, hopefully we'll get there soon, and also teach again lesson to the West about how to scale things digitally well, like in payment space. I think I've somehow ended up taking a contrarian view to the last panel, where I'm like saying, no, India really is much better off. So maybe next time we should have a panel between the two panels and see how it goes. But I think we're running out of time, so would love to see if there are any questions from people in the room.
question would be to the larger panel, but maybe specifically to Mr. Ravila. So one of the things that we have learned about the Arvind Eye Care system, which helped it scale as much, is to solve the two important problems of eye care, of access and affordability, like you had started off. One of the areas, and early in the morning, I think someone spoke about it, which India faces to not solve at scale is in education, right? Especially the amount of children who need, I think Mr. Khan spoke about the Pratham report and the need for outcomes in learning. And there are many other sectors where access and affordability are one of the reasons where scaled solutions are not possible. Any learnings that you may be able to throw us in terms of how should entrepreneurs of today or public infrastructure of today or even private corporations should think about these problems, and maybe some learnings from the Arvind Eye Care systems where both use of technology and business process solve the access and affordability problems.
I think one of the benefits which is not recognized much is that the digital technologies can bring in a lot of accountability. In terms of from a design perspective, is it working, or from an operational perspective? Because I think without the digital part, I think it's very, very difficult to bring in good accountability. Like say in India, we have the 3 levels of care, primary, secondary, tertiary, and it's supposed to work seamlessly. But today we have zero accountability. What happens to patients referred from primary to secondary? Are they going there? Did they get their care? We just don't have any of that information, and no one is accountable for it. I think with digital, I think that will be a good welcome fall-off, so that everything starts working well. And then the other big opportunity, especially for entrepreneurs, is with digital technology, we can sort of democratize healthcare in terms of quality and outcomes. Because that's something that we are currently working on. Because in any setup, you'll have a spread of doctors who are novices and experts. And it's just a luck of pick that where you land up for your own treatment. So if you go to a novice, then you get that level of diagnosis or intervention. But today with technology like AI, we can actually make a person just starting off in the career to be reasonably as good as someone with 15, 20 years experience. We could sort of, we see that possibility. And I think these are all areas which are yet to be kind of worked upon, but I think they are real possibilities. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, there's one more brave soul before we break for lunch, I guess. But thank you. Yeah, please say.
Hi, that was really insightful. My name is Mahima. I'm a digital transformation consultant. My question is to Ramya, because I think the dearth of good teachers, we all know it sort of is the building block to really helping an economy scale, if I may, right? How do you see what you're doing percolating down to more rural, setups, and what are the challenges you face there? And a related question would be, how do you make that profession aspirational? I think in the current context, we all know the challenges in that space as well. So yeah.
Yeah. So again, I think the whole idea right from the beginning was that this should be an extremely distributed model. So today our community is in more than 7,000 locations across India, cities, towns, villages. There's a very heavy rural aspect to the community. And we actually find that with respect to creating aspirations, because your two questions actually go a bit hand in hand, with respect to creating aspiration, tier 3 and rural, there are certain advantages in terms of penetration because there is a lot of latent aspiration to be part of a global community, to be certified, to receive recognition in a certain way, etc., which one is able to tap into even more than in our big cities where, it may be there, but there probably the focus on pure earnings ends up being much higher. So to give you a simple example, there was a teacher from a remote village in Telangana who, through this platform, went to Dubai, got rewarded by Brian Lara as being one of the Olympiad toppers. And when he came back, so the reward by Brian Lara, of course, it was exciting for all of us. But what was truly interesting was that when he came back, the Panchayat organized a function for him. And he wrote on Facebook in Telugu saying that the biggest thing that has happened is that today children in the village feel that they can become a teacher and get all this, and not only become a doctor, engineer, etc. So saying that's the social change we are fundamentally trying to drive, and rural and tier 3 give us many avenues to do this, whereas in the metros, the focus ends up being more on hardcore growth in earnings, growth in career, etc., which also, one has to do. So that's a rough answer to what you asked.
I think it's a very solid point, though. It's a very solid point that, what people in smaller towns may not have in terms of exposure, they more than make up in terms of their sincerity, drive, and so many other things. Yeah, I think very good point.
And government plays a big role, by the way, in penetrating rural, right? And I think as businesses in any sector, we need to learn to work with government. And it's probably more true in my sector and a few other sectors, but across the board, I think learning to work with government, leveraging government for its power of reach more than anything else, plays a big role.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think there's one more in the back.
I just wanted to add to what Ramya said, that it's about measuring impact in terms of the change you brought in, not in terms of the money you made. I think as organizations, our motto is how many people have you touched with digital payment. I'm saying as when you start measuring impact with people you've touched, I think that makes it.
Yes, please.
So I had a question, and this, my name is Shashank. This relates to my personal experience of running a startup, but that was about 5-6 years ago. And I wanted, based on your experiences, in India, in general, at least that's how I felt.
Can you please keep the mic closer to
this was, so take for example, UPI. iSpurt wouldn't have happened had, say, Nandan not been associated with it. Arvind sharing its data with Microsoft, and not something where an Indian company could, do the same thing as, say, Microsoft first model came about. And government, having those restrictions where it's difficult for startups to get into some good, contract, commercial thing, where you need to be in existence for 5 years, have 100 crore revenue. Those kinds of contracts exist, or clauses exist in government. Some of those are being shuttered, but the pace at which such gatekeeping in private corporates as well as in government, is that something which is kind of coming down? Is it like, because in just last 4 months, at least 1,500 startups have shut shop here in India. So it's not like all hunky-dory, every digital, you go ballistic. What are your advice? How do you get through such walls and curtains?
I think if I understood your question correctly, you are asking, in terms of our infrastructure, government, regulations, etc., it's not very easy. That was one part. And then is it all hunky-dory if there are also companies that are shutting shop, right? This is kind of...
Yeah, so the question is more around, the ecosystem in India as compared to, say, in US. It's very still like kind of ancient in terms of encouraging startups or entrepreneurs.
So are you saying that smaller organizations are not getting that much enough opportunity? Is that the concern you're raising?
Yes, yes. So Simputer, chances are you have heard of it, right? iPad and iPhones possibly would have happened from India had Simputer been given that opportunity.
So maybe I can give one viewpoint to it. Sir, when you look at regulated environments, say payments or banking ecosystems or some of these regulated where there's greater risk in a country like India where you're surrounded by not so friendly neighbors and there's so many other factors that you have to look at. There are certain eligibility criteria that do end up, which is why there is still licensing in banking and payments. You have to apply for a license, you have to have minimum net worth. So those spaces will always remain some control, you know. But then there are so many other spaces which are not even evolved. You know, I'm sure on the EV side, I don't think there is a list down of who can be an EV manufacturer in this country. I think it is open to almost anybody who wants to do that, or maybe in education. Of course, again, we go back to healthcare. There is a certain regulation, there is a standard, there is a certain, you know, minimum criteria because you're dealing with life. So I think it's about spaces that you are in, which if they're highly regulated, of course there'll be some minimum eligibility and benchmark. But if these are as open as energy and healthcare and education, education and energy, I think it's anybody's game.
I'll also add to that, and maybe that we can close after that. But you know, we can look at the points you are raising from both angles. One is from the consumer side, you know, consumer access to technology, etc. And second is the company or startup or new businesses side, their access to opportunity. On this one, definitely we are, I think, far ahead in terms of our access and openness to use technology as compared to most countries, is my view. And a lot of it is linked to just mobile phones being so dominating and the digital revolution because of that has happened in India. On the startup / new business, trying to grow side, also I feel that, in fact, there may be some regulatory issues around, let's say, getting a certain government certification, maybe. I'm not so sure as to whether the governments outside are that much faster, that they would do these kinds of things much more easily. But in terms of, I'll go back to what I said about new companies, opportunities. I feel it's much more in India. Yeah, I mean, we are not as rich a country today in terms of GDP as many countries. Well, not many now, but yeah, at least let's take the US example. But I think the table stakes are much lower. So it's not like you can't even start the business, you can't even get it off the ground, unless you have a certain amount of the initial investment required. I think it's far, far, far lower for companies here. That coupled with the fact that their hands are less tied, so to say, I think makes it a great place, relatively speaking. It's not like yes, we know the stories of, Silicon Valley startups scaling from here to there. Yes, absolutely. They play in a much larger market. They play in global markets much more than us. But in terms of getting something off the ground, just being able to give it a try, I think India is far better positioned than many other countries, including the US. Should we hand over to you? Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and the insightful discussions that we had. I would like to invite Professor Jijo Matthew to come up on the stage and hand over the mementos, please. We'll now break for lunch and reconvene at 2:30, requesting everybody to please have your seats taken by 2:30 or 2:25. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Mr. Shenoy on stage for his presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon. So, I mean, I have a difficult task to, keep you awake after lunch. So, I was telling that I was feeling a little out of place because among techies, I'm a manufacturing guy. So, first of all, thanks Professor Ashok Banerjee and IIM Udaipur friends here for inviting me to be part of this conclave, and a lot of learning in the morning. I like the way it went through. You started with India, then R&D, then it moved into the hard tech to the application. I mean, I like the flow. And now I'm going to talk a little very different. I'm going to talk about implementation side or the application of what we call it as Industry 4.0. That is the whole presentation I'll take you through. How Mahindra has done this, and it will be an interesting, I hope it will be an interesting session for you. Okay, I begin now. The thing is, we have heard about, right from the morning we have heard about tech and Industry 4.0. As far as the manufacturing is concerned, which is specifically, that, 4.0, all these .O's, like, 3.0, 4.0, these are all revolutions, right? Revolution means it's a big change, right? And this means the way you work after some time will not be similar to what you were doing for the ages, for about 20, 25 years, 30 years, 40 years, there's a huge change. So now let me first, I like one video which I wanted to share with you, which will tell you exactly what it means, innovation.
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The future doesn't just happen, the future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
It is an interesting, video that I always liked. We should know how to transcend. This very important word. Technology is there, but how it is important that how we transcend into this technology without disturbing. It's a very big change. How do you adapt that? You heard
in this video, saying that it is not a small change, it's an exponential change, right? We have to address this exponential change, adapt it, and how the win which you will get depends on how you transcend into this new thing. This is what we have tried in M&M. I think you'll like this story. So let me just talk about first what it has done to the products. The biggest change is that rate of change of, in the products has multiple gone up. Like, which used to happen once in 10 years, it's happening every year the product is changing, right? That is one of the biggest changes. Then our products are today digital technology, is continuously innovating with these things, and you are finding that the product is changing, right? And this means that you have to, because you have to change the way you think about design. It has to be modular so that you can keep changing easily, right? So, and high level of customization is, you see as we progress, that's what is happening. This is happening to the product, right? When this is happening to the product, what's happening to the manufacturing? Or this impact, it is creating is that you have to have fast response, you have to be flexible, you have to be real-time connected with the customer and the back end, right? You have to manage your operations still at a lower cost. So end-to-end supply chain, which has now become global with all the kind of technology coming in, you have to handle it well. So these are things which manufacturing has to do. So if I had to summarize this, what is expected in manufacturing now is to design and execute. You can read this: end-to-end connected, real-time, frugal, lean, flexible, responsive, and transparent supply chain. This is what we have to create. I mean, in one sentence, if I have to say, this is what we are focusing on in Mahindra. So this is in general, I wanted to say what is changing in manufacturing. And if you, Industry 4.0 nowadays, since it is just a tipping point, now the adoption curve, we have reached a tipping point at an adoption curve. Now you will see a big jump in terms of adapting this. All of manufacturing will jump in to adopt digital intervention in their plants. All would want to digitize their plants, right? So there is a lot of confusion kind of nowadays, what is really Industry 4.0, but majorly everybody would agree that these are 5 things you can see on the right-hand side are the levers, right? IoT, big data analytics, robotics, AR, VR, and the final one is 3D printing. While the first 4 are already getting deployed in the operations, the last one is yet to get deployed in a major way. You know that the technology has not matured enough to get into manufacturing as a scaled up technology. So it's going to take time. But otherwise, all 4 are extensively used in manufacturing nowadays. Now let me come to the Mahindra story, right, which I am supposed to talk about today. So you know that we are 11 sectors. We are in many of the sectors. I will not do, because lack of time, I'll just not spend much of time. We are in 100 countries, 65 manufacturing locations, 68 manufacturing locations across the world, and 21 R&D centers across the world. This is about Mahindra, just to give you a glimpse of Mahindra. Now, I'll be talking about auto farm equipment sector, which I was heading both in last 10 years. So what did we do? What did we change? That success story is what is all about. I'm going to talk now. So just to get the glimpse of what Mahindra plants today, I have just, we know that one of the biggest plants in Mahindra's automotive is Chakan plant. So it will be one of the biggest plants in India. It will produce about 7 lakhs vehicles in a year. So now itself we are producing about 5 lakhs this year we'll produce. So it's a very big plant. So I just want to show the kind of change which has come in Mahindra, so that you can, you see this video of this plant. It's a short video, but you'll know what is technology there. XUV 700, you know those vehicles. This is the plant, 650 acres. Advanced tandem press line. Lot of advanced digital tools used in here. This is multi-model body shop, very flexible, automated, lot of robotics, and especially for India, we are increasing women power in these plants. This is the paint shop, the latest one. This would be one of the best paint shops in the world. Entire paint shop is automated. Aggregate line, completely automated. You cannot produce a bad quality at all in this plant. So you would have understood what kind of technology we are using. All our plants have moved up in technology. So now, let me start off with first, let me talk about our philosophy, right? Let's talk about which are the building blocks, what we call it as. Now, because, everybody feels that, now the digital has come, now you can switch to digital initiatives, you will be best in the world. It is not. Just I want to caution. So what is most important is that you just cannot forget the basics like discipline on the shop floor, and like TPM, that ownership which comes on each one of them. Today, let me tell you, our shops are run by operators. There are no officers to guide them to produce or supervise them to produce, right? So that's the level of ownership workmen have taken, right? And it is lean. So this is, we just now heard, he was telling me, introducing me that, we are in TPM at very highest level. We practice lean. And you saw the last one, which is interesting, is SMT. That means we are all self-managed. We believe that in future, there will be no supervision. That will be taken over by digital. So you just can't do that, right? If you don't have a culture to adopt this kind of a change, you just can't, like that video which you saw, you cannot transition into new way of working. So you have to build this culture. So we are focusing on building self-management culture on the shop floor. If on this basic building blocks, when you put Industry 4.0 initiatives, that is what we call it as factory of future. So this is the emphasis. This is the kind of philosophy we follow. That's why the impact of digital on our shop floors are very, very high. You will know when we move forward. So when I say digital, entire process, right from the supplier to the dealership, is connected. First thing, requirement is it's all connected, right? And this is the main slide, I will say that, and this is on the left-hand side, you see that we have our own homegrown MES system, and it interacts and works very smoothly with all other peripherals like SAP. APO is part of SAP, you know that, for the planning. Then there are some add-ons like AVIX, this is for productivity. SSO is supplier share optimizer, logistics. Entire thing, works together in like a single block, seamlessly, right? And with this, when the biggest, I think, differentiator in Mahindra is that, we have what we call it as digitalized every process, not only supply chain, manufacturing, you'll have interesting stories about how we have connected people, right? People connection, then we have equipments connected, then we have all the processes, quality connected. So when I say that entire operation is digitalized, means that entire flow and the control is online, real time, connected. That's what I mean, across, right? This is what. Now what I'm going to do, because of the short of time, what I was just thinking, how do I make you understand what we are doing? So what I'm going to do is that I will explain all these 6 one by one buckets. I will not talk about what I have done is I have created a short video of all the digital interventions, not all, many of the digital interventions which are interesting, so that you will be able to connect and understand when I talk. Otherwise, you'll never be able to, because if you're not from shop floor, not be able to connect it. So let me start off with, first of all, let me talk about quality. We follow a principle called no fault forward, which means that every stage, you cannot flow bad quality to the next stage. It's all controlled. Thousands of pokayakis across the plant, and lot of video analytics we have used. You will see all those when I show. So let me go to the video directly. I hope it will be interesting for you. Let's look at each one of them. This is one example, the person is tightening. He is supposed to tighten 8 bolts. If he misses one, then the line stops. And even if one value is less, when he applied torque, then also line stops. It has to be perfect. This is on the machine shop. Here again, Bluetooth we have used, and everything goes directly online. All your X bar R charts are online real time, right? This is very interesting. This CNET application which is happening here in this video is, we have made CCTVs intelligent. It is capturing from the CCTV. If there is any gap, you will find here as red, right? This is red. So he has deliberately created that gap for the video. So if he does that, that entire thing becomes red. But as soon as he corrects it, you will see that it has become again green. So if it is not, continuity is not there, line stops. These are all cameras we have used. Now on this key rack on the top you see. Now it is okay, but the second one is red because both the ski racks are different. It's a mistake. This is mistake proofing. This is for the critical assemblies. There is confirmation of assembly. If it is not right, then the line stops. Right? Nothing allows you to take it forward. This is end of the line robotic cameras inspection for body, for the flushness, gaps, 350 parameters the robots check, end of the line. Right? So in the paint shop, people say that it is not easy to digitalize final visual inspection because it's very, very minute. So what we have done, we have digitalized this end of the line, high resolution cameras we have used, and that we are able to do much better job with that. Now with all this across the line, unless and until everything is okay, through the system, you cannot get the okay sticker end of the line. It's all controlled. And when I'm saying it is controlled, right from the body or press shop to end of the things, everything is getting recorded, and everything has to be okay from the system. All the tightening torques, all the welding joints, your sealants, you call anything, right? Filling, everything is all auto in terms of data flow, and when it is okay only, then it allows. Just to tell you about quality, right? So let me talk about the production now. Quickly I will take you. Here again, this is hand-on management. Since line is end-to-end connected, as if some problem stops, the data has to be entered into the system. If he forgets to enter data, why it stopped, the line will stop. Now with all this, you get, all the reports, line-wise, product-wise, stage-wise, anything and everything you get for your analysis. Now we have taken one step ahead because you are now recording everything. You know who is working, what product, what joints, right? What process and what add-ons, input, everything is there. Now we have moved into, analytics part. So it is, let me stop it because it has moved faster. Yeah. So we have moved into analytics part. Now we have created a model where the model, if you run, it will tell you at what time, because of what reason, which station you will create problem in the line, you will have defect. So that is the kind of, this is what is helping us, how digital is helping us to, enhance our excellence in operations. Now moving into the next one, this is the second one, now it is for productivity. We have these, again, the same cameras we are using for productivity, right? It 24/7, it observes the shop floor, right? And what it does is, he observes and it is now we have given the teaching to that, we have created a software. It will identify what is non-value added and add value added. And it gives you an output continuously where you have a problem, right? This will help you in terms of identifying the areas of improvement and then improve it and improve productivity, right? And then there is a OLE dashboard for plant, for the lines, for the any of the stages also, where OLE and efficiency of the equipments are also measured. It's all online real time. You get a real time data, right? So let me get back. Just this is about production. There are many things, simulations. Even when we do a new product, when we when you introduce a new product or you increase the volume, we first do the simulation outside, and only then, once everything is through simulation, including teaching, robot teaching, we do outside, and then we bring it onto the line. So that has helped us a lot in terms of cutting short and of the time to introduce new products on the line, right? So let me come to the equipment, which is interesting. In this plant, we have 2,000 machines connected. When I say it is connected, in TPM jargon, there are three very important things, right? CBM, TBM, time-based, condition-based, minor stoppages. These are all things which you have to have a system to control the parameters which will lead to breakdown of the machines, right? When I'm saying CBM, there are a lot of sensors which take real-time data, and it has got the limits, upper limit and lower limit. Any of the value going out of this limit, it gives an alarm. So you have to go and correct. But that will not lead to stoppage of the machine. It is an early signal to you, right? And this is on the CBM. TBM is something like, it measures cycle. It is moved into cycle. That running parts, what we call wear out parts, you have to change in a machine at a frequency, right? Otherwise, machines will break down. It will give, this is now with digital, it is converted into, cycles, and it measures cycles, and all the parts which are to be changed are also loaded into the system. So it will tell you that which part, when it is come for change, right? You have to just go and change. There are many things like that. So just to show you the video here, these are the parameters of CBM. Your current, vibration, these are the parameters which are picked up. Now this is CBM, time-based, which is converted into cycle-based. And and now you will see the minor stoppages. Yeah, if there is some stoppage, it will tell you where to correct directly. You don't waste time, right? And for the health of the machines, the operator has to perform this activity to check check certain parameters. If he fails to do it in half an hour, machine stops. So entire thing is controlled on the shop floor. Just to tell you that on the equipment side, you know what is the result? Our uptime in 2 of our plants in 1 year, 0 breakdown. You cannot imagine, nobody would agree that 0 breakdown is possible. You go and ask anybody, they will say 0 breakdown is impossible. I can tell you, we have reached that level. Otherwise, they would not have given us advanced special award, certificate, if we are not at that level. So that's the kind of, how it was possible because of the digital intervention. Because they are connected machines, they never allow you, it never goes into a situation where it will break down. Because it will give you early signal, right? And we have taken it further, right? We have created a model with all the inputs, secondary inputs that you have, and we have started predicting breakdown also. So this is important. On the supply chain side, you know that entire supply chain is connected. So this is for the suppliers. Now his body is going for the, production. So directly online real-time schedule goes to the supplier. Right, this is pick to light on the supply to the line. Now he has to, scan and lights will be on. He has to pick only the parts which the lights are on. He's picking it up. Right? Because so that there is mistake proofing here also. So then this one goes through an auto-guided vehicle, AGV to the line. These kits move into the line and this AGV goes back, carrying back the empty kits. So this is about, on the shop floor, you can imagine the kind of enthusiasm our people have. That's what I was saying, that manufacturing is no more boring now. All these things have to be done. It's very exciting on the shop floor. And now this is very interesting on the inventory management. We usually work on replenishment cycle, and each part has a buffer, right? We maintain buffer for each part. But over a period of time, we know what is, that buffer is calculated scientifically, right? What is the lead times, and then what is the consumption, average daily demand, every daily consumption, lot size of the supplier. All this is fed into a scientific formula to, calculate that, buffer. And we start off with that, but over a period of time, we have created again a model which runs and auto corrects the part buffer, each part it corrects based on the performance. What I mean is, if somebody is not supplying, it automatically increases the parts the buffer, and when everything is stable and people are giving lower and lower lot, it corrects the inventory to the lower side. So it is all auto, right? Which is very important. This is use of digital here. So this is on the supply chain. Coming to digital workforce, which is very, very interesting. I will talk about it. Here, left-hand side, this is what I was saying, self-management. This is group of workmen. They are measured quarterly on their performance. Not only on production, they also have to do the improvement. They also have to improve in their group of say 15, 20 people, improve productivity, maintain quality, maintain safety, right? These are all parameters for them. Every quarter they are evaluated, every team is evaluated. So everybody is, all workmen are enthusiastic, they participate in this thing. On the right hand side, that the very important part is the training, right? You have to, a lot of people coming in, going out. There are 14,000 people come every day to work in Chakan, right? You can imagine the kind of, scale that we have. Here, that training is, we do the general skill training. Then we have specific skill training for the stages, for the workmen. And then the knowledge part. And we have a system of radar, creating a radar for each one of them, so that when they are ready to work on a certain stage, it has to be green, what you see on the screen here. And we follow something called 5x5, 3x3 matchsticks, which means is Each stage has to have 5 people, trained to work on every stage. And every person should be able to work in 5 stations. This is 5 by 5, 3 by 3. This is what we maintain. Entire thing is going into the system, right? All this is in the system, in MES. And through MES, which is very interesting, we auto-deploy people. We no more, there is supervisor to deploy. As soon as he comes and punches, you can see here he is punching. His name appears on the screen where to go and work, based on his skill. You don't even have to tell him where to go. And he looks at it and goes directly to the place. Right? For the, we have used extensively AR, VR. This is for the painting. It is virtual, very effective. This is an immediate result he has got. First he has done it on a checkered plate to practice. And then now he's doing on a dynamic part. He's choosing it, has chosen it, and now it has started moving. Now he's painting. Right? His part is painting. This painting is virtual, but that gun is real. He gets exactly the same feeling, including the noise, except the smell. He gets it, right? So you don't even have to waste paint and part. It goes on. This is the one which you are seeing now is guided maintenance. Here also you don't need supervision, right? There is the digital guides him to what to do in maintenance and setup. Both are we have created for the for the people there on the ground. So let's move back. So coming to the green factory, let me tell you, Mahindra is a leading company in, that in sustainability, ESG rather. So what we are aiming here is that EP100, we have committed, that EP100 is, which means that in 2016 we committed that, we will double our energy productivity by 2030, which means that if I'm producing one vehicle and I consume X number of units, but with the same number of units, I will make 2 vehicles, doubling the energy productivity. To tell you, today we are in 2014 and 2024. Now we are at the level of 90% improvement already. So we'll be, by 2024 itself, we will be reaching the EP100 target. Similarly, RE100, which we have said by 2030, entire power that we consume will come from the renewable energy. Today, Chakan is at about 64% of the energy it consumes is coming from the renewable energy. This is something which is continuously happening, and Mahindra is the only company to reach world level in DJSI, renowned, certification. We are in the world level. We are the only company to be in there. Just to give you, now let me talk about what we are doing in the plant. We know that energy efficiency. Here again, all the equipments are connected, digital meters, and all the readings are online real time, connected. So to plant-wise, line-wise, equipment-wise, you can look at and you can do the, you can, do the improvement, right? So now, interesting thing on safety. This is also very interesting. Let me show it to you. So for the safety, we have again used the same CCTV cameras, hundreds of them on the shop floor. So what happens is that this is a real shop floor on the ground, right? So it will identify if somebody is not wearing gloves, somebody is not wearing helmet, it immediately identifies and gives an alarm. And it gets told who has not done it, right? So this is for one is crossing it, it's identifying. And this guy, if he is not wearing seat belt, also it will identify. Also in the unloading area, if there is some, people are not following the certain things, it identifies, right? That is very interesting. Now this is again AR/VR for fire. No, you cannot create fire, right, in the plant and try and, train your people. Now this is virtually done. Again, the cylinder is real, only it is air. Instead of that, he feels as if he is dousing that fire in the virtual environment. These are some of the examples I just thought will share with you. So I've tried to keep it short. There are many, many like this use cases, so many on the shop floor. So, but this, what is the impact of all this? You can look at it. Productivity has gone. Actually, in 2 years, it is 50% improvement, 2.5 years, yeah. So conversion cost has gone down by 30%. Defects rates have gone down by 90%. Energy consumption has gone down by 30%. And this is what is something which we have achieved through this. That's what I just wanted to tell you, the impact. So I'll quickly talk about people. It's very important that we know that people strategy is also very, very important. So what is changing? We were in the morning looking at the discussion. Let me tell you very clearly what's happening in manufacturing. You can look at this chart. On the left-hand side, you find that there are certain things will continue as roles, but they will be enhanced in terms of capability. There will be declining roles, right? Supervision will go, clerical staff will go over a period of time, right? Painting, welding will, as the scale goes up, you will know that strength will go down. This is what is going to happen, right? Press shop, material, again, clerical things. These are all declining, but there are many emerging roles, right? You can see on the right-hand side the emerging roles, which will be required to run the shop. So the message here is, because it's an institution, I just want to tell you, we must look at what is required to change in academia, because we will run into skill issues. Because as we progress, we will not have this, skill data or the capability data which I have written on the right-hand side. So we have to really work on how do we build this as not only as an organization, as a country. I think it's very, very important. That's why I wanted to show. So as our approach, we are trying to build this within the company. We are trying to hire where we cannot build this to the existing people. So all these are happening. And of course, we are also focusing on behavioral things, because it is the culture change which is going to happen as we progress, right? So these are some of the things which I thought I should share. And the most important thing, like what I showed in the first slide, that, video, important thing is innovation. We have to build culture of innovation. Give them opportunity to innovate. So we have created certain things, like it is a center which we have created in each plant, incubation center. People will come and experiment in this area. Lot of youngsters, you can see on the shop floor now. Electronic cell. This is simulation. And you'll see interesting robots, playing with robots, which you'll see here, E-Yantra. This we did with IIT Mumbai. These are the patents. Patents have now started coming out from the shop floor. People were talking about innovation. You can see the change, what's happening on the shop floor. A lot of innovation, patents coming out of the shop floor. Right, this is what is happening. So it's a good story and a good time to be in manufacturing now, at least. So this is the last slide which I will end with, is what lies ahead. Future expectations of the customers are going to change. We will need interactive products for the customer, real-time service people will expect, autonomous self-learning products people would want, tomorrow, right? Hyper customization, every product will be different. Every customer will want, his own, what he wants, right? This is what, the supply chain will become more and more complex. So, and to the technology also, it is not stopping here. Lot of changes in technologies. You can see that the future technologies, and the biggest one I look at here is additive manufacturing, 3D printing. In 10 to 15 years from now, entire your machining, which is a huge area today of machining in many, many areas, will stop. Additive manufacturing will replace machining and many, many processes rather. So it's a big change ahead also. While there are changes which have happened already, and we are looking at a bigger change in future. That's what I thought I wanted to share. Thank you very much for the patient listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And the videos were really, really amazing. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. We are running a bit over time, so we will circle back to the questions after the second corporate round. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
So we move on to the next section that we have today. It's the fireside chat. So making a little light after lunch. Thank you. We've just celebrated Makar Sankranti. We've done Lori. We've had Bihu. So, and the harvest in India is celebrated with fire, food, stories, games, and music. So in that spirit, IIM Udaipur should not stay behind. We already had our food, so let's go ahead and have a little bit of fireside chat as well. We're calling upon the fireside chat. I would like to call Mr. Prakash Iyer, who will be the moderator for the session. He's an independent business advisor with over 30 years of hands-on experience in building businesses and developing leaders in India and overseas. He's the founder, CEO of Leadership Works, a leadership advisory firm that helps leaders and teams become as good as they are meant to be. On the panel along with him, having the discussion would be Mr. Arvind Iyengar, Chairman, Sports Interactive. He's also the CEO of Sports Solutions Global. And Mr. Neeraj Roy, founder and CEO of Hungama Digital Media. Could you please have all three of them on the stage, please? Can we have the mics, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. As per a popular request, in some time the lights will be dimmed, there'll be some music. This is, after all, post-lunch still. But yeah, welcome to the world of Bollywood and IPL and how digital is impacting the world of entertainment and sport. And to do that, I've got two fabulous friends with me over here. On my left is Neeraj. Neeraj is not just the founder, CEO of Hungama. He's in many senses a pioneer of the Indian internet ecosystem. Okay? He started Hungama like 25 years ago? 24 years ago. So in Bollywood parlance, this is a silver jubilee hit you're staring at here. Yeah? And on my right is, they had told us earlier that if you want to make sure your panel works, make sure there's some AI present. Arvind Iyengar, yeah, AI at its best. And Arvind, is like for all of you, I think he'll be a kind of inspiration because He was this kid who grew up in Bangalore, loving cricket. And so his parents did everything to support him, which is what all our parents would do. They sent him to engineering college. Yeah, he went to IIT Bombay and then, did boring things like got a job with McKinsey. And guess what? I don't know if you know this. This is really fascinating for me. Arvind then participated in a television reality show. It was an ESPN show called Dream Job, which was a bit like this Harsha Ki Khoj or, where's the next cricket commentator going to come from? And he was the runner-up in that, became an ESPN commentator, and then again, of course, quit that to do boring stuff like going to Stanford and now runs this business called Sports Interactive, and we'll try and figure out what this means for us. So great, good to have both of you over here. Let's get started. Neeraj, it's easy for us to think about Bollywood and this digital and entertainment, but give us a sense of what does this really mean when we talk about digital entertainment, mobile entertainment, and what are some of the changes that you've seen in the last few years? Give us a sense.
So thanks a lot, Prakash, for that, and my compliments to IIM Udaipur and the entire staff, and a big shout out to all the students who are probably there online. Always a delight to be amongst you all. So in some ways, I look at the entertainment industry as possibly the catalyst to digital adoption. If I go back, almost about, there are 2-3 things which really triggered digital adoption in a very big way, and certainly the entertainment industry was one of them. Go back about 25 years back, you look at simple things, we are in an era of 2G, barely any kind of connectivity, and yet, voila, there is file sharing happening, and there is this entire component of, stealing of music, etc., that's panning out. And I dare say, from there, some thoughts towards cloud computing, storage in the cloud, etc. So origins kind of go back over there. But where we are today is a very, very fascinating ecosystem. And India is really at the forefront of this. And this got triggered because about 6-7 years back, once we transitioned from 3G to 4G. And we essentially took our data prices from, an average consumer was doing about 900 MB to a gig of data consumption. It was about 250 rupees, and that almost overnight went to about 10, 11 gigs of data consumption. And at a price which was at 250, it became like for 150 rupees, you were getting as much as 30 gigs of data, as it were. Today, we are, arguably the largest consumer of data on a regular network, as it were, anywhere in the world. And a big part of that has been driven by the 850 million consumers who it's second nature for them to stream, whether they're streaming music, they're watching videos, they're playing games. On all of those metrics, India is at the forefront of the consumption economy in many ways. And I think it augurs well for us because we're a vibrant nation. We are a nation, 29 states, as Amitabh was speaking earlier in the morning, 21 spoken languages. We have cinema, which is pretty much ingrained into us. India does about 1,500 films a year. That's about 6 times the number of films that happen through Hollywood. We sell about 4.2 billion admission tickets. Our cinema is viewed in 127 countries, dubbed in 35 languages. So all in all, made for a recipe for mass scale adoption. And, so that's pretty much where I am. We'll talk more, as it were.
Sure. And if I just stay with the bit about digital impacting this large entertainment industry, what would be some visible signs, a couple of things that have changed?
So, well, the impact has been coming from, so when you look at media entertainment, as we understand is print, radio, television, films, live events, etc., all of that. Across the board, because of habits changing. So the broad numbers in terms of consumption today are, we have about 110 million paying subscribers for video OTT services. We have about 450 million consumers who are actively playing games. We have roughly about 400 million consumers who are actively streaming music, and closer to about 550 million consumers who are comfortable with just consuming video. Its natural impact into the broader media entertainment industry is fairly significant because for the first time post-COVID,
television, for example, is really in a huge area of concern, kind of almost falling off the cliff because of two things. One, video consumption on mobile phones is like gone skyrocket. And there's like now almost about 40 million smart TVs in the market as well. So there's massive. Gaming is another category because, you know, we are a young nation. It augurs very well. And in some ways, as the, you know, what we'll see the next few years is really the amalgam of, you will start seeing consumers move from audio to video to gaming to live to extended reality pretty seamlessly. And we'll talk a little bit about that.
Wow. Yeah. And turning to sport, Arvind, tell us what's actually been happening, let's say, in the last 5-10 years. Sport has always existed. People have been passionate about it. But how has digital changed the world of sport, both in terms of organizations, the way fans might experience it, what's happening to teams and leagues around the world? What have you seen?
Yeah, so thanks again, Prakash, and thanks to the IIM team and putting this entire event together. I think sport is this thing that's really interesting, right? And you talked about what's changed in the last 5 years. I think before that, if I just take a step back, right, sport has always had this very unique fan base, right? And I differentiate between a fan and a consumer. There's something about sports fans which drives an element of fandom and identity and core elements like nothing else. At the end of the day, no matter how much my favorite cricketer tells me about engine oil, I'm not going to care about it that much. But if Rafael Nadal loses a match, my entire day is practically ruined because it feels like I was out there playing that match. And so sports fans have already existed, and whether that's social connect, identity, tribes, all of that has been core. But rights holders for the longest time have essentially taken that for granted and said, we are primarily in a trading business. So I own these sports rights, and I'll go ahead and sell that to someone else who will monetize it. And so you have federations like the NBA, if you go back and think about them in the 90s or 2000s, getting super popular. All they care about is mass viewership. Then let me just get the best for my TV rights. And if you think about David Stern, who did a phenomenal job growing to the league to what it is, essentially a lawyer trying to say, how do we trade it? And would essentially say, we're a rights business. Today, Adam Silver, who's running the NBA, will say, we are a product company or a consumer company. We want to own a direct relationship with the fans. And digital has really brought to the forefront that leagues that for the longest time just thought about television as this one-to-many big broadcast and let me just create a single product and let that be good, have now said digital is now the way at which I can build these, if not one-to-one, one to much smaller, many direct connects. Let me own the fan directly. And so the biggest change we've seen is sports organizations have gone from all we care about is the performance on the pitch and fans will come no matter what happens, to we want to build a direct connect with the fans. And also with so much more entertainment, OTT, fighting for the attention and everything else out there, they've had to do it because if not, you're going to see a lot of leagues that have, or sports like golf or even test match cricket or even football matches today. You're seeing a lot of those where attention spans are dwindling, and if the product is not enhanced and you're not getting to know your fan, you're going to perish. And so that's where we've seen the most change, which is sports organizations doing more and more for fans and going from consumption to that cycle that Neeraj just talked about, to interactivity, immersion, and more.
Sure. And when you say they're doing a lot for fans, give me a couple of examples of how fans may be experiencing sport differently, just for us to get a sense of how tech is changing all of this.
So I think multiple different ways, right? So the simplest one that people I think will relate to is a broadcast experience. For the longest time, all you would see is something on television and that's it, right? And so back in the day, it would be your old Doordarshan feed whenever a sport would come on, over time, anything else. Today, a sport fan can get multiple different types of streams, right? So you go on to a digital OTT platform, there are 7 different streams, whether that's a different language, whether it's different interactivity, to the more advanced ones actually have gamification built in. So as you're watching something on a stream, you can actually play a live quiz, or you can even see, if you're a geeky sports fan, the NBA would have brought out some stuff where you can see things like shot probabilities in real time. So that entire experience of what you see as a sports fan is not just that one grainy picture or better picture as time evolved, to what is it that I'm listening to and seeing, which can be customized to a degree to my preferences. And then I think there's everything around actually the gamification itself, which I think is one of the biggest changes in sport globally.
Yeah. And what I like about that is the fact that it's technology that's working for the consumer in a sense, where the fan is at the center of a lot of the change that's happening. And I'm wondering, is that true in entertainment too? As a Bollywood fan, for example, how has the Bollywood fans' experience or engagement with film or music changed?
Absolutely. See, I mean, when we talk about technology being a disruptor in every instance, doesn't matter which industry it may be, it's always putting the consumer at the center. So in the field of entertainment, what did we have? Let's look at the most immediate sort of, visual peer of entertainment, which is television. So here you had classification of channels, so you could go and watch the channels that you had. 15 years, 20 years back, there was an innovation called direct to home. So that direct to home then went into an IP-based box, so you could store as well. So which is the equivalent of you could TiVo it, etc. And therefore, but it was still prime time was a specific time, whereas straight away now you have prime time is my time. It doesn't matter. I may choose my prime time is 3 in the morning and I will binge watch for the next 7 hours, do that. So that's a simple thing that's happened. The second thing that's happened is with search and recommendation, from being served one, your ability to kind of go down the rabbit hole and be given a spectrum of not few dozen films or shows or whatever, you now have suddenly 30, 40, 50,000 hours of programming. The third thing is, typically, when you look at this, storytelling has not necessarily changed so much, although when we talk Gen AI, etc., we'll talk about it. But you had the classic sort of, 5, 6 forms of storytelling that were there. What started happening is today when you go into an OTT platform, and I'm still talking video, there are almost 30 different classifications. Because the consumer, I don't know how many of you all, when you're watching a show, aren't you inclined to also browse at the same time? It could be a docudrama, or it could be anything referenced as it were. You are curious. I know when I watched, like, for example, Narcos many years ago, suddenly my interest in Pablo Escobar and the entire thing kind of happened. Now, that duality of consumption, again, has led to new forms. That's why you're finding interest in a lot more stories which are real, which people connect with. Then the fourth innovation here is duration. For about 40, 50 years, television was a 23-minute or a 25-minute format, and it was episodic, as it were. A film was typically dependent on if it's an international film, 1.5 to 2 hours, if it's an Indian film, 2 to 3, 3.5 hours, format of sorts. And then, about 10 years back, humanity got experience to the most addictive form of digital consumption, which is short video, driven by AI in a manner which is, so suddenly the only other short form storytelling that we were accustomed to was the 30-second form of an ad. Whereas here you were literally being able to tell stories in 10 seconds, and the democratization that happened to the creator side as well, when you look at it, because you had these bunch of creators who were telling the story, but here you suddenly had millions of storytellers, and those are the influencers across various things, etc., that have happened. So we'll talk about next as you talk Gen AI, because that world is superbly exciting, but we'll talk about it a little later.
And I love the way you talked about going down the rabbit hole. Almost makes binge watching seem like a good thing in life, Yeah. And, this is about an India Digital Conclave. So I'm just wondering, Make in India, India Shining. I know that Sports Interactive does a lot of work for clients around the world. So give us a sense of what's happening. What are we doing in India, and what are you doing, which is actually catering to perhaps an audience even beyond the 1.4 billion here?
Yeah, so I think India is blessed. We would have heard this in a few different sessions through the day as well and other events, but India is just blessed with amazing talent, right? And whether that's technical talent, engineering talent, product talent, we're able to actually build not just, I'd say in the past we talk about India as the back office for the world, right? But I think you're seeing front-facing, forward-facing products that are actually going out there for fans around the world. And we've seen that in many different places. So at Sports Interactive, like you mentioned, we've got a team of 700 people that's catering to sports fans all around the world. And that manifests itself in many different ways, right? So for example, we actually work with Formula One or UEFA, building an official fantasy game for them. And that's because it's product engineering that is smart, intuitive, creating those one-to-one personalized touches. And so today, if someone's going on in Italy and playing this Formula One game in their local language, that's actually built out of India by a team sitting in our office with an engine that's been perfected over several years. Similarly, when you start to think about, today you go to Google and you search for cricket scores, India versus Afghanistan. That's actually something that we are pushing out to Google. And someone back in the day, it would have been a bunch of people sitting in front of a TV, type button, and then that gets pushed out. Today, it's just a combination of computer vision, machine learning that's able to automatically detect what's actually happening with a single delivery, sending that out in less than a second, right? Sub-second latency, and that's going out to every global player in the world, right? So when you ask Alexa, what's the cricket score? Whether you're in India, whether you're somewhere else, whether you're playing one of these global Formula One or UEFA fantasy games, or you're checking out a bunch of different digital assets that a lot of European federations are building, that's all actually built in India. And I think that's the real power of, just really core talent that can build world-class products, which we don't necessarily talk about as much, but there's a lot out there.
Yeah, fabulous, yeah. Fabulous to hear. Yeah, and I'm just wondering if Mr. Amitabh Kant was to ask you, what would be 2 or 3 things that you think we should be doing, or what are the things that need to change for India to be like the #1 center for innovation in digital entertainment, or for being the, really the home base for all of this?
Sure. So I'll kind of just give you a little backstory to answer your question, Prakash. So about 4.5, maybe 5 years back, there were a bunch of us, we were 4, 5 of us, who started engaging with the government in Delhi. And the inspiration here was, and it's nice to tell the story in the software and tech capital of the country, as it were. The inspiration to me was, what was done 35 years back with the Indian software industry. And there were really, in my mind, 3 key things at that time that were done. You first did the 10-year tax break, which had a 5 and 5 extension. You did the complete sort of duty-free for hardware, for actual sort of software programming and all to happen. And then that led to the SEZs, which was not necessarily very successful. And that led to over a, $100 billion industry and a powerhouse being created. So we said that, look, listen, we see the world of media entertainment kind of truly coming together and converging. And at that point in time, we kind of coined this under the broader theme of AVGC, which is a little bit of a sort of mouthful, but essentially it was an acronym for animation, VFX, gaming, comics. And we said we need to do something in this area because there are tremendous opportunities around it. Now, in April of 22, the government actually went beyond our expectations. They appointed 7 of us onto a task force, and they gave us a mandate that in 90 days, we would like you to come out with a formulated policy for this broader AVGC sector. And they co-opted. Why did they go beyond us? They co-opted 6 ministries. INB became the nodal ministry, telecom because it was technology, skill development, HRD because it's about jobs, finance, and Niti Aayog because, it's about policy and whatever. And, as a little footnote, they said, oh, gee whiz, by the way, we're looking at by 2032, potentially about $80 to $90 billion coming out of this. And, by the way, make sure you do it in the manner whereby 2 million jobs also get created, as it were. So the point I'm making is, where did this lead to the point which, Arvind is making? And I had this conversation, I don't remember in which ministry, but with some of them, I said, have you watched a Marvel film? They said, yes. So I said, okay, have you watched the end? What happens? So they said that, nahi, wo usme kuch hota hai, and, wo next dikhate hain usme, ki next film what will come. I said, no, when you sit for those 4 or 5 minutes before that comes, there's like a whole host of what is called as credits that come. There's some 4,000 or 5,000 names that come. I said, if you just looked closely, you will find a Kumar, an Iyer, a Sharma, a Mathur, this, etc., whatever. So the fact is, there is already about 1,800 of those folks coming out of VFX, etc., out of places like Hyderabad, Bangalore and all. That's beginning to happen. And where India is going in this space, right now, we were really trying to make our stories relevant to a global audience. I believe, on that front, Hollywood has got a huge head start because their adoption of technology. So that's not something that's coming around too soon. But I think the manner in which we have co-opted all of these, that's why, because I see a world where audio, video, gaming, live, extended reality, from a 5G going to a 6G world, consumer is going to seamlessly move from one to the other. And that is potentially why, and coming to your question of what Mr. Amitabh Kant spoke about, what we are doing with Bhashini, for example, and the knowledge that we will have on consumption into storytelling and generative AI coming from there could potentially be very, very interesting things which will come out of India.
You talked about 200 million jobs to be, 2 million jobs to be created.
The entertainment industry can only handle this much. Yeah.
I thought like those government guys.
Mahindra is here as well, the automobile sector and everything.
I thought somebody sitting in the government will say, 2 million to zyada nahi lagta hai, 200 bol do na. But I think the interesting bit for me is, we are sitting here hosted by the wonderful folks at IIM Udaipur. What advice would you have for IIM Udaipur to say, hey, this is what you could do to perhaps create the next bunch of superstars who will come and work in businesses like yours?
Yeah, no, I think that's a very valid question. And really, this is, again, going out, to all of them on campus, hopefully watching, etc. So I think the world of entertainment, whether it is sport, whether it is any other form of entertainment, filmed entertainment or live entertainment, and the world of commerce are going to come together. So how? Because the player is now, like in my mind, the next real estate. So if you see any of the OTT services the last 10 years, with the exception of better layouts, better search and recommendation, and hence helping you discover what you want to see, or like what Arun spoke about for fans going down that little engagement and being a part of, we'll talk about volumetric capture, etc., to put the fan in the playing field itself, as it were. Where this is a very big opportunity is today, whether it's sport or entertainment, they aggregate communities which get monetized either through advertising or through digital subscriptions. And I believe that if you look at that as content, with the player itself now becoming an action to commerce, you suddenly make this industry from a few $1 trillion globally in 85, 90 trillion global GDP to potentially something a lot more meaningful, because from that couple of hours that are spent, if I can lead that to commerce, I'm technically a part of something which is 10x of that. So that's my first sort of 20,000 feet kind of a thing to it. From there, I'll come to them, about just the sheer excitement and innovation, because these sectors have always been catalysts for innovation and will continue to do so. The third is, I think, the creator economy is itself also becoming a very powerful sort of producer of products and services itself. So today, every one of these actors, actresses, influencers, till now they were largely doing a job of enacting something. But with the kind of supply chain that's now building out, they are becoming entrepreneurs. And with things like ONDC, etc., there is another angle altogether. And therefore, for anyone who's not thought this through, that's like an opportunity of being in an industry, but also playing quasi-entrepreneur, because there are scores of them who will create lines with manufacturing, etc., becoming the way it is. So these would be like, some thoughts for them to ponder.
Sure. And just staying with the idea of jobs, Arvind, a quick word of advice to young people out there on what, if you talk to young people and many of them want to make a career in sport, as it were, or in the business of sport, what advice would you have for them?
Yeah, so I think you're right. A lot of people want to do something in sport or want to do something in entertainment. These are, there's a lot of intrinsic motivation to want to do something like this. And I'd say the good part about sport is when I think about, when you started this 10, 15 years ago and when it was a little less revolved, there were always large opportunity costs or trade-offs, right? So I can do a job in banking or I can do a job in sport. That also means I'm at a 50% lower comp or things like that, right? What's happening now is, you need to go in fully aware of how this world might be different from a traditional corporate job. So folks should go in eyes wide open. But B, I think there are multiple opportunities being created, just to Neeraj's point, where there are new lines of business coming in. And I completely agree with the point that I think D2C is going to be a game changer. We've not seen this confluence and things coming together like ever before, particularly in a place like India, right? Just for example, whenever I was at ESPN and we used to look at television rights and fees, in any emerging market, 80% of revenue was actually consumer revenue, right? Someone paying a cable fee. 20% was advertising. India was always flipped, right? 80-20. And it's like, India, you're never going to make money from a consumer, but you get large eyeballs and then you figure out some advertiser or sponsorship. That is changing. You're seeing that in things like gaming. You're seeing that with an emerging middle class. You're seeing that with higher disposable income, the ability to spend. And the fact that sport is going to see a lot of these elements, which, at least in sport, has not been there traditionally. So you're going to see a bit of a changing of the guard. You're going to see folks coming in with a different perspective from where, sports may have operated, and not just in India, but globally, as, may have been an old boys club of, a few people who know each other, to there are new innovative models. And so for anyone looking to break into sport, I think combine that passion for sport with learnings from some other industries like e-commerce, like other sectors where the fan is going to be front and center of it, because that can create natural pieces. And I'd say the last piece, so be aware what you're getting into. Take in some learnings from other industries. But if you're doing sport or entertainment, I assume it's because there is a passion for it. And it's very important to make sure you never lose that, because that's what makes you excited every day going into it.
Sure. Great stuff. And, important to combine that passion with perhaps knowledge of, how digital might work, or a sense of business or monetization, or a host of other things. Quick, maybe time to look at trend spotting. And I just want to ask both of you, if you were to look into the future, right, what would be, let's say, the top 2 trends that you see impacting your business?
So for us, we've touched upon a lot of it already. So there's a bit of repetition, but hey, I'm a fan of Anaphora. The fan at the center and Fanalytics is what we've launched as an entirely new unit, right? So we've been around for 20 years, but we've launched an entire unit just focused on understand the fan and being able to crack the holy grail of ARC, which is acquire, retain, and commercialize. If you're able to do that in a very meaningful way, that I think is the holy grail. And then there are multiple enablers to do that, right? There are things around Gen AI which will enable content creation, which will help with better acquisition of fans. There's a bunch of things around commercialization and commerce by driving personalization at really massive scale. So, we are able to, at the end of a marathon, for instance, send 50,000 runners a personalized video 1 minute after they finish to say, here's your run, we've tracked it to a bib number, we've tracked it to a video, and you're creating something out there that 80% of it might be largely similar, which is talking about the track, like your good old Facebook friend videos for the 100 people that still use Facebook. But then you throw in a bit of personalization with actually a picture of them at the marathon, at the finishing line, at a particular point and their times. And that is massively changing from just getting something really small. And that can then lead to either commerce or brand love or just that fan, consumer getting really into it, right? Sure. So I think that is one big piece that we're looking at. And I think the other, which I think Neeraj was also touched upon briefly with volumetric video capture and everything else, is what is VR and immersive technology going to do in this world of consumption? At some level, I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner, because 10 years ago, 8 years ago, Facebook was talking about Oculus, and this is going to be the future, and it's not quite gotten there both with distribution and technology, but it's much more there now. And how are you going to move from, sitting and watching it on television or a projector to actually saying, hey, I can actually watch this from a square leg umpire point of view, or I can watch this as though I'm at the center. I can change things all the way through, and creating that immersive fan experience, I think, is the next piece of it.
And maybe reach a stage where I can now decide that Rohit Sharma will score some runs.
There are people who've tried to do that, but I think it's illegal now.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, Neeraj.
Sure. So I'll kind of try and describe this from the creator side and then from the consumer or the audience side, okay? So from the creator side, the most exciting thing for me is, as I mentioned a little earlier, see, the format of stories, that's not changed so much. It may have changed in duration, terms, etc. But what's happening is, with the world of game development and movie making coming together, meshing in, one of the most fascinating things that I have seen in recent times is the ability to real-time create new worlds, new movies. So let me describe this in as non-geeky a manner so you all can visualize this. So till now, let's say, whether it's a show, whether it's a film, is the creation of one writer, one director, screenplay, artist, and that is 1 to million, right? Now, the world of gaming, when we go around making a game, and I'm talking about a massive thing, the typical analogy of that is that if it's a 2-hour film, we have to create 50 hours of gameplay. Because you don't know where the gamer will go and what sort of... But the technology that's largely used now is, whether it's Unreal or Unity, that same tech is being used in making cinema as well. And here for the first time, the sort of oracle of all things AI, and it's not OpenAI and it's not Bard or whatever, it's actually a company which folks here in Bangalore would definitely know, which is a company, little known company called NVIDIA. They're very familiar because they come from the gaming world. And the one thing we all know and recognize is that AI is all about massive compute capability. So what we are beginning to see is real life scenarios. So we are 3 of us. Let's say 2 of us are real and I am some digital character that's been created. Now, here are about 100 of you all, and you are interacting, you're watching this. But if my character and your characters have been given a backstory and that's gone into the LLM, then there is limitless conversations that are possible in a conversational AI scenario. But that's still not exciting because you could do it at best in this setup with this backdrop. But what if real time, million people watching, and those million people have 10,000 different locations, someone wants to be in a beach, someone wants to take us here, there, whatever. Can that real compute and real scenarios happen? And therefore you're talking a maze of multipath movies. So I see that becoming a reality. So that's on the creator side, as it were. On the audience side, I just feel that more immersiveness in the immediate is a distinct possibility. I couldn't agree more with what Prakash said, that we've had the boo-boo about VR talked about loud. There was a company which even went ahead and changed its name, trying to sort of cash in onto a term which was more often than used, abused, which is Metaverse, which is really nothing but the spatial web. It's a 3-dimensional web, as it were. But couldn't do much. But why I'm excited now, because when Apple's coming in with Vision Pro OS, they're doing exactly what they did in May of 2007. When they brought in the phone, they brought with it the iOS. So when they're bringing in Vision Pro, they're bringing in with that the OS. That creates an ecosystem. We already saw in the Mahindra presentation what kind of stuff is already happening. I think from a consumption point of view, there is a price barrier to it, certainly, but it is a fascinating world of entertainment, which will transport people into different places, as it were. In sport, it's already happening. One of our investors is Intel. They've done massive amount of work on volumetric. They did one project almost about 5 years back with a movie called Grease, which they recreated in LA. They did a studio at Intel Studio where they had 132 cameras in a football-sized kind of a setup. And the original director of Grease basically did a recreation of one of the songs, but because it was shot with 132 different cameras, every person could physically kind of put them into it. And we are now in a zone where with metahumans, etc. happening. So to put myself into that, I mean, we're a side project that we are working on where we're just taking digital twins of all the actors. So imagine you're watching a film. Now you can choose that I will watch it with the digital twin of the actor. So Shah Rukh Khan is there with me. And in any case, these kids, their attention span is less than a couple of minutes right now. So to the traditional, it'll be like, I've gone there to watch a movie, I'm not gone there to chat, but that's not the way the kids are going to think. So they'll be very eager to have conversations and want to know every little scene that happened. And you bring in conversational AI into it, and that's, that's a whole new way and expression to happen.
Sure. I want to turn this over to the audience for some questions, but a quick one for you. Do you see a downside in all this? Is there a dark side of
Yes,
things
there
going
is.
wrong?
I think the quick one is the addiction, and we need to be extremely conscious of it. So even when we did the AVGC report and we submitted it and whatever, we have talked about within that in things like gaming, for example, responsible gaming, areas like that. That is a big issue. As it is the entire thing of short video apps, that is an aspect that's happening. People are going into counseling, etc. So that is an aspect, but I do believe there's only that much that a regulatory framework can do. I think it's more about awareness, and the consumer themselves need to figure out, how much is good enough and not go down that path. So that's my...
Sure.
The only add on to that, I just say stuff around IP protection, and you've seen what's happening with deepfakes and what's actually out there and what's authentic or not, and therefore who owns what and then what can be put out there are things which just will need to get figured out over time.
Super stuff. I know there's a lot more to ask. Picture abhi baki hai, but questions for the two gentlemen on either side. There will be a mic that can come around. Yep.
Hello. So the question is, there's a lot of role of algorithms in deciding which video to watch in, say, YouTube or Netflix, and so in the process of consuming a video, you are kind of you're sort of dependent on the algorithm. So and these algorithms can kind of bias you towards watching certain videos more than the other ones. So how do you see creativity towards coming up with other algorithms which can influence or increase the diversity of videos that individuals can see?
I'll give you a very quick response to that. That is definitely an area, and that again is something in some markets like EU, etc. They are also looking at that as big tech monopoly in its own way as well. So recently, for example, in some of the streaming services, they are demanding that put it onto, put it out there, that on what basis is this done? Because it can impact both the creators as well as the audience in its own way. Don't have an immediate short sort of response into you, but my sense is in the next couple of years, you will see a kind of correction that will happen in this, which will be in favor of the consumer.
Great. Next question. Yep, at the back there.
Hello. We've seen government regulation come from the MeitY department to protect consumer rights, particularly in terms of data protection laws here. So how do you put it in plain value where government trying to control some of this? Can you please explain what is their philosophy or thought process behind how they formulated government control versus individual rights in this? Like, for example, let me explain myself better. So, for example, if you were to say that tech companies are to be operated in a certain way, there are some rules that have come about. At the same time, there has been criticism from outside, that this is too, dominating from the government side. So, what do you have to say about that?
So I think at a high level, again, we can look at Europe with GDPR, which has probably the strongest data protection rules out there of most other places, right? I think the biggest aspect that governments have at least tried to put in place is that there is greater transparency of what is captured or not, and consumers have the ability to opt in or not. Now, at some level, once the consumer has that choice and there is that greater transparency, that ultimately will make things better, because at the end of the day, someone might say, I don't want to give any information, I don't need personalized context because I'm paranoid about what my information will do. And someone else says, this is table stakes, this is the world we live in, I'm happy to give whatever I need to, and therefore it makes my experience better. And that might mean some of my data is out there, but I'm therefore getting more tailored experiences. So I think the roles of governments in very meaningful ways are to make sure the choice rests with the consumer, as opposed to it being a large black box in which they're not operating. And that's what Europe's tried to do. That's what you're trying to see happen here as well in meaningful ways. And that makes a lot of sense. And it goes back to either big tech monopoly or big tech black box, which therefore just makes things obscure. But I think in the world that we live in, I think there are always those trade-offs that each consumer should make for themselves. But once he or she knows what it is, then they should be opting in as they choose.
Just to try and wrap this up and bring it to an end, I just want to have one last question for both of you. The year is 2034, and yay, it's IPL time. Tell us, what would be different about that IPL from a consumer standpoint, fan standpoint, team standpoint?
Well, we're in Bangalore, so I don't know if I want to make an RCB reference there.
Well, there'll be a campaign which is Esal Namade or whatever.
But I will leave that part out. But look, I'll go to the digital part in a second, but I do think the IPL in sport is going to change in a meaningful way. We're going to have many more franchises. So you're not going to have 8 teams, 10 teams, but more. We are potentially going to have a world order of cricket changing where IPL teams either have a longer season or potentially have teams in different parts of the world and contracts with players all across, and therefore you've got IPL teams not in there for 2 months in a year, but 6, 7, 8, and you're already starting to see some of that. And then from a fan experience perspective, I think you're going to see multiple different changes, right? I think you're going to see a lot of the VR stuff and volumetric video and fans being at the center of it. So whether you're sitting next to Sachin Tendulkar and watching a match, whether you're watching it as square leg umpire, whether you're red boxing in many different ways, I think that is going to be one very massive change for that fan experience. And through all of it, you're also going to see greater levels of engagement, interactivity, and potentially fans just on a fly in their virtual avatars deciding, oh, this is great. Virat Kohli, because he's super fit and will still be playing then, just scored his 1000th century. Let's go ahead and get this merchandise happening straight away. And RCB continuing to, make it to the semi-finals at best. So.
Super stuff. And, IPL, if IPL is here, a Shah Rukh Khan release can't be too far behind. So 2034, SRK movie coming. What would have changed?
So let me respond to that in a way of, let's put the audience not necessarily on a phone in an office or a home or in their home or a cinema hall. Autonomous driving in 2034 will be a reality. So there's no reason why a car will have seats which are facing just one way. At the press of a button, it'll convert into a 4x4 level. There are 32 sensors on the vehicle, and it's driving away. Every shield, this, etc., is a screen. There'll be a new form of sort of, visual IMAX experience that you're getting in your car. hopefully Bangalore traffic would be much nicer, so you are kind of on your way to Coorg and not necessarily just stuck around in Bangalore. Having said that, you would then have made the choice that yes, this is the movie that I want to watch. In just the selection, you will be given an option. This is the cast. Do you want to cast yourself, your friends, whatever, into it as well? You'll make those couple of clicks. You'll need to pay a little extra for that. You will then be asked, would you like, during this entire conversation to have some interactions, etc. You'll add that as well. And then you'll kind of immerse yourself into that experience. On the question of Shah Rukh Khan in 2034, well, the resurrection that he has had in 2023, yes, I would still bet that 2034, Shah Rukh will still very much be around, possibly still trying to play the leading man. So to that, we'll...
Thank you very much, Neeraj. Thanks, Arvind, and thank you, everybody. Put your hands together for the two gentlemen, please. Thank you very much.
Riveting and fun session. I would request all panelists to be on stage for a couple of minutes, please. It's bad manners to send someone without a gift. I will request our director, sir, to please come up on stage and present the mementos to our panelists. If you could just come to the center of the stage, it'll be more convenient. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Today we have had a lot of sessions, a lot of discussions, and some great insights into how India is transforming into the digitized world. Upcoming, we have a few more things. We have startups who are in drones. We have startups who are completely revolutionizing their industry in healthcare or from satellite communications. So please stay with us. But before we go to drones and before we go to satellites, let's come back to a company which has changed the country on land, right? Amul. I don't think it needs any introductions. From their utterly butterly delicious products, their mascot, their ever so hilarious print ads, Amul has touched the lives of millions, changed the lives of millions. But let me help you with some numbers. Amul is the largest FMCG company in the country with a turnover of more than 72,000 crores. It is working with 36 million milk producers in Gujarat and has more than 18,000 dairy cooperative societies that they work with. It handles more than 3 crore liters of milk. It is the largest in India and the 8th largest dairy company in the world. Today, we have with us Mr. Jayan Mehta, Managing Director of Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation Limited, Anand, which we love to call Amul. Mr. Jain has been working with Amul for the last 32 years. He is a member of the Standing Committee of Marketing and International Dairy Federation. He is also a member of the Committee of International Trade Policy of the Confederation of Indian Industries. He has served as a member of the Global Dairy Trade and Oversights Board. I welcome Mr. Mehta onto the stage. Over to you, sir.
So in a time, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Director Sir, for inviting me to this event in beautiful city of Bangalore. I was actually slotted to speak right after lunch. The reason being that milk has, among many other things like calcium, protein, fat, and other things, also tryptophan, which puts you to sleep. But then indigo conspired, and here I am before you, hoping that the milk and the coffee after this will keep all of us awake. I'll share the story of Amul, which is known to you. Just put numbers to it, and I'm happy that context of today's discussion, talking about how Amul and the technology integration have gone in together, will be a story which of the farmers of Gujarat and the country, and what lies ahead of all of us together as a country is what I would like to present in the next few minutes. Amul, as you know, is a dairy cooperative which was set up way back in 1946. And today we are happy to be rated amongst the strongest dairy brands in the world, among the strongest food brands in the world, and also among the most trusted brands in the country. And as I was told earlier, that we collect close to 300 lakh liters of milk every day. In fact, today's procurement is about 360 lakh liters. So overall 10 billion liters of milk in a year from 36 lakh farmers, making us the 8th largest dairy cooperative in the world, a dairy company in the world for that matter, and the largest dairy cooperative, with $9 billion sales turnover last year, which is about 72,000 crores. We're growing at double digit this year also. And this is where we are looking at the country from a perspective of how cooperatives can actually become a game changer for the farmers of our country, and what lies ahead for all of us in that space. Amul, as you know, has stood for the country because at the time of India's independence, India's milk production was very bad. It was said that the gutter water of London was better bacteriologically than the milk available in the city of Bombay. I didn't say Bangalore. But we are primarily not in a very happy situation, and per capita availability was also shrinking. So this is when the cooperative started. It delivered the results in a manner that India turned out to be the largest producer of milk in the world. And this is the model which is basically because of the empowerment of the farmers which happened. And it started as a farmers' empower movement because Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel inspired the farmers of Kera district to come together to form a cooperative society. And there, today it's also, among many other things, a symbol of women empowerment. But in a nutshell, this is the dairy cooperative model of India. Milk producers in a village form a village dairy cooperative society. All villages in a district form a district processing union, and all districts of a state have the state marketing federation, which directly connects the producer with the consumer. And this is the model which got replicated all over the country. So you have Nandini in Karnataka, which follows exactly the same model as Verka in Punjab or Avin in Tamil Nadu, and every single state of the country. And this is where, from 1946, when Amul started, to replication by the National Dairy Development Board in 1965 onwards under Operation Flood program, starting in 1970 to 1998, contributed to making India the largest producer of milk in the world. And more importantly, even today, milk is the largest agricultural crop of India. So it is a subsidiary occupation, but actually in terms of value of output, milk is more than wheat, paddy, oilseeds put together. And India is among the largest producers in the world for all of these three. So this shows the impact and importance of this dairy sector, giving livelihood to more than 10 crore people. And the good part of the cooperative model is more than 80% share of what consumers spend on Amul or any dairy cooperative product brand goes back to the farmer. This is the highest ratio anywhere in the world. Any developed country, producers hardly get 1/3 share of the consumer's rupee or a dollar or a pound. And this is where is the key to the success of this model. And because the farmer is the heart of everything, this is where it works. And the women empowerment story also, which India in the G20 presidency talked about, is not women's development, women-led development. This is a model which was showcased to the world, and it actually works because 1/3 of the total farmers of 36 lakh farmers that we have, more than 15 lakh are women. Though women do most of the work, we are now inducting them into the system, having their bank accounts enrolled into our systems, and they get money directly paid. So more than 15-20,000 crores being deposited directly in the bank account of women in a year is a story which not many people know. Consumers obviously are the heart of success for the brand, and the brand exists because of the two pillars that we have: value for many, because we deal with 3.6 million farmers, and value for money, which is where consumers know that they are going to get the best quality product at the most affordable prices from Amul. This is a very contradictory business position, because what they teach in business schools is that you buy the raw material at the lowest price, sell the finished good at the highest price, and keep the maximum profit for the owners or the promoters or the shareholders. We do exactly the opposite. We buy the raw material at the highest possible price because we are buying it from our owners, because the farmers are the owners of the cooperative. And consumers know that they get the best quality product, but not necessarily at the highest price, because that's where they trust the brand. And we have a mandate also to grow the market. So this is where we operate with very low costs, very low margins, very low overheads, and still give the best both to the consumer and the producer. And this is what is the tightrope walking this organization and cooperative has been doing for more than 7 decades now, and is one of the main reasons for the success of this particular thing. But having said that, we cannot be just resting on the shares and the volumes that we have and the trust of the customers that we have. So you need to continuously keep on innovating and developing products, which consumers sometimes express they want, sometimes they don't know, but they would be happy to have it. So this is the kind of play one needs to have, and we need to develop a set of products which are meeting the requirements of customers and also delivering them in the way and format they want. So it be it a distribution network which covers almost every single district, taluka, and all 5,000 or 2,000 population villages and towns. You also try to get into direct-to-customer bandwagon and also try to service the customer at every single pin code of the country directly. This is where technology comes in, and technology is heart of everything that we do because of the supply chain that we have, which is very, very unique. I mentioned about 36 lakh farmers, 18,600 villages, 98 dairy plants, 50 product categories, 1,000 plus SKUs, all categorized into what we call as a distribution highway. The ambient frozen highway is at -20 degrees C. That's the time you ship the products like that. Chilled at 0 to 4, ambient at room temperature, and fresh products with just 48-hour shelf life moving directly from the plant to the market. But through a network of 85, 86 sales offices, 15,000 distributors, and 1 million retail outlets. And also exports to more than 50 countries around the world. So this is the supply chain, right from the cow to the consumer. And this is where the mission of providing the best price to the farmer, most value for money product to the customer, and every member of this integrated supply chain tries to ensure either of the two goals: reduce the cost, improve the efficiency, and pass on the larger share of the rupee back to the producer, or build the market from the consumer. And this is where the integration and the technology integration happens. And this is the number of transactions. As I mentioned, 36 lakh farmers come in twice a day. So 7.2 million transactions happening. Every liter of milk, it can be half a liter given by a farmer, or a 10 liters or a 20 liters. The fat percentage, the SNF percentage, calculated, converted into cash, and delivered directly in the bank account. Happening simultaneously, continuously, all the milk being transported from so many villages to the dairy plants, processed into multiple products, and shipped across the country, and sold to consumers, and every single transaction to a retailer happening on a common software and app. So while this looks good on a chart and a paper, and the numbers speak for themselves, but when you are faced with a situation like COVID, where actually nothing was working and the entire country was in lockdown, this is the system which worked and showed the resilience 24/7. There was not a single hour of disruption of operations, even in the worst of the lockdowns, because of the seamless integration and the overall visibility of the system, both from the producer perspective and from the consumer perspective. And this is where you can demonstrate that how collectively such a large number of people can also work seamlessly without any disruption in the worst of the situation we all faced a couple of years back. This is the heart of what it and how it started. Way back in 1995, we as Amul had to undergo a transformation. And it was a transformation because India in 1991-92 had liberalized the economy. So from 1940s, 50s when we started, to 1970s when the Operation Flood started, till almost early 90s, there was an era of protectionism. And Amul, being a cooperative, and the government supported this initiative, had a concept of a milk sheds and a support given to each of the milk sheds in every district of the country. But Post-liberalization, there was a situation in which it was a reality that Nestle could set up a plant next to Amul in Anand. So we realized that the days of protection are over and we have to convert ourselves into an organization which is ready to face not just competition but also capital from around the world, and how do we beat that. So we undertook a transformation exercise. We identified several tools of strategic reinvention, but one of the decisions that we took in those days, and I'm talking of 1994-95, that we should think and work like an IT company in food business. Now we are sitting here in Bangalore, and IT and Bangalore are synonymous, but think about people or farmers of Anand in Gujarat talking about this when India was not even on the IT stage, because Y2K revolution had not yet started. But since then, we realized, we started working on it, thinking about technology, integrating technology in every single thing that we do, be it milk collection systems, processes of integration in the things, using mobile apps as and when they came, or before, in fact, the smartphones also came, uniform software launches, the GIS and the cooperative society integration and the farmer integration with technology and so on. So today, if you look at this, there is a digitization in every single step of operations that we do. Farmers use app, and I'll show some of the screenshots of the data they have on real-time basis for all the milk transactions we do, to calling of veterinary doctor by just clicking a button on their app, to consumers can buying products online directly, and every member of the supply chain trying to be a part of this common software and IT integration. A simple thing that we did very recently was on the common app that we have, or a super app for the farmers, we said that farmers can also use this app for selling cows and buffaloes. So farmers post their ads for selling a cow or a buffalo, another farmer who is a part of the system and not a middleman, obviously. Directly farmers connect with each other and buy and sell cattle online also. And these are how milk transactions happen twice a day at all our milk collection system or the village cooperative societies. Apps for the farmers, for the village cooperative societies, for the supervisors, looking at transactions very, very closely, the movement of vehicles happening continuously, IoT for monitoring the temperature of the different warehouses and the updates there to see that products don't go waste, to GIS for ensuring proper mapping of the outlets, Amul outlets, selecting outlets where or the locations or the grids where we want to set up parlors, expand our distribution, to automation of the sales force where every single pack of butter sold through this common software, and we would know exactly who's selling what, where, how, and where. This is an app which started before the smartphones came in, way back in 2013-14. Our milk distributors place order for milk on a common software, to retailers placing an order on an app which otherwise they don't have, otherwise they will have to wait for the salesman of the distributors to come and take an order, to locate Amul app, which is available to every single customer of India, and wherever you are in the country, within 5 kilometers of a radius, you can see which shop is selling which Amul products, who is the distributor of Amul product to that retail outlet, what is the phone number of that retail outlet, and who is the salesman of Amul servicing that outlet. So this is where we are readying ourselves for the Q-commerce bit of it. And so today you don't have to depend on outsiders. I mean, today you have to wait, for the or order on quick commerce apps. Here we, with the products like milk to ice cream to butter and cheese, we'll be able to do it. So e-commerce also very logically came to us way back in 1998. And this is the screenshot of our first cyber store, as we used to call in those days. In 200 cities and towns of India, Amul butter used to get delivered through the doorstep through this simple form. Okay, don't look at the price of butter and compare it with now. But this is where we used to sell butter, ice creams, all the products directly in homes to all cities of India. Time permitting, I'll show a video later, but this is what actually happened in those days, and we used to run this cyber store very, very successfully, and nobody could even complain Amul product nahi milta hai, which many of you would even say today. But because of the direct-to-consumer initiative and the integration of the supply chain way back in those days, we were able to do this, and today we also run a direct-to-consumer channel for a category of products which are now only D2C to begin with, the protein range or so and so forth, but we are getting a very good response. Similarly, commodity is a very big important play for the dairy business because this affects the sentiments of the market. So we set up what is an Amul Dairy Trade Portal, in which more than 3,000 large buyers or traders or institutions or industries come together to buy Amul products online, and this is the largest trading portal on this. And obviously, when you collect all this data used for sales promotion, direct consumer marketing, integrating them with all the things, using social media for micro-targeting, that if you launch a product in one parlor, we talk to consumers in half a kilometer, 1 kilometer radius through Facebook to Insta, Twitter, and so on, and use it for brand promotion. So the retailer is also happy that he gets traffic the moment the product is placed in his shop. So this is the technology mantra which helps in improving the entire overall brand salience and the presence and the consumer thing in the mind. But again, consumers want products, consumers want different categories or new type sets of products which you need to be making available to them, making affordable to them, and also obviously serve and not compromise on the taste part of it. So this is where we would never ever compromise. The products that we launch, I mean, be it butter or ice cream or cheese or anything, we would not change the taste and recipe for a temptation of seeking higher profits or higher margins, unlike many competitors who know use to replace vegetable milk fat with vegetable fat and still call their product ice creams. So we avoid and resist the temptation, but ensure that we innovate, continue to serve the product in multiple forms which the customers require. In some of the latest offerings doing quite well, or at least being talked about largely in social media and in consumer parlance, is the protein range of products that we did. We've been launching continuously. Probiotics is a category we realized is good for building immunity, and we sell close to 3 million liters of buttermilk every day. All that is made probiotic now with the goodness of bacteria without charging extra to the customer. Innovation in chocolate and the dark chocolate space making us a very strong brand, and the beverages and other categories also doing well. Again, focusing on making it available through a parlor, because when you have 1,000 SKUs overall and maybe 500, 600 in the market, not a single shop can keep all these products. So this is where the parlors come in. People want to have experience of the best flavors of ice creams of the world, and these are the new concept of ice lounges that we have launched. And obviously, the consumer connect is better because of our umbrella branding strategy, which is where we are in a position to spend and do all this by just spending less than 1% of our turnover on advertising. So availability and affordability is important, but then how to do it, this is the magic. Most companies in private or multinational space, in food or FMCG, spend 5 to 12% of their turnover on advertising. We are able to do so with less than 1%, and that again is to meet the objective of both serving the producer and the consumer. But this is where the campaigns and the consistency in campaigns is there. The Amul Topical campaign, which is always on, talking about the latest things, to use of digital media into multiple forms and try to create content, as we heard in the previous session, where consumers are the content creators, influencers are the content creators. How do we channelize that? But consistency is very important, because the Utterly Butterly Delicious this tagline came way back in 1966. It still continues to be there. 1994, Amul Taste of India was coined, Real Milk, Real Ice Cream 1996 onwards, and since 2000, Amul Doodh Pita Hai India. We continue with these lines, we continue to refresh these lines, and the young girl has also helped us kept the brand young and vibrant, and always in a very nice tongue-in-cheek and humorous manner in the minds and hearts of all the consumers across generations. These are the several languages in which we have a social media handles. So we have multiple social media handles in all the different languages, or the mother tongues of the customer, as we call. Sindhi, Sanskrit are not state languages, but still, because there are a large number of people, we also create content in all these languages, in multiple languages, multiple posts, and a large volume of original content also being created every year. And this was our learning from COVID, where we used the social media to create simple homemade recipes, and large number of chefs started making recipes, which they continue to do so even after 4 years. Talking to farmers in their own language also through social media handles. And the latest thing which we are now learning and working on is Amul on Metaverse. And this is where you try to create a parallel universe, as Neeraj just mentioned earlier, that this is where consumers want to interact with the brand in a very different way, and that's what we're going to do it. Amul for the world. We talked about Amul for India, Amul for Gujarat, and now Amul for the world. So now, with being the largest milk producer country in the world, to becoming a dairy to the world is the vision which we are looking at for the next 10 years. Today, India produces close to 24% of the total milk in the world. In the next 10 years, there will be more than 1/3. And this is where is a great opportunity for our country and our farmers to become a dairy to the world. And the dairy cooperative movement also, under Operation Flood, we had 18,600 villages in Gujarat. There are cooperatives in about 2 lakh villages of Gujarat, India. But India has 7 lakh odd villages. So of the balance 5 lakh villages, there will be dairy cooperative movement, and cooperatives will be set up in another 2 lakh villages in the next 5 to 10 years as per the mandate by the new Ministry of Cooperation. So this is where more milk will come under the organized sector, more women will become a member of the dairy cooperative system, and more organized sector will help us, India, become a dairy to the world. And among the other technology initiatives which is going to drive and help us is our championing of the circular economy. So like we have milk from the cows and the farmers give us milk, the cows also give dung round the year. And if we collect this dung, which we have started to do so, this dung can be processed into biogas, which can run a chula in the house of a farmer, to running plants, to also fueling the CNG cars. And this is where, and what is get left behind is also a biofertilizer, which is our slurry, which goes back to the farm and supports the organic production in the country. So it's a win-win situation. The farmer is happy because he gets additional income. The consumer is happy because the planet, of course, benefits out of it. The economy is happy because we import a lot of fertilizers and fuel, which you don't need to do so. And more importantly, the next big thing out of this is also the production of hydrogen out of it, because methane can help us in producing green and clean hydrogen, and that's what is the direction we are doing, because we have in Gujarat more than 3 crore cattle, India has got more than 30 crore cattle, and if this is the wealth of the cattle country, we use it not just for milk, but also the bio form of energy and fertilizer, it can be a big game changer. And this, in future, it's not just the products which are going to go around the world, it's a model which has started going around the world. The benefit of a cooperative model is being, is a sense that it can give value to the farmers or the underdeveloped people, regions in different parts of the world. We have started working with Sri Lanka through a joint venture. We are talking to several countries in Africa. And so it's not just the brand going global, but also model going global. So we talked about the numbers, we talked about the plans, we talked about large volumes of milk, money, and so on and so forth. But to summarize and put things in context, our currency is not milk. Our currency is trust. And this is the trust of lakhs of farmers and lakhs of consumers is what keeps the brand going. I'll end with a quote from Dr. Kurian. We have traversed a path that few have dared to. We are continuing on a path that still fewer have the courage to follow. We must pursue the path that even fewer can dream to pursue. Yet we must, because we hold in trust the aims and aspirations of millions of our countrymen. Thank you so much. Thanks for
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Please have a seat. I would like to invite back on stage Mr. Shenoy and Professor Jijo. Professor, sir, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing the amazing stories of Mahindra and Amul. Very inspiring. So I'll limit my questions to the paucity of time. I'll pass it on back to the audience soon. But just one question to start with. Mr. Shenoy, I think I just want to ask you, the attention span is very low these days. Now, how do you continue to ensure there is responsibility and accountability in the workforce? How do you achieve that magic?
Yeah, I mean, you would have seen my presentation that the main focus also is on the workforce, right? Many people think it's a very difficult task for to get the workforce into the, I talked about digital revolution which is happening in the plants. But like I explained, the biggest advantage we had was the TPM culture which we set. When I'm saying TPM culture, this we started long back around 2005 with the workmen. So what it does is that it's a Japanese, you know that TPM is Japanese, and what it does is it gives, I mean, its system itself is such that the operator on the ground has to take ownership of his, equipment. So And that is how it started. And it is not done by him also. Like, plant manager is the first one who will come and clean the machine. Right? So it is called model machine, and plant manager and the departmental heads first clean the machines, and they maintain the machines first, which is like a showcase those machines, then the workmen join, right? So it's a very good process, which we liked it and we followed in Mahindra for very long years. So this created a lot of ownership within the workmen, as well as the, along with that, discipline has come into their blood. So it is a cultural change which happened, right? That is why once this culture of involvement, of course, afterwards they started doing innovations. They are part of innovations. Do you know that there are patents in the name of our operators already on the shop floor? So they are all totally involved with this. Now, as we progress, we change that from, taking ownership to manage. It is not managing the equipment, managing the shop floor. So today when I showed that, self-managed teams and operators on the shop floor, today they entirely own and manage the shop floor. They like it. I mean, if you feel that, how they are taking it, as a culture when it is developed, and the trust we have between, this is another important factor. You have to have trust, right? The workmen and the entire throughout, and people like as a head of operations, I would always say, I'm just doing my role. That's all. Otherwise, we are equal. We have same canteen, going together, sitting in the same place. So with all that, equality, whatever you call it, and the culture which is built, so they are very open. Any change, they always come. Actually, because I call these workmen are very simple people. As you become educated, you become more complex, right? So it is easiest thing to do is to, change workmen, if you ask me. This is my experience, and this is what is happening. And since they are able to take this change, and they are very enthusiastically participating on the digital change, because everybody today, it is not new to them. Everybody has a mobile, everybody has a WhatsApp, he works on mobile, so they are all comfortable. So it's quite a story. They are doing well, and I'm sure that going forward also, more and more ownership they will take as we move forward.
Yeah, Thank you for sharing the magic. One question to you, it's about, I think this amazing story that you spoke about, you're able to resolve the paradox of value for many and value for money. And along with, you're also able to combine the conventional wisdom of farmers with the expertise of, technologists and, the management expertise. How you're able to sort of continue that seal over these many years to be like a startup, even now?
Yes, I think that's part of the DNA of the organization, which actually supports that or maybe drives that, because it's also a business imperative at some point of time. The value for money becomes very important because there's a mandate to grow the market also. Less than half of India consumes packaged milk, which is the simple, most basic products. Okay. Only 1/3 of the industry in the country is organized. Okay. Only 1 in 5 people are able to eat butter today. Cheese market is only 1 out of 10 Indians. So there's a huge opportunity of growth on the market side. And the producers also need to be aware of this to see that there is an opportunity for them in this space for livelihood and employment over generations and decades. So this is where this value for money and value for many comes in. That the consumers continue to stay with this. Today, if any brand with more than 80%, 90% market share would be tempted to charge any price. And I know that my butter is going to sell. Even if it's 50 rupees today, if I charge 60, 70, 80, market will be there and we'll make a lot of money still out of it. But then we are limiting the growth. because we know only 1 in 10 consumes butter, 1 in 5 consumes butter. So we need to expand the market also and simultaneously show that market opportunity to farmers. And they invest in a cow, buffalo costs 30, 40, 50,000 rupees, rear it over a period of time. It's a 24/7, 365-day operation without any break. So put technology into it and put a little bit of mechanization into it. Make them also think that they're a part of the startup economy and not just rural agriculturists or farmers. No girl would marry a dairy farmer boy, because then she's tied up not to the family, but also to the cow and the cattle. So these are the social dynamics also we need to manage. And this is where technology comes in, automation comes in, mechanization comes in, some sexiness of a startup comes in. And obviously the capital, and end of the day, it's nothing else but money which makes milk. So you have to also give them a reasonable price for milk, and this is where we do balance. So consumers have to be kept in good humor. Price increases always hurt them. And producers also need to be paid a very good price to see that they stay interested in this business. And that's how you need to run it.
Thanks, Mr. Jain. I think I would like to extend, or ask the audience to ask questions due to paucity of time. Any questions? Yeah.
Hi, this is Dr. Purajit from Rama Institute of Management. So I have a question on the Mahindra system, because we teach this Toyota production systems as kind of a given thing that every course in operations would have Toyota production system. So can we, given that you are doing so many new things and the patents coming up, will we soon hear about the Mahindra production system as well?
Yeah, it is already there. We have not published.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. That's wonderful.
But of course, I think I have to admit that we gained a lot from Toyota production system. So it is like industry helps each other, right? You know,
of course.
The biggest advantage I think we have as Indian company is the strength of IT, that we have digital expertise that we have as a country. This is what I see, because as TechChem I have visited maybe in 6 months' time 45 companies in US. The way I am with TechChem, you know, I'm working for TechChem as a consultant for them for Industry 4.0, helping them to, you know, for the, you know, OT side, so, for TechChem. So what I have found is that really I'm happy, I have to say here that we have now, there's no difference anywhere across the world, and I can tell you we are ahead of them as of now in operations.
That's wonderful.
So that's what I see over a period of time. You see that this will become an advantage for Indian companies.
So can we expect a case study or something so that a larger
case studies are there. Case
can
studies will be there.
Right.
I think Scorpio itself is a case study. I think which is there in Harvard. So there will be a lot of case studies.
So
and manufacturing case studies also will come out of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
We'll take probably 2 questions just in the interest of time.
Hi, thanks for sharing your great stories, actually. So my question is to Mehtaji on the Amul side. When you mentioned in the end, right, you know, Amul is not milk, but trust, and absolutely. But I also saw during your presentation, Amul is also about networking to every pin code, you know. As a healthcare service provider, I feel it's an amazing network to overlay for some rural healthcare services. Have you tried this, and any insights on that?
Yeah, thanks so much. In Gujarat, we have been doing that because not just from the, we are in every single village of Gujarat. So that is where we are trying to overlay cattle healthcare actually comes priority for us, but the human health part of it also. Talking about cattle healthcare, as I mentioned, the farmer has to just press a button on the app, and that veterinary doctor with medicines will come at his doorstep within 30 minutes. And the same farmer, if he falls sick, he has to go himself to a village, from a village to a city for getting the treatment. So it is better to be born as a cow in Kaira district. That's what has been there, and this service has been running since 1960s. Because after all, that's a business part of it. But yes, then the founder, chairman of Amul Dairy, Tribhuwan Das Patel, when he retired,
and the kitty he got from the farmers, he started what is called Tribhuvandas Foundation, and that works in rural healthcare systems. And today we work actively in most parts of the state for that.
One last question.
Yeah, a question for Mr. Shenoy. You talked about the workers, the uneducated set of people, and it was easy to change. But can you tell us about the change on the other side of the equation, the supervisors, the leaders? Because in this case, they had to let go of power, right, or control. So how did that happen? And any thoughts?
So why do you feel they let go power? And they have become more powerful now. Because what is, if you remember that slide which I showed, what is declining? Declining is supervision, clerical work. This, for an engineer on the shop floor, it is a donkey's job, right? He doesn't like it, right? Trying to deploy people is not a value-added role, right? You come every day in the morning, 600 people on the line. Now you try and deploy them, you work here, you work here. People know some of them will, you keep shuffling. It takes 5 to 10 minutes for him to set up the line, right? Now what digital has done, it is now completely automated. He doesn't have to worry about people, they'll directly go and work. That work is gone, not the value-added work, which is innovation, change management. They're more happy to do these things, right? What digital does is removes your repetitive job, not the thinking and where you apply your knowledge and skill, all those things is not going, right? So usually today, and the second part is that continuously things are changing now. New and new technology, you have to deploy them, changes, continuous. Every day there is something new which is coming in, which makes the job interesting. Rather, there was a phase where these officers, what we call engineers, were not ready to come to manufacturing. I would say from 2000 to 2000, around that, I have experienced 2000 to 2010, 2012. People were not ready to come to manufacturing because it's boring. You have to deal with operators every day. There is no much of officers. All are happy because it's happening now on the shop floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shenoy. Thank you, Mr. Jain. Yeah, really running late. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll request the panelists to be on stage for just a couple of minutes. I request Professor Surajit.
Can you show that? You can go back to year 2000 and see how e-commerce was happening in India in those days.
Yash, please switch it to.
The digital revolution.
Well, Anusha and I feel like having a little bit of ice cream, but just feeling too lazy to go out and get it. Well, we've just logged onto the Amul cyber store and ordered it, and we're going to get it at home at no extra cost. And that goes for all Amul products. In fact, it's probably the only B2C site which is active in India. Well, I'll soon be off to Gujarat to find out when and where the white revolution met up with the digital revolution. Welcome to yet another fascinating e-transformation story. We now go to meet Jayan Mehta, the man who spearheaded this entire initiative.
We were among the first few business houses in India to think about using net as a platform for connecting to the customers. In a case, the brief was very clear and simple because Amul's mandate is to bridge the gap between the producer and the consumer. We knew that e-business had certain deficiencies in the conventional sense as far as the customers are concerned because credit card penetration is very low and the trust in the system is not there when you are transacting on the net, and food products specifically you want to touch and feel. So we devised our own model of a cyber store and we said that you just place the order on the net, but we will come and deliver it to you through our conventional delivery mechanism and collect payment in cash.
Now, this model has worked typically against e-commerce models which are there for other companies, much more efficiently in Amul's case, and today transacts in 120 cities and towns in India.
So
And I hope you didn't look at the price of Reliance and ITC. Yeah.
I must say, sir, you have aged really well. Coming back to our agenda, I would request Professor Surajit Karthikeyan to please come on stage and present the memento to Mr. Shenoy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will now have a short break for 10 minutes for tea, and then we will come back for the startup stories. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I request everyone to please take their seats in the hall. We'll be starting shortly.
Requesting everybody to please take your seats. Shankar will. So we'll get started with our next section, which is the venture capitalist Q&A. So India's digital transformation is fueled via tech innovation, world-class quality, and great leaders. The final aspect is funding. Funding fuels the flame that makes success possible for many startups. We are privileged of hosting Bloom Ventures, who have played pivotal roles in shaping the nation's entrepreneurial landscape. Today, we have the unique opportunity to hear firsthand from an influential VC. His insights, strategies, and experiences will shed light on how venture capital has been a driving force behind India's digital trajectory, fueling innovation, job creation, and economic progress. I invite on stage Mr. Karthik Reddy, co-founder and managing partner at Bloom Ventures. Mr. Reddy is one of India's preeminent early-stage venture funds, with over $650 million in assets under management, focused on seed to pre-Series A investments. I also invite Professor Shankar Prakash, who is a professor of practice at Indian Institute of Management, to take this discussion forward. Oh, there's another one.
Thank you. Karthik, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
See, so this segment, this whole startup segment has, at first we wanted to take a general perspective on the big numbers that we see in the startup ecosystem in India, right? So we talk about number of startups increasing, right? So, but we wanted to peel the onion and see what is the characteristic of this explosive growth in the, nurturing startups, right? And then the second part of the session, after we have conversation with Karthik, we'll have specific instances of startups from various industries, right? So with that, Karthik, if we may start with one of the topics that came up during our panel discussions in the morning was, are Indian tech innovators, either from universities or from the startups who have taken the risk of working on these ideas, is there a gap in their ability and mindset to commercialize research, innovation, and ideas? Are we more idea-centric or are we more value-centric, right? And is there something that you would like to see a mindset shift among startups?
I think there's no doubt that India's history around capitalism is more value-centric, not innovation-centric, right? Primarily because, danda nahi, paisa nahi, to I'm not interested in, as a financier. And the formal setting of financing and underwriting this kind of risk, which is venture capital, is all of 16, 17 years old. The first attempt was also to mimic the dot-com boom of the US, which actually, if you look at the dot-com boom bust, it was actually business model risk, not technology risk, right? So people said the internet opens up new avenues to digitize everything. Like you can do pets commerce, you can do television commerce, you can do real estate, everything using tech, right? So even today, so somewhere in the 90s, as the internet got democratized, for the first time, venture capital branched into two, in my opinion. One of them funding innovation, which is what it was designed to do from the 60s, which is essentially take things out of the R&D budgets of labs and universities and corporations and essentially give a shot to the boldest of them to commercialize. So it's never been easy, not even in the US, right? So how does it get easy? When there's enough case studies, enough role models, right? And some kid out of some lab has to have the courage to say, I'll take my geeky suit out and wear my Superman suit, right? So it's like all the superhero movies, right? So who you see in the lab is a very geeky character, right? They have to then go and become a $100 million business. It's not trivial, right? And there's no hiring of these people. The founder is the only person who can do it. That transformation is not easy, is my take. So when we just released our first fund report, our best two companies are actually deep tech companies. Both are college kid pairs. One from BITS Pilani and one from IIT Kharagpur. One doing carbon capture, one doing warehouse automation, selling from UK and selling from the US. But it took 12 years. And these are the best of the case studies. There's no unicorn deep tech startup yet. Right. So it's a very telling sign, right? It's not easy to take innovation from the labs and make them $50, $100 million businesses. There are enough people in the room I've met who are all trying that, right? And they're all waiting for their own role models and trying to become role models. So I think we are at the stepping stone of that in the Indian context.
So it's more of a evolutionary stage than
always.
An intervention.
That capital was never available. So you gave this person an R&D lab, or at best you took them to, a big pharmaceutical company for life sciences, or you took them to a manufacturing company or an automotive company, and that's the jobs they got, right?
Right.
No one was willing to finance this kind of risk. So now the VCs have started, but it's not like there's not going to be a flood on the back of no proof, right? So when there is proof, when you do have an Intel be built out of Cisco, these are all venture funded.
True.
Right? So when you have that, then there are 20 network companies, or 1,000 funded and 20 great network companies that come out. And that's the venture capital cycle, right? And so people misunderstand venture to be, yes, origins were around deep tech, but it has now become like even a shaving brand gets funded by venture capital. Right? So what does that have to do with technology? So I think venture is misunderstood as venture is trying to always fund the next gold rush. Right? So you have to fall in that domain of that gold rush. And
do you see that emerging in the horizon? Are we anywhere close to the inflection point, or we are still?
No, I think I'll be blunt, right? In Bloom's history, we're in the fourth fund, 4 iterations of this, right? We've never allocated more than 20-25% to deep tech.
Okay, that says a lot.
Yeah. So another 20-ish% to software, which you can say is also innovation, but It's borderline. It's applied, right, technology, right? You're solving a business problem, but using software, right? AI and stuff like that falls in that borderline. Because AI is like, at the end of the day, a tool to be able to actually go to an application layer. The other 50%, you can add tech to whatever verb in the or noun in the English language, but it's actually a business model. What is fintech? It's financial services with technology as their starting advantage, which poor SBI cannot do for 10 years. Somebody tries to come and get that gap, right? And win over that customer with something novel, right? The payment apps couldn't have been built by anybody but the payment apps. Right? And so then you brand it as fintech, but essentially it's a novel business model which had an advantage because the founders thought technology first. And that is 50-60%. That said, today this is the sort of the silver lining on the cloud, right? Which is India has probably half a dozen funds which are dedicated to deep tech. Okay. Early stage, only early stage. For late stage to buy into this, they have to believe in the commercialization idea becoming $100 million opportunity. If it's going to $8-10 million, it's all noble, but the acquisition will be sub $100 million. So why will a late stage company back this? If you know that that's the limit of the potential or the limit of the idea. So an early stage company can take that risk and get a significant outcome by getting $15 million and a $100 million outcome. If I'm raising a $200 million fund, how does $15 million move the needle? I have to deliver $700-800 million, which means my outcome on a great story should be $100+ million. My outcome, which means the entrepreneur has to generate $752 billion for the whole cap table. That's non-trivial.
And if we were to just bluntly put it is on the entrepreneur to show up, right? Now, I mean, that's
always. Sadly, yeah, it's their job. and the more they keep proving it, the more there's momentum from the venture capital.
That's loud message you're delivering.
And we're like in courage-wise, we're like 1/10 of the entrepreneur, right?
Because you have a portfolio.
And the guy who gives me my money is probably 1/10 the courage that I have, right? So only the entrepreneur has the ability to say, my God, I'll be at this for 10 years. It's 10 years of their life. It's time actually more than anything else. And you have to be able to dedicate yourself to that kind of missionary statement, which is the scariest aspect of entrepreneurship. And if in deep tech, you can just double, triple the quantifiable aspect of how scary that is.
How scary that is. Yeah. The risks are higher. So that leaves, the segue into the next broad idea is that, these days we get these statistics being quoted, right? We have 100+ unicorns, right? So 300 in China, 600 in the US, right? So on scale, we seem to have comparability. But in terms of the quality of the value creation that you see, right? So because it's again, I may take a contrarian view here, right? It may not be so rosy as what we heard in the first half, is that, the very idea that we have population scale platforms with 1.5 billion captive consumers, 1.4 billion captive consumers, is just a scale play? I mean, is an angle to qualitative nature of this value creation? So unicorns of two different, one based on pure value, other is small value multiplied.
India has always been a thin value extraction market. So, it's classic cliches of, you saw the Amul presentation, how much you have to do to extract that, that margin structure, right? So everything is around scale at like incredible application of technology and labor to be able to make profits with that very thin margin, right? So you can't keep selling the 1.5 billion story because a billion of them don't have income to actually contribute to the revenue pool or the profit pool, right? And that's sadly applicable in most areas. So let's get realistic on that front. But I don't think that, to your question about whether India's unicorn formation is real, I think what we've attempted with venture capital is actually transformative. We've laid foundations, right? So the crude way of rationalizing it is 90% of that capital doesn't belong to anybody in this country, okay? And the only capital that was willing to take these risks is actually sitting offshore. Even if I managed my fund, Indians didn't give me all the money. I went, fought for it, sold the India story, and got Americans, Japanese, Middle Eastern and Singaporean investors to back this risk on India, right? So all of us are salespersons or marketeers of India. And we sold the story. We build all these 100 unicorns. Okay, 50 will fail. Look at the net positive addition to the future of the country that momentum has created, right? Flipkart funded by almost entirely overseas money, probably all of it, right? And probably created 100,000 engineers of a certain caliber. How would you have created them? Who would have trained these people otherwise, right? Built logistics from ground up for an e-commerce economy, which you couldn't have built otherwise. Created FOMO that Amazon had to come into this country. So I'm just giving tail effect of one unicorn, right? And that's happened in Paytm, that'll happen in some other sector, that'll happen in beauty and commerce, that'll happen in EdTech. So you can all look for sensational headlines, but the underlying momentum that you've created for the economy through these newer business models will only be seen in full potential, full bloom in 2035, 2040. You couldn't have built a $10 trillion economy without digital infrastructure, digital public infrastructure, and new entrepreneurs riding on that digital public infrastructure. If you left it to the banking system to leverage UPI, we will be still 5 years behind. If you left the conventional physical retail guys to build e-commerce, you would be 10 years behind, right? If there wouldn't be a Walmart digital if there was no Amazon. It's not true of India, it's true of the whole world. So the fact that we took those risks and we have created these behemoths is phenomenal for what foundations for the
ecosystem that you have.
Yeah. And so when we crib about value loss and the unicorn went down, whose loss is it in this country, may I ask? Only the poor entrepreneur and his team. They put in the effort and that might have gone to zero. I'm not doubting that, right? But nobody else has lost money in this country. So FDI has lost money. It's great. They funded this country's growth. So that is my crude analysis of it.
And in fact, see, this actually, there was a question on one of those, this thing that the 1,500 startups wound down in the last few months, right? I think, you're actually saying that whose loss is it?
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's all net positive gain for the country.
For the country.
Yeah. And then people say, oh, we lost 100,000 jobs. Were they complaining when they were overpaid when they got the job? Right? They got fancy jobs. They earned well, right, for 2-3 years. At that point, they were not complaining, right? So that's the nature of the beast. The beast. This is not Indian government. This is not Tata Steel. This is a startup. You went in for those risks, right? And you got laid off. You're 1/10 of the people of the economy, of startup economy. It's okay. So this is a new world.
New mindset for even.
I've always said this: the startup world is a parallel universe, right? And I have no change in conviction 13 years into the journey. It is a parallel artificial universe. Normal people cannot step into it and just adapt overnight. It runs at a different speed. It runs with different risks. It runs with unreal goals. It runs with non-linear outcomes which you cannot deliver in the normal world. And if you don't have all of that courage, don't play in it. Right? People who can, you're invited in, and that's how I think it evolves.
And probably we'll see a few of them after our discussion. And in the interest of time, I would like to open this up for the audience to...
Sure. Any number of questions, happy to answer.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm always provocative on stages. So.
Makes it to
I find stages very boring otherwise. So.
Thank you, Karthik, for getting that question which I have is related to, so take for instance mutual funds or whatever. They are flush with funds, right? Every month they are getting like 15,000 crore and so and so. Why is Bloom or Kedara or whatever going outside to fetch the money?
For the same point, I think we haven't proven that this risk is worth taking. It's illiquid, it's high risk. If you look at what our profs at IIMs teach you on the capital asset pricing model, higher risk means higher return. And until you see the cash, nobody believes it. So it took us 12, 13 years to turn around the first cycle of cash. So as much as you sell the story that this is all great, nobody's actually delivered the cash back to the Desi investor. So until they see the cash, they don't believe all the story. They're happy with the 12% compounding of the Nifty, right? When they see that you can generate 20% systematically, they will come and give you more money. That said, 2012, the AIF regulations came in. We switched over from DVCF to AIF. AIF is the regulation under which all of us raise money from SEBI, Desi money. I am a Desi regulated SEBI fund. The amount of capital that came from 2012 to 2018, and between 2018 and 2022, the latter half was 10x the amount of money. So of course Indians are playing. In the context of the aggregate pie of risk-taking, we are minuscule. If you read these headlines that, oh, 10 billion came into the country and you start dividing it up, not more than 500 million will be from this country. In all funding rounds of this year, last year. That's the point.
Well,
So it's not, so it's a slow trajectory. Mutual fund sahi hai, kab shuru hua tha?
I know.
So it took, what, 20 years of compounding to get people to play public equities, sir, in this country. This is some opaque, obscure, asset class where nobody talks about anything. It's all shush. Nobody talks about the returns. And wealth managers market it. It's 12 years illiquid. How do you expect a sort of flood of capital into something as opaque as that? It will take time. In fact, I would actually argue, in our first fund in 2011, it was 100% raised in India. And we put a minimum of 1 crore, though the SEBI stipulation was 25 lakhs. If somebody said, can I play 50 lakhs? I would say, it's too risky for you, don't play the money. If somebody didn't have the courage to lose 1 crore, do not give me a single rupee. I did not talk to people who didn't have net worth of less than 100 crores. I saw that much risk as the manager, right? I don't want that person to lose sleep anytime over the next 10 years over the 1 crore they gave me. This was 10, 12 years ago. So now that you're proving it, you have the courage to ask for more. Of course, I'm raising in India, right? Okay. But it's still a subset of what I raise globally. Okay. So it'll evolve, sir.
And any quick, one or two things to entrepreneurs for early stage, given that you do that?
I think, early stage is like the toughest part of the journey. You'll get rocked around, you'll expect capital to come because you have a great business plan, just doesn't show up. My two pieces of advice is surround yourself with people, a small group of people who will somehow keep your faith and momentum going for 5-7 years. Otherwise, the journey will crush you, right? Every year, you'll second guess and doubt yourself on whether you can sustain this. Because you can't bank on some VC showing up every 1.5 years. Part one. Part two is don't start something which you're not missionary about for 15-20 years, minimum. Value creation of the scale that you ask us to fund does not happen in less time than that. Even if you have a phenomenal IPO or you sell in the 10th year, the guy buying you, the public market investor and the strategic, are actually buying for another 10 years of cash flow. They're not giving 500 million just so that you can walk away with it. They're hoping that they can recover $1 billion or $2 billion worth of value over the next 5-10 years. So therefore, whether you stay a CEO or not, the business has to survive and scale for 20 years. Do you really believe that about your business and your faith in that business? Otherwise, why start up? You can do it, but please keep it as a lifestyle business. Don't come and ask venture capitalists and get into this trap of raising millions of dollars and falling into that trap of always servicing that expectation and that demand. So we always say this, I'll continue to say it, 99%, 99.5% of entrepreneurship is not venture fundable. And it can be wildly successful, but it's not venture fundable. We have millions of entrepreneurs in this country. A small sliver of them are worthy of actually capable of taking the pressure of venture capital. Very, very thin sliver. So that's all. I'm not saying entrepreneurship should follow exactly the rules I said, but because I'm a venture capitalist, I'm speaking from my perspective. Any last questions?
Any questions?
You want one more? He wants one more question. You want to give it?
Go ahead.
Is this call?
Sorry. So the likes of OYO or which kind of you get more than what you want.
Yeah.
And then there are likes of many good companies,
which don't
startups.
Get it. Yeah.
And they get thrown out of 30 shows.
Yeah.
How do you, it sounds kind of very unfair is there a cohort between VCs
Yeah.
to...
No, it's a sad truth, but it's how, in early stage, it's how well you weave the dream, basically. How good a storyteller you are sometimes, right? And great storytellers get disproportionate amounts of money. And if there is an established business model, there's always FOMO catching the wave by the VCs. Which means if the OYO model works somewhere, they say, oh, this is the OYO, like that's what happened with the taxi cab models, right? This is the Uber and Lyft of India, so let's fund the Uber and Lyft of India, right? So despite all of the credit venture capitalists in industry might get, 60–70% of it is FOMO, wave catching, trend catching investing. The original thinking, the risk taking, the dire deep end of the pool risk taking is very, very tiny, right? We're pattern matchers by definition, right? And so everyone's looking for a pattern match. And when you sell something which doesn't match a pattern, you're scratching your head and saying, will this actually take off? It's a deep amount of like conviction you need. So we try to do a lot of prepared mind, it's called prepared mind thesis, where I'm ready for your pitch. I've actually thought through every element of life sciences or drones or satellites or whatever these are. I'm thinking, what is the market opportunity? Go and discover this. And then be ready when the pitch comes to be able to say, this thing can really become big. But sadly, not enough VCs do it for a living. And so despite all of the large numbers that you hear, it's a cottage industry. There are not so many VCs as you think there are at every stage of the funnel. And then the market is so imperfect in trying to get in front of the right VC who actually believes what you just are pitching, that the odds are therefore disproportionately low. And despite what you said about you getting thrown of 30 rooms, believe me, 99% of the greatest venture-funded companies get thrown out of 45 out of 50 rooms. Forget about the sad stories which don't get funded. I'm talking about the stories that get funded. If you get 2 term sheets out of 50 pitches, you're probably top 0.1 percentile of venture-funded startups in history. Because the match is impossible to predict. For all that I said, I will still reject 98 out of 100 plans a year, right? So it doesn't mean like I'm a bad guy or I don't get it. It's just that I have a stack rank and I can only do 2–3 things a year. So I'm trying to attach my conviction to those 2–3 things. I'm not saying the other 97 are bad. I just like these 2–3 better. Right? And so that you start rotating that across all these 50 firms, and it's a probability game which sucks. And that's actually venture capital. Believe it or not, even if you go to Sandal Road, knock up every bell, every door, success ratio is the same. Unless you're a proven entrepreneur, you've made money, then like we all know that. We know that from the debt economy that India was. You repay debt, people will give you money back. Correct? In equity too, it happens. So second-time founders, guys who've done stuff, built a business line for Amazon at 100 million, all of them get special treatment. Their idea might suck, but they'll get the money. Because they've proven that they know how to make money. And that's a rare breed by itself. So disregard those kind of founders. That's a special place in the mind where, oh, the guy made, I'm guilty of it too. We funded 6 or 7 of our repeat founders. 5 of whom made us exits and made us decent money. He comes back and asks me for 2–3 million. Of course I'm giving it to him. He made me 4 million. Psychological, basic human psychology around money. That's how, by the way, I get money. If I make my investors money, of course they'll give me money. Say, yeah, this guy knows how to make money. We have no idea how he makes it. He loses 7 out of 10 bets, but somehow he makes money. And he's given it back to me, I'll give it back to him. That's the psychology of money. I don't know if Morgan Housel covers it in his book, but that's the psychology of money.
All right, I think,
Thank
you, Karthik. So, this is a grounding perspective, right? So we had all the bullish view and, this is the inside story of how money flows.
I wake up bullish every day.
True.
And I have for 14 years. So don't get me wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And the conviction
of
of 15, 20-year, goals for entrepreneurs, keeps them going. And you keep looking for them. Right. So,
thank you. Thanks a lot.
I'd like to invite Professor Prabal Majumdar to please come up on the stage, and Karthik will like to present you a memento.
Final good evening from my side. After a bit of a bearish discussion, we are ending the show with startups. So, startups have changed the way we look at the world, changed the way we look at the industry, changed the way we look at our jobs or how we can make money, right? And they have always, if we take global examples, always played a role in furthering not just the country, the economy, the people, education, healthcare, so on and so forth. Today, we have the privilege of having with us a few startups which are pushing the boundaries across different industries. There is Agnikul, who pioneers in space tech, contributing to national ambitions for satellite technology. We have Skylark drones, which are revolutionizing industry for agriculture and infrastructure. We have Astronom, whose satellite communication technology is connected every nook and corner. And we have Niramal Health, which is leveraging artificial intelligence in spearheading early and accurate breast cancer detection. Please join me in welcoming Muligan Thiruramaswamy, co-founder and CEO of Skylark Drones.
Yeah, here it is.
Okay, great. Okay. Hi. First of all, thanks a lot for IIM Udaipur to invite me here. I'm Mugilan. I run a company called Skylark Drones. And, this is a drone startup, drone software startup to be more specific. I'm just going to not going to take too much of your time. I'll keep it as short as possible in describing why drones are going to change the way we live and the way we work, and also a little bit about what we are actually doing in that journey of sorts, right? So drones, I think everybody has heard about drones. I'll just very quickly show you how the world is looking at drones today, right? So today, if you have to just look at the number of drone flights which are taking off, right, in India alone, we are, nearing more than, 1 lakh to about 1.5 lakh drone flights every day, right? We just started having widespread enterprise drone adoption, right? We are still some way away from, flight and delivery, autonomous flight and delivery, right? And we just started, the drones as a concept just started being regulated in 2018, right? In just about 4 or 5 years, we see about more than 1 lakh kind of drone flights, and very quickly going to be more than 1 million drone flights, right? It is rapidly increasing across different sectors and whatever you would imagine, right? So I'll just very quickly, tell you some raw facts and numbers. It's about a $12 billion global market in just drone data analytics. These are the large markets today, USA leading. India is fastest growing consistently for the last 2 years. There are about 1 million drones sold globally in 2022, about 2 million in 2023, right? There's been doubling of just the number of hardware getting sold, right? So today, when I think at least 2 years ago, the number of drone pilots in India itself were around, hardly any, like 1,000 to 5,000. Today, there are about 25,000 registered drone pilots in India, right? And that number is just, growing day on day, right? There are about 100 drone training schools, which 2 years ago was, close to none, right? So that's how quickly drones are, coming into our lives, at least in India. So I'll tell you why this is actually happening, right? So why, for people who are curious to know why this is actually happening. Drones, what is happening is the fact that it becomes almost like a sensor in the sky that anybody can own. Right? A drone today costs about $2,000, $2,500, maybe $1.5 lakh. But that can be owned by anybody, any one of us, and it takes less than 3 days to actually know how to fly a drone, right? For any application, right? So this kind of gives a lot of people, a way of, knowing what's happening in their homes, in large areas of land. It can be in any part of the work site of sorts, right? So again, what are we doing about it? We are a worksite intelligence company using drone data. So basically we have 3 softwares which kind of helps the worksite get insights of sorts. So quick question, why we started doing this? It's a simple thought process that most of our lives and most of what productivity has improved has been only in places of work, which is basically, large call centers or where people actually work, but not really on the work site, right? So most of the times, mining or mines or solar parks or any sort of construction activity, the productivity for the last 20 years has more or less remained the same, right? So we believe that using drones and using drone data and worksite intelligence, this productivity can improve, and we have kind of proven it across different mines and different customers. I'll just quickly take you through 3 sectors, right? Just for the interest of time, right? So starting with just solar, we worked with these are large players. We work with CleanMax Solar regularly. So one of the things that we do is basically construction progress monitoring for this large solar company, other than a host of other things, which basically means that we can actually pinpoint and tell, how many panels have been put on the ground, how many holes have been dug, right? Extremely accurately, and something which people never had before in their construction lives, right? So what it enables is the fact that we can actually go and say that, today your people made 1,20,200 holes, right? In that level of precision, right? And so many panels have been put, right? And what happens in that kind of a, this thing is the governance becomes so much more easier in these large work sites, especially in solar construction. Other than that, we of course do the, kind of now boring, inspection on the solar assets. So we can actually pinpoint every defect on the solar asset per se. So these are some of these use cases which most of these solar farms really love and enjoy, which today they were currently doing manually, right? Quickly to mining, we work almost with all the large mining customers today, right from Ultratech to Adani, right? So what we do here is basically we have this entire 3-dimensional view of the mine that we provide, which can actually help them with all their safety and compliances, estimate volumes of production, right, to about 98%. So what happens in most of these cases is the fact that mining companies really want to save fuel because that's mostly 40% of their expense. And today what happens is their roads are not constructed properly, for example, right? The hauled roads where they actually take minerals out of. So the slope deviations today is not even happening in mines, right? So through the software that we have provided them, they can actually monitor and say, this is where I'm actually losing 20% of my fuel. If I have to fix this road, maybe I can improve my profitability later, right? So although these are, kind of boring applications for the general public, saves a lot of money for the cement companies and, the steel companies out there, right? The very last application I'm gonna, tell you guys is the fact that, mostly cell phone towers, transmission towers today, people climb up these poles, right? And they take close-in photographs and they actually inspect a loose nut and bolt manually. And that leads to anywhere between, I just read a report from Tamil Nadu EB that, only in that state, 1,000 people lost their lives in the last 2 years. Just doing, inspections, right? These things are very avoidable. There are people who have lost lives climbing cell phone towers, right? 7 to 10 people a year, right? So all these are very, extremely unfortunate, but today instead, if every one of them have been trained drone pilots, they can just fly a drone and automatically detect the defect, right? We recently integrated a Zoom call, so essentially you can now call the drone using Zoom, and you can see what the actually drone is seeing, and you can actually talk to the pilot real time, right? So inspection can happen real time without people actually climbing electricity towers and cell phone towers, for example, right? We are still some way away from adoption in these cases, in all of these cases, because there's still some amount of friction with basically adoption in respect to enterprises in India. But in the next 3 to 4 years, we see almost every enterprise today starting owning large fleets of drones. And that's going to really increase the job opportunities for a lot of people in India, right? And improve productivity for a lot of surveyors and otherwise, right? And inspectors in this country, right? So I think it's a very important technology for a lot of people, but these are just some few enterprise applications I'm just going to highlight over here. Of course, I'm not going to talk about, everybody has already an imagination of how drone deliveries are going to change everybody's life here. So I'm not going to really touch upon that, but these are some industrial applications which I thought is not really known to people generally, right? So other than that, about us, we work with all these large companies. We worked very closely with the Indian government to help shape Digital Sky and really the kind of policy that we're doing today. We are ranked 4th in the world by Drone Industry Insights, largely trying to become from an India to a global story. That's the journey that we are in. We believe that a lot of the engineers that we have today can potentially solve global problems and not really local ones, right? That's all that I have. Happy to take questions, or I think, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I now welcome on stage Venkatesh Kumaran, President of Astrom.
Okay, good evening. Fantastic. So I think the best of the stuff happens the last. That's what somebody said, right? So here we are. After that bullish, we say Q&A. We are still surviving 8 years into deep tech. We are kind of disrupting the backhaul wireless space in the world. With patented technology around electronic beamforming and beam steering, which nobody in the world has been able to kind of crack. So with this particular patent that we have created, we are solving the broadband internet's problems of the world, whether it is terrestrial broadband or whether it is space broadband. We are kind of targeting infrastructure to kind of make sure that every individual in this world has access to broadband in the next decade. Okay, with that, I think I'll kind of, I want to thank Professor for inviting us to give a little bit of a peek of what we do and what we do on the future of millimeter wave wireless. But before that, I just want to tell you what's the future of data traffic and IP traffic that's going to happen starting from what we see today. We're talking about 1,800 exabytes of data per year, IP traffic being generated, okay, over all the networks in the world today. But if you look at what's going to happen 5 years from now, it's going to triple. So what we have seen over the last 15 years, every 5 years, you're kind of tripling this particular data traffic on the networks. So who are the guys who are kind of making that happen, right? We're talking about, we just heard the drone startup, right? These are the people of the future. We're talking about futuristic suborbital flights. We're talking about entertainment on our planes, where we're going to be very seamless. All these futuristic connected cars that people are already talking about in the US, and of course our maritime, and tomorrow, I mean today you only kind of have that luxury on a cruise ship where you're connected, but we would like to have broadband internet even to our small fishery boats that go in there in the deep sea. We would like them to be connected to their home, to their marketplace as well. So that's going to be the future, and all this would require, so what is it that we need, right? What is it we need for all this to happen? Number one, we need a very high capacity, very, very high capacity, right? And affordable, low cost. Fiber cannot solve this problem across the world, number one. Number two, it's got to be omnipresent, which means connectivity should be everywhere. Whether I go to Timbuktu, whether I go in the deep sea, or whether I go to Africa in let's say deep in the zoo, I should be connected, right? This is the most important thing. It's got to be on demand, right? If I need, let us say, 5 gigabit of data at a particular place, I should be able to get that, right? But how is all this going to happen? We need intelligent network at very high frequencies. And now I'm trying to get into what we are kind of do. We are kind of moving away from dark fiber and kind of giving the world an alternative on wireless, right? At the same speed of optics, at the same speed of dark fiber, at 1/4 the cost of dark fiber, all right? So look at this. So what are we saying? We're saying that going to higher frequencies, right? Today, your access point, just to give you a context, your access point is at sub 6 gigahertz that you kind of, have Wi-Fi in. But we are talking about very high frequencies, which we call millimeter wave, starting from 30 gigahertz to like 300 gigahertz. And we play in the 70, 80 gigahertz space at this time, right? So look at this. High frequencies have very large unused spectrum, which is very, very important. This is a very key word here, right? That can be used to deliver high capacity, right? Number one. Number two, the regulatory framework in the world are all moving towards wireless. They're trying to kind of, create a lot of spectrum there to kind of give it either in a licensed spectrum or unlicensed spectrum, or free spectrum for that matter, right? We are actually playing in something what we call E-band, which is in the 70, 80 gigahertz space, right? So that's the tech that we've built, right? I mean, we are a startup from Indian Institute of Science, incubated in IISc. We are VC funded. We have international VCs, one from India, Germany, and South Korea. We're looking at more VCs like Karthik to come on board in the next stage, right? So I just talked to him briefly on this. So what have we done? We have done something that the world has not seen. We have done something that the big boys like Nokia, Huawei, Ericsson have not been able to crack. And what is that? And that is, to give you a very simple layman language, when you see the radios on the tower, they always have this parabolic antenna sitting on the tower, right? Right? Which actually is expensive from a rental perspective. So when you have assets on the tower, you pay for that particular rent to the operator, whoever operates that tower, right? In our situation, what we have done, we have taken that entire parabolic antenna electronics and put that all in a flat panel antenna sitting inside the box. So it's a one-box solution. So how does that translate to service provider? How does it translate into a use case? What we are seeing is service providers today save more than 75% because of the technology being software defined, right? That is step number one. So what is the technology behind this? We are a full stack hardware, full stack software, including the thermals that we have built, and we have a patent around electronic beamforming and beam steering in very high technology. Nobody today, as we speak, are able to crack this as we speak, okay? The next one. This is the most unique part, what we call automatic link alignment. The problem today in the world for all these service providers, when they put the radios on top, A, it's very, very difficult to install. B, is that the link alignment, when they do it first time for your data to kind of pass through, for the signals to pass through, right? When it gets broken, when we don't get our signals, they need to send what we call in telecom language, truck rolls of engineers to the field to kind of get that link back in alignment so that we all can kind of get connected. This is by far the single most pain that every service provider in the world is facing. And they're losing a lot of money because of outages. We are solving that problem through software-defined radios, where because of a pattern that we have in that particular frequency, it kind of automatically self-heals. Assume the same thing happens because of storm, the link breaks. What happens at that time is it self-heals itself automatically because of beam steering, and whenever it gets a signal, it comes back without a human intervention. And thereby, the OpEx for the service provider, they have a lot of savings. This, by far, the Americans said that this single most technological advantage gives us that particular, if you will, the next generation of E-band radios in the world. So this is what we're talking about. This is exactly what we've done. The innovation is when I say a single, outdoor unit doesn't have an antenna. The antenna is inside the box. It kind of creates a mesh network. That's what we're planning to do. But the other most important thing today in wireless, all we know is we can only communicate from point to point. Any technology, any frequency. We are able to crack. We have made a disruption here again in the world, first from India to the world. We are able to crack a deployment and an architecture where we can create from one radio to multiple radios, thereby saving capex. So instead of having many radios installed there currently, you can have you save almost like 50% on capex. So for the service provider, you kind of reduce the TCO, the total cost of ownership, by an order of magnitude, right? So thanks to two departments in India. One is the Department of Telecommunications, led by our very own Ashwini Vaishnav, who's kind of come out of the 500, Karthik can correct me if I'm wrong, 500 crores as a telecom technology development fund. He's increased that to 3,000 crores. We have one of those, we were lucky enough to kind of get the first order from none other than the minister himself, and we have kind of deployed these radios right here in Karnataka in about 15 villages. We've kind of proved the entire contract. We're kind of delivering that to an operator, which is BSNL. So that's the first product market fit we've cracked. The second product market fit, thanks to, again, IDEX, which is Ministry of Defense, right? Starting from the Defense Secretary downwards, the entire goal of India today is to make it self-reliant, to make sure that, startups that you see today, build their own tech and that are consumed by Indians, by governments, by defense, by private sector, right? So we are today, if everything goes well, we'll become the sole supplier of these radios to the Indian defense, right? So we got the second contract. So two product market fits will give, like Karthik was saying, that he needs startups to be like $100 million in terms of revenue. We'll do much more than that, right? All right, so the future of connectivity, because Professor was saying that give us a little bit of a peek into what do you think will happen, from a connectivity standpoint, with the tech that we're doing. With the common kind of tech that we have, right? The patented tech that we functionalized into terrestrial radio, we're kind of taking that to space broadband. So in the future, you will see a seamless connectivity as far as you're concerned, whether you're kind of getting it from a terrestrial radio or whether you're getting it from a satellite, irrespective of where you're in the world. Now, this is reality. This is not science fiction, right? This is absolutely a technology that we from India are able to do. We will be able to enable this architecture. We'll enable both the terrestrial connectivity from what you saw, the gigamesh radios, plus satellites, which means that putting the entire constellation in the sky and getting that seamlessly connected to terrestrial infrastructure so that all of us, wherever we are in the world, are connected and provided broadband connectivity. With that, I think I'll thank you for the attention. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to welcome Geeta Manjunath, founder, CEO, and CTO of Nirmala Health Analytics. Niramai Health Analytics, I'm so sorry.
So it's really a challenge to go after that very, very powerful pitch, huh? Literally. And I'll also take you down from the terrestrial network to the grassroots of India and the developing countries, with something that touches, not this one. No.
Sorry.
This is.
This is the one that you shared, right?
No, I didn't.
Then?
Okay, I'll do with this,
No,
no
one
problem.
second.
This is some text slide. They'll all get bored. Do you want me to get my link?
Yeah, but this is...
Should I get my... No, that's different. Should I get my USB stick?
Sure.
Or let me just... What I'll do is...
Start from here.
This is... Okay, no problem. You'll hear this in a different way. Okay, so this is a slide deck which I used for something else and then decided to put that up. You able to see it? Yeah. Okay, so this is, of course, about my company, but it's a different flavor. No worries. So I'm founder, CEO of Niramai. Niramai means healthy, no diseases. Sarve santu niramayaha. And it also stands for the expansion, non-invasive risk assessment through machine artificial intelligence. So what we're trying to do is to use AI to solve one of the biggest problems in women's health today. And all of us have seen medical images of this nature, and that's an excellent place to use AI, because AI can actually have several important benefits to radiology, and hence many aspects where medical imaging is used, and so it can be used to do screening and diagnosis. So among the several benefits of using AI in radiology, which I don't have time to go through, the main thing that I am very excited about is how can we use AI to bridge the healthcare divide that exists between the haves and the have-nots, the rural and the urban ecosystem. And this can be done using AI. And you can think of it like an automated AI robot sitting with the healthcare worker, and the healthcare worker now becomes much more powerful, much more intelligent, and she is able to figure out who among these 1,000 people in the village need to be brought to the hospital at the right time. Similarly, in the urban scenario, this AI can be used to basically empower the doctor with like assistants who are smart and very smart to consume the data that's being collected from the patients. So all the simple cases, the robo doctor, that is AI-based robo doctor, can handle, and the complex cases can go to the expert doctor sitting in the hospital. So it actually makes the doctor more productive, more people can get benefited, etc. There's also this humongous benefit of AI in trying to predict something that's going to happen in future. Predict it so that we can intervene and stop that from happening. So how can we detect a person who's going to be in an ICU maybe a few months before, a few years before, and take the right intervention? And bringing them back to the right side, this is the status where everyone is well, most of us, and can we actually collect more and more data in a preventative manner, wellness manner, not the illness piece, which is on the other side, right? And so we can keep people well as much as possible, as many years as possible. What we are doing at Niramai is addressing one specific problem to start with using AI, which is one of the largest problems in women's health, which is breast cancer. 684,000 women die every year because of this disease. That is 2,000 plus women every day. And the good news is all of them can be saved. The only reason we are losing so many women is late detection. Early detection in stage 0, stage 1 can have 95% survival rate for more than 5 years to 30 years or plus, but we are losing every alternate lady detected with breast cancer today in India and countries like India. The mortality rates are more than 50%. Because late detection means 10% survival rate in 4 years or 2 years. This is what we want to change. And the real question is, what's wrong today? Why are we losing? Why are people going and detecting it in stage 4? Because everyone, first is awareness, right? Everyone thinks that unless there's a lump, I don't need to go to a doctor. And that's not true, because lump can only be felt in stage 2, 3, 4
depends on when you actually can feel it. So that's an issue. And so what are the technologies we can use? Sorry, I'm using different slides when I'm trying to sort of get this through. There is a technology called mammography, which is used across the world, and this can detect cancer in stage 0, 4 millimeters, 5 millimeters. However, it is not accessible and affordable. A machine is about 80 lakh rupees. How many diagnostic centers can have it? Because we're talking about wellness. A real good machine which can detect in every person probably will be 2.5 to 3.5 crores, which again is not affordable even to a hospital today, because this machine can only be used for breast cancer screening. The limited ROI makes the cost of the screening as well very, very high. Also, the skill needed to do the screening or the imaging and the interpretation is something that India or countries like India cannot even afford to provide at the large scale level of the population we have. The second big gap in the current methodology is that it does not even work in women under 45 years of age, and almost 50% of women above 45 years. So you know what percent of women can actually benefit from mammography. And the reason is that mammography is basically X-ray of the breast, and cancer also is white, and a breast which is sort of dense is also white. So how can you find a white spot in a white breast? So that's physics limitation, and it's not what I'm saying. Even FDA is saying the same thing today. And last, but really the main reason why many people don't go is the experience of doing a mammogram. People have to remove their clothes, mostly female technicians, but maybe not. And there's compression of about 5 to 10 kgs of weight applied every time you screen. And every time you screen, you are subjecting yourself to X-rays. So every time the risk for cancer is increasing because you want to be well. So that doesn't sound good. This is the current state of breast screening. So what we have done is to develop a completely new method of detecting breast cancer, because I lost a couple of very, very close members to breast cancer. I quit my job and I said, can I use AI to do this? And after a number of months and initial research, decided to quit to do this full time. And I'm going to tell the story of the startup now. Thermalytics is thermal analytics. What we do is just measure the temperature variations on the chest and analyze it using artificial intelligence developed by us to generate a report completely automatically. With this, we are able to detect stage 0 cancer, 4 millimeters of lesions. We can do that in women of all age groups, all breast densities, and we're able to do it in an affordable, less like 1/10, 1/20th of the cost, and portable manner. That is, we can do the test either in a hospital or take it out and do the test in rural areas, and that's what we were talking about with Amol and others. And most importantly, with the best user experience, where nobody sees or touches the person during the test. It's so, so important to keep the privacy of the person when doing these kind of tests. The lady is inside, it's like a changing room. She goes into the room, closes the door, and then removes her clothes. Nobody's inside, not even a technician. The technician is outside giving instructions, and in future, it will be fully automated as well. She's just sitting in front of the device, like a passport photography session where the photographer is not there. 10 minutes inside the room, she comes out, her report will be ready, completely automatically. And this is possible using a technology called thermalytics, which converts the temperature distribution to a breast health report. This is very unique, with 33 granted patents around the world. In US, 11 granted, India 13, in Japan, China, Singapore, Canada, Europe. It's very unique. It's made in India, first time ever, a non-invasive, radiation-free breast screening methodology. Thank you. And, oh my God, thank you. And the best thing is that we look for abnormal tissue activity, not lumps, because everybody thinks lump is cancer, but many of us know that lump is just a false alarm many times. 60% of the lumps are harmless. And there are also cancers which cannot come up as lumps. So what we have to catch is the definition of cancer which is abnormal tissue activity, irregular multiplication of cell. That's what we detect, because when that cell multiplication happens, there is increased metabolism, increased thermal signature, I would say, because there is glucose activity. Glucose is starch, energy, temperature, all that. And then there's also more blood flow, because for cell multiplication, you need more food. And those two key things is what we manage and model, which is abnormal tissue activity and vascular activity. So this is a conglomerate of 20 plus AI models that we've developed, where the lady technician, who is a simple skilled worker, who can be trained, any person who knows a little bit of computer or mobile phone, which is pretty much everyone who is educated or non-educated, even in the villages. We train her in two days to become a screening technician. She takes these 5 images, basically click, 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 like a photographer, with the tool telling her if she makes a mistake and so on and so forth. And she uploads to our cloud. It's completely SaaS-based solution. We can work with any thermal imaging device like these cameras. There are so many making it because COVID made it really a prolific business to do thermal scans, every building. So we work with any of these thermal hardware. She takes 5 images, uploads to the cloud, click, 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 out comes the report. Of course, in a hospital setting, it goes to a doctor for a quick review so that a detailed report can be generated. In a rural setting, it's automatically generating an instant triage report, or red, yellow, green. And when there is a red, the lady needs to be brought to a hospital. If it's an yellow, maybe she can sort of come back in 6 months or take some wellness medicine, whatever. And green, she can be happy for the next 2 years. And we guarantee that when we say no, it's a no. And when we say yes, it may be an yes, because you really need more detailed study, more detailed analysis. Till the biopsy, till you actually take out a tissue, you don't know whether it's cancer. So that is what we guarantee with high levels of accuracy. So the accuracy is measured in terms of how well do you detect cancer, which is called sensitivity, and how well you detect no cancer, which is specificity as well. We have highest sensitivity. If there is any sign of cancer, we will be able to detect it. And that's what the 100% sensitivity tells you. 8% false positive rate, or 7.6 years, says that 7.6% of the time, she may not need anything. I mean, maybe other type of abnormality, may not be cancer, which is pretty good. And then we have it published in 42 publications plus, and in very, very top venues like Lancet, etc. And in healthcare, it's very important to get regulatory clearance. Otherwise, you cannot use it in a hospital. So of course, we have Indian regulatory clearance. We are now just touched 7 years last week. So it has required all the patience and all the, passion to make, stay awake till then. And we are probably only very, very few Indian companies, less than 5, who have developed a software-based, AI-based medical device in India and got it accepted in both Europe and US. So this is a CE mark for Europe and US. And of course, once you get one of these, you can actually go to many other countries easily. So far, we've impacted more than 1.5 lakh women. After sort of doing the studies and thanks to COVID, we didn't have any work for 2 years. We were working on COVID-related projects. And then we are back. Now we are in 8 countries. Philippines is doing really well with a very passionate doctor who can do a better speech than me about why this is important. We have in 200 plus hospitals in India, and a lot of camps in corporate offices. And I just spoke to Mahindra sir, how so many corporates can actually benefit from this test because it is so portable. The lady will not go to a hospital for a 10-minute test. Instead of having 10-minute coffee, she can have the test in the same conference hall. So we sent 2 girls to do this, so she's very, very comfortable. And also we have done a lot of outreach camps with sponsorship from international and national institutions. And during COVID, we also started private screening at home. First ever time, breast cancer screening done at home for people who cannot come to a hospital. We also have mobile units with, for example, this is a Tempo Traveler converted into a mobile medical unit for breast cancer alone. And this was inaugurated by Tata Memorial Hospital Director. These are some of our customers. There are many hospitals, HCG, Apollo clinics, and so on. A A lot of pharma is also funding some of the outreach activities, including NGOs. A lot of corporates, and just put up some, and Google was our recent one in October. We did about 800 people in 3 offices in just 2 days each, right? Take a conference room, set up, and then get people come in and do it. Mercedes, PepsiCo, Wells Fargo, and many of these I won't mention which, there were surprise elements to even the head of the organization. Some of cases were ladies, they got detected. And my team was so worried, like the head of that particular department got detected. Should I give the report or not? I said, give it, it's saying positive, we have to move on. And trust me, the lady went and did a biopsy and it was positive. And she's so thankful. And there's many such cases we're finding. This is a story of just the corporate I told. So many people. And of course, we've done several rural analysis. And I guess I didn't know this was coming. So this is a recent project we completed in Punjab with 12,000 women screened. And many more still going through the follow-up diagnostic workup. Already 25 women detected with breast cancer, confirmed with biopsy, started treatment, many of them well and gone back to home. And this is one of its kind, because if you use other techniques that's existing you'll only detect 1/4 of this cancer in this kind of state. So that's another one. And so there are several options of implementing this at all. So I know it's a short time and I'm happy to answer any question, but I want to say the show-off slide. So we are one of the most awarded startups in health tech, and especially from India. We were chosen to represent India in the G20 Startup Challenge, and we came out runner-up, and the winner was doing something similar, but the jury said they have to award a visitor, not an Indian company. So that said, we are the top 10 medical devices in UMass, Massachusetts, top digital health startup in across Commonwealth countries, 159, I think, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation grant of 1.2 million. And of course, several other, including National Startup Award. And I had the unique privilege 2 days ago, and I have to show off, I met the president because we were invited to meet her as well. And so with this, I also want to say that we are VC-backed today, and though we don't have tons of revenue, recent revenue, we've raised $7 million so far, and definitely looking for further funds to grow. And with 8 countries, recently we've signed to 80 countries with distributors. So I feel scale up for a startup, which is a tech startup, is best done with distributors who have that network. Though you lose a percentage, but you're able to reach masses much faster. This is my 2 cents of learning. And thank you. It's of course not possible without such a wonderful team. And thank you very much, and open to collaborations to save many lives. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. If I have time, I don't know. Sure. Thank you for asking. I was thinking that slide is missing. So yes, it is not limited to breast cancer. It can be used to detect many other type of abnormalities. Not everything, not every type of cancer. For example, brain cancer, lung cancer, blood cancer cannot be detected, but most other type of cancers and other type of abnormalities. We heard on stage sports, right? There's a lot of sports injuries that happen, right? The pain and other kind of skeletal-muscular issues. Yes, all that can be detected. And later this year, we'll be releasing a whole body scanner. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I'd like to invite Girit Arant, AD at Agnikul Cosmos.
Down. Okay. So good evening, everyone. I am Giri Dharan. I'm from a startup called Agnikul. So we are a startup incubated at IIT Madras, and we build launch vehicles. Right. In simple words, we make rockets that can take satellites to space, right? And yeah, a lot of you have a question, why rockets? Who are you? What you are making? All those things. So actually, there are a lot of people who are making rockets across globe. There are around 150 companies who are making rockets. In India, our own ISRO is making, right? The difference that we do have is, so we take satellites from 30 to 300 kg, right? You know, for better understanding of people, we always use this example. Imagine you are boarding in a 60-seater bus, right? And you alone get in and tell the bus driver to start the bus, right? What do you tell usually? You are the only person in the bus. Yeah, it's okay. I'll tell the answer. So he'll tell to wait till the bus gets filled, right? So that will take a lot of time. So that actually happens in conventional rockets. Let's say our own GSLV, right? It carries 6 tons to space, and PSLV carries 3 tons. SSLV is around 600 kgs. But after 2005, satellite size got shrunken a lot, thanks to the revolution in electronics. People are now making satellites that can be held in your palm, right? People are making satellites in like 5 kgs, 6 kgs. So imagine I'm making a 6 kg satellite and I have to get to space through GSLV, let's say. Its capacity is 6 ton. So that 1,000 more satellites has to be boarded and then only GSLV will start, right? So that will take 2 years of time, right? So in that, someone else will address the business case who can access to space. So that's where we are coming in. Simple alternate to buses, book a cab, Ola, Uber, wait for a minimal time, go wherever you want. So we are making Ola, Uber for space, right? So we want to put our customers in space in 14 days. So this is what we are doing. So this presentation, I'll cover a few things on space sector and then we'll get into Agnikul. And finally, I have a case study where I just want to tell you guys how we used 3D printing to reduce the time that I was talking about. The 14 days time period, I'll tell you how we are using 3D printing to achieve that. So yeah, the space sector value chain. So in the space sector, there are 2 streams as such. One is the upstream, one is the downstream. So if you see, there is, we can go from the left actually. So the launch pad and then launch services, satellite will be put on the space and satellite will give data. The data can be anything, right? So it can take photographs, remote sensing can happen, can give communication. Sir was telling about satellites being used for communication. And then a lot of in-orbit missions, like people are talking about in-orbit servicing itself. Like, if a satellite is getting faulty in the space, we can send one satellite that can service that satellite. And new age applications like space entertainment, there is one company in Japan that can show fireworks in space when you subscribe at a particular time, right? And storing data in space, all those things are happening. And that data receiving at the ground segment, people are using like, AI to process it. There are companies who are telling, like, let's say if you're owning a big farm or a shopping mall, there are companies who can tell you how many cars are being parked at your, like, parking space, and based on that, demand can be analyzed. So all those things are happening. So that is on the ground sector, right? So it's like one upstream and downstream, all the data processing will happen. So this is the space sector. And it is around 1.9 billion. It's going at a rate of 1.9 billion by year. And by 2025, we're expecting it to grow to 4 billion USDs. Right now, coming to the point where we are at the space sector. Yeah, so as I told, we are in the upstream market currently. We are making rockets that can take satellites to space. And so few images I just want to put. So that is the rocket that we are building currently. And this is our team, right? And so we build customizable launch vehicles that can take 30 to 300 kgs of payload to low Earth orbit. Currently we have 240 people working with us. And we always take a pride that we have generated employment for 240 aerospace engineers or people who have aerospace passion in the country to work in India, right? And then we are the first private company in the country to establish a launch pad in Sriharikota, which is India's first private launch pad. And then we have 4 other facilities. Thank you. And we have 4 other facilities. I'll talk about that in the coming slides. We are established in 2017 in a R&D center in IIM Research Park, which is largest combustion research center in the world itself, actually. So these are the 5 facilities I was talking about. So the first one is NCCRD, National Center for Combustion Research and Development, which is the combustion center in IIT Madras, where we started everything, where we played with plastics and then we got into metals. All those R&D happened there in our early phase. And then our rocket factory, which is in IIM Research Park, it is a 10,000 square feet facility where we have a few missions. I'll talk about the missions in the next slides. And we have an assembly facility where we can assemble 3 of our rockets. The specification I'll talk about at the same time. And we have a testing facility, which is again one private testing facility. Like ISRO has established a lot of facilities, semi-cryo engine testing facilities. It is one of its type facilities established outside ISRO complexes. So we have established inside IIT Madras satellite campus, and we have a launch pad, right? So all those things are one because we have plans to establish more. So that's why we have put one in that. And yeah, so about our rocket factory, right? So this factory can produce 2 rocket engines per week. Our case study will talk about what is the specialty about these engines. So this, factory has housed this machine called M400-4, which is from a German manufacturer called EOS. So this particular machine is one of its kind again in India. So we have customized it for our needs. And this is the biggest machine that is currently in India, and that works with 4 laces, and no one has the that machine. And we have inspection machines as well, and few subtractive manufacturing machines in the facility. So we planned this facility as a production complex for us. So I was talking about launch in 14 days. So our ultimate goal is 2 launches per month. So for that scale, we have to produce a lot of engines. So considering that in mind, we have established this facility last year, and it was inaugurated by Somnath sir, our ISRO chairman. And about our launch pad, so with the help of InSpace and ISRO, we have inaugurated our launch pad last year, right? And we are planning for our first launch, which is going to be, first semi-cryo engine powered rocket, which will be flying out of Indian soil. Probably in another 30 or 40 days, right? Thank you. So yes, again, this facility is also inaugurated by Somnath sir, right? We always invite people from ISRO for all our facility inaugurations because we always have that gratitude. They supported us. They are supporting us always, right? InSpace and ISRO. And yeah, this is about the team. As I told, we have around 240 members and 45 ex-ISRO scientists. So on the top is the founding team. So we have 2 big names there. One is Professor S.R. Chakravarti. He's a renowned propulsion expert in the country. The irony here is he's a renowned solid propulsion expert. And we are the people who are making semi-cryo engines, liquid propellant engines. So he's the one, he's like basically, I worked in solids all my lifetime. We have to work on liquids, and he pushed us, and we are making semi-cryo engines. And we have R.V. Perumal sir. He is called father of GSLV. So he's the one who played key role in both PSLV and GSLV. He's a retired ISRO scientist. And apart from them, we have other names who were very much instrumental in defining ISRO's story. Right? There are people who built ISRO's own software. These are the people who played a lot of role in indigenizing few products in ISRO. Yeah, about our vehicles. So we have 2 vehicles with us, the rockets. One is Agni Ban. So this is the orbital vehicle that we have. It's a 2-stage rocket. One stage that will get separated at 100 kilometer, other stage will reach orbit. So the speciality of this vehicle is it's more like a laptop that we buy from market, right? So if you buy a laptop, if you want 16 GB RAM, you can go for it. 32 GB RAM, you can go for it. The manufacturer will charge you accordingly, right? Likewise, we can configure this entire rocket. So the first stage has 7 engines, all are identical. So let's say, ideally we are doing a logistics business, right? We are a courier business, to say in layman words, that transport a package from point A to point B. Point B is in space, that's all, right? So we charge customer based on kg. Let's say if the customer, so in any courier there will be a minimum charge that will be associated, right? If you are launching, let's say if you are sending 10 kgs or 2 kgs, they'll say, hey, 15 kg is my break even, you have to pay for 15 kg. So per kg cost will increase. Same applies to satellites, right? Ideal is 30 to 300. So ideal is 100 kg this rocket can take. Let's say if the customer is coming with 30 kg, ideally he has to pay for 100 kg. So his per kg cost will be very higher. So what we'll do is we'll remove few engines in the first stage. So it has 7 engines altogether. We can fly with 4, 5, 6 or 7 based on the demands of the customer. So that will reduce our BOM cost. We'll extend that cost to the customer. So from 30 to 300, the per kg cost is flat. So that's one of our USPs. That's one of the speciality about this vehicle, right? And this vehicle's launch we are looking at October 2024, hopefully, from our own launch pad. And that one is sorted, we call. So that's sort our technology, so that's why we call it sorted. It's suborbital technology demonstrator that we are planning to launch next month from our own launch pad. So this is the vehicle I was talking about. This is powered by a single piece 3D printed semi-cryo engine. So this is again 8 meter tall and 0.5 diameter, and so this won't go to space actually, technically. So this will go up to 50-60 kilometers, and this will fall down on the sea. So we are trying to prove our technology and want to understand how our technology, software and control part working. So for that we are doing this launch. So sorted, why it is unique? So yeah, again, when people talk about suborbital launches, right, 30, 40 kilometers, usually everyone thinks that is a sounding rocket. Sounding rocket is nothing but that, like, you won't do anything, simply you will keep it at angle, you will fire, it will fly. But our case, it is not a sounding rocket. So this is going to fly with a single piece patented rocket engine. So I have a case study for that. Before that, one thing to show off, we are the first in the world to make a single piece 3D printed rocket engine. And that engine is designed and manufactured inside India. We always take pride in telling that. And so this is going to be the first ever semi-cryogenic engine flight that is flying from Indian soil. And this is going to be a first ever suborbital controlled vertical launch. And the avionics we are using here is like Ethernet based avionics. It's like 5 smartphones in the rocket that will control the rocket. So that's how we designed the avionics, completely modular. And this is going to be the first ever launch from a private launch pad in India. Right, so these are some unique points about sorted. Yeah, so these are few painful moments that we went through in the recent time. So few of our engine firing photos actually. So we have this test facilities established in IIM Research Park, and our team has logged like 4 months to get this done. So if you see, the engine is firing at particular angle. So I was talking about control, right? Basically this engine will gimbal so this engine will rotate basically to hold the rocket at a particular path. So if you see, it's like towards the left and that is towards the right, that is the center, right? So this engine, while firing, it will move across. So, and this is one qualification flight. Again, these are all 3D printed engines. This is one qualification test that we have done here. We have fired this engine for 108 seconds, right? And then this is the test setup, and that is the vehicle. And works with InSpace and ISRO. So we have signed NDA, and our rocket revealing happened in front of our Honorable Prime Minister last year in InSpace inauguration. And we are the first private company who tested our hardware in VSSC actually. So when we talk about this single piece 3D printed engine, people usually tell us, okay, all this manufacturing technique is fine, whether this engine will work. So we told people that, hey, it is tested in our facility. People never believe us. Then we tested in VSSC and things are sorted, right? Now if people ask us whether 3D printed engine works, we show them the test results of VSSC. And we are the first private company to get packages from ISRO. So in the rocket, there are there is one package that should not fail. There is something called flight termination system. Let's say the rocket is going in a wrong path. It is coming back towards Sriharikota itself and going to hit something, right? So there is a package called flight termination system where people will have, like people in ISR who is independent of Agnikul, right? If I am sitting there, I obviously won't press that button to terminate my flight. I always see that flying so that I can get data. So there will be one independent person who will sit there and press a button that will explode the entire rocket. So that system should not fail in any rocket. So that we got from ISRO itself. And this is the first time that happened in the country. Yeah, coming to the 3D printing point. So across globe, if you see rocket engines, in a rocket, the complex part is engine. It will take a lot of time to realize rocket engines. It has around 1,000 parts, right? So you imagine, right, 1,000 parts has to be welded together, and in aerospace, quality is something which is very important. Every single weld has to be qualified. Every single component has to be tested, and then integrated way it has to be tested. So that's a pain altogether to go through, and 1,000 parts which means I have to interact with 1,000 vendors, store it, warehouse, all those things are there. So that's where we came up with this idea called single piece 3D printed engine. So usually it takes 6 months to 7 months to make one rocket engines because of the complexity, number of parts involved. But in our case, someone can guess the time that we make. I don't know whether it is there in the slide. People can guess the time. 20 minutes and all those. Huh? No. Yeah, you're close. 72 hours, we can make one rocket engine. So that's what we optimized. So we do have a patent for that. So yeah, this is the story I was talking about. Just a case study with 3 slides. So any liquid engine, so with liquids are always safer compared to solid. Liquid will give us one leverage. So let's say we are making solid-based rocket, right? So we transported our rocket recently from Chennai to Sriharikota. So there was no regulation. It's like simple piece of metal which we took. Anyone who asks, we'll say it's aluminum part. No one will ask question. If we are making it solid, people will ask a lot of questions, and we have to inform nearest police station. There are a lot of regulation involved to move it inside Sriharikota itself. But our case, we wanted to go with liquid so that we can launch from anywhere in the world. That's one of our USPs. Again, we are launching our rocket from a mobile launch pad, where like we'll take in a truck, we'll erect, we'll launch, we'll take the truck back. Yes, we put the same concept here, right? So that's what we are designing. Our launch pad is called Dhanush. It's Agniban. The launch pad is Dhanush, right? So we designed our entire launch operations in shipping containers. Even if you come to our testing facility, everything is made of shipping containers. We have some 30-40 containers, and we built the facility. If you want to move the facility, we can do it in 2 weeks. Right? There won't be any traces that we launched from a particular place. You can simply take all the containers back along with our truck. Right? So that's one of the reasons we went for liquids. But with liquids, there is one problem. The engine is very complex. Right? There will be a lot of parts. Failure ratio is very high. So that's where we came up with this single piece 3D printed engine concept. So where we are putting all the 1,000 parts together, and we are making one single engine. Right? So these are few parts that are made. Like people are making 3D printed engines, but they make multiple parts and weld it together. That's how world is making. But in our case, we print as a single piece itself, right? So this is the photo from a 3D printer actually. So if you see from the base plate, it's like printed as a single piece, and some post processing will get the engine, and we'll hot fire and we qualify. Together it takes 3 weeks as of now. We want to optimize it much. Along with the testing, it takes 3 weeks. And so future of 3D printing and manufacturing, we want to attempt 3D printing everywhere actually. Our tanks, whatever we can 3D print, we want to do. So these are few areas where 3D printing is being attempted. We also have our own plans to extend 3D printing to a lot of other parts in rockets. We are working on it. Yeah, with this, I'm done. If you have any questions, happy to answer. Any questions? Okay. Okay. Ah. From the team members, I'm not able to pick any specific point and tell you our learning is in the sense. But one thing is we wanted to be very flexible with our customers. So that's where we came up with this 30 to 300. We don't want to stick to one mass spectrum or one particular mass range, and we wanted to find customers for that. So we are flexible enough from 30 to 300 so that someone in the lower mass range also we can accommodate, someone at the bigger mass range also we can accommodate. So that's something we adopted, maybe, so that we have scope for growth. Yeah.
I mean, it's wonderful, right? It is definitely rocket science. So the thing is, if you want to kind of, what is the motivation for building rockets in 3 days? And that's the only thing I'm not being able to get my head around.
Building rockets in 3 days.
No, you said 72 hours, right? So what is the business motivation? Like, where's the economic value of building so many rockets? Sorry, it's a dumb question, starting motivation.
No problem. I think it's a beautiful question. One thing is there are a lot of satellites across globe itself, right? In India, a lot now. Across globe who want to get to space, but there are not enough rockets to take them, or there are not enough rockets to prioritize them. I would say we are here to democratize the space, right? So people can, anyone who is thinking about satellite now, the first problem that is coming to their mind is, how can I access space, right? So we want to tell them, hey, we are here to get you to space. So that's one of the motivation. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I would request all the speakers to come back on the stage, please. I request Suresh Dhaka and Mr. Raj Chandrasekharan to come on stage, please. May I have Y. Shekharan on stage, please? Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much.
I know it's 7 p.m. already, and we had planned to close at 5:30, but that's how every interesting event goes. Yes, we'll give one more memento. Yeah. So the final word for today. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the curtains on this remarkable day at the D-Future India Digital Conclave, on behalf of IIM Udaipur and the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for your participation and enthusiastic engagement. Today, we embarked on a journey through the heart of digital transformation, exploring its significance across diverse industries and sectors. Our distinguished guests and speakers enlightened us on the intricate intersection of research and the digital landscape, setting the tone for insightful discussions. The riveting panel discussions on digital disruption, India's rise on the global tech stage, and digital solutions at scale, addressing India's challenges, brought forth a wealth of perspectives, showcasing how digital disruption is reshaping India's role on the global tech stage. The success stories of corporate giants like Amul and Mahindra Automotive illuminated the path to triumph in the digital era. And startups like Agnikul, Niramai Health, Skylark Drones, and Astrome demonstrated how innovation is thriving in our digital landscape. We also learned the insider view and the VC's perspective on startups and funding. Your collective presence has contributed to the success of this conclave, transforming it into a platform of thought leadership and innovation. We look forward to future collaborations and endeavors that continue to push the boundaries of digital transformation. Thank you once again for being an integral part of the India Digital Conclave, and we look forward to hosting you again next year. Thank you.